Welcome to this virtual hearing of the Public Accountability Committee as part of its ongoing inquiry into the New South Wales Government handling of the COVID pandemic. Before I commence, I'd like to acknowledge the Gadigal people, the traditional custodians of the land upon which the Parliament resides, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. I'd also like to extend that respect to any First Nations peoples who are either on the broadcast or present throughout today's committee hearing. Today's hearing is to be conducted as a fully virtual hearing, which enables the work of the committee to be undertaken during the COVID-19 pandemic without compromising the health and safety of either members of the committee or participants or staff in the committee process. As we break new ground with the technology, I'd really ask people to have some patience through any technical difficulties we may have today. If any participants do lose their internet connection and are disconnected from the virtual hearing, please just use the link you've been provided with by the Secretariat and rejoin the meeting. We'll have you admitted as soon as possible. Today's hearing will be separated into two parts. We will first hear evidence about the impacts of the lockdown on the 12 most affected local government areas of concern, hearing from local community and cultural organisations, as well as from several mayors of those most impacted LGAs. Then we will hear from representatives of the Department of Premier and Cabinet, the New South Wales Police Force, and the South Western Sydney Local Health District. In the afternoon, the committee will turn its focus towards the COVID-19 situation in prisons, hearing from community and justice organisations, and then from government representatives from Corrective Services New South Wales, the Inspector of Custodial Services, the New South Wales Ombudsman, and the Justice Health Network. Before I commence, I'd like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. While parliamentary privilege applies to what is said in the course of the hearing, it does not apply to what witnesses or members say outside the hearing process, so I'd urge people to take caution. Committee hearings are not intended as a forum in which to provide adverse reflections about others under the protection of parliamentary privilege, so please do stick to the issues. All witnesses have a right to procedural fairness according to the procedural fairness resolution adopted by the House, and that's a matter the committee takes seriously. There may be some questions that a witness can only answer if they had more time or they had certain documents to hand. And so to each of you giving evidence today, if you are in that situation, you are able to take a question on notice and then provide a written answer within 21 days. Today's proceedings are being broadcast live from the Parliament's website, and a recording of the hearing will be uploaded to Parliament's YouTube channel after the hearing. As always, a written transcript will be placed on the committee's website as soon as it's available. Finally, a few notes on virtual hearing etiquette to minimise disruptions and assist our Hansard reporters. Can I ask committee members to clearly identify who questions are directed to? And could I ask everyone to please state their name when they're speaking? Members should also utilise the raise your hand option if they wish to take a point of order. And could everyone please mute their microphones when they're not speaking? Remember, of course, to turn your microphone off just a little bit before you commence a contribution. Members and witnesses should also, wherever possible, avoid speaking over each other so that we can all be heard clearly. And also, to assist Hansard, may I remind members and witnesses to speak directly into the microphone and avoid making comments when your head is turned away. I'd now like to welcome our first witnesses for the first community panel. Starting from Ms. Randa Katan. Ms. Katan, could you please state your full name, your position title, and then take either an oath or an affirmation, a copy of which should have been provided to you by the Secretary.
Randa Katan, I'm the CEO of Arab Council Australia, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now I'm about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thanks so much, Ms. Katan. Mr. Elkaso.
Rabi Okasi, I am a board director at the Lebanese Muslim Association. I will take the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Mr. Singh. I think you're still on mute, Amar.
Thank you, David. So I'll take the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Singh. Mr. Maury.
Thank you. I'll just take the affirmation. I swear the evidence I'm about to give will be the truth, the whole truth. Thanks.
Thanks to all four of you for attending today, but I'd also like to extend my gratitude for the work that all four of you have been doing in your communities in this really particularly tough time. There's now an opportunity for each of you to give a brief opening statement, and we might just adopt the same order that we did with the swearing in. So Ms. Katan, we'll start with you. Rhonda, you're going to have to unmute.
Thank you. Thanks, David. So I'm speaking to you today from Maryland, the land of the Darug people, and I pay my respect to elders past, present, and those emerging, and any elders present here today. I welcome the opportunity to bring the voices, the heartache of the people of Western and Southwestern Sydney into Parliament House today. The New South Wales State's response to COVID in Western and Southwestern Sydney has had the effect of criminalising nearly 50% of our city. That's what happens when you find yourself flanked by police as you leave the 7-Eleven store. That's how it feels when you wake to hear choppers hovering overhead. That's what happens when the state shifts blame and treats entire community as suspect and non-compliant. Our crime is twofold. The first is that we are the workers of this city. We are the ones who pack the shelves, drive the trucks, build the houses, care for the children, clean the hospitals, and distribute vital goods. Our second crime is that we really are a community. We still live with our families, our grandparents, our kids, our aunties. We live, work, pray, and play in our neighbourhoods and communities. This criminalisation must stop now because we are seeing a similar experience repeated in Western New South Wales, and the divisiveness must also stop now. We acknowledge that the New South Wales Government has rolled out additional funds of support during this crisis, but like much of the messaging and the approach throughout this outbreak, it is confusing, restrictive, and unclear about who can access what and how this is done. That's why we've kept asking the Premier to include community leaders in the response before and not after the fact. We are the experts on the ground. We know our communities. We know the barriers, and we know what and where the support is desperately needed. We need to restore public trust because that is vital for any public health outcome. To do that, we want a consistency of policing across the city. What is good enough for Maryland is also good for Mosman. We want clear and consistent restrictions and messaging for everyone and in languages that we all speak. Finally, the scars left not by the virus, but by the government's response to the virus will take a long time to heal. That's why the road out must be a broad highway that can carry all of us, not just a lucky few. To do that, we need the leadership of Western and Southwestern Sydney around the table today as plans for the recovery are drawn up. Thank you for your time today.
Thanks, Ms. Katan. Mr. El-Kassim.
Good morning, everyone. I thank you for your time today and the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Lebanese Muslim Association and its community. I will refer to the Lebanese Muslim Association as LMA in my briefing. Now, before I begin, I'd like to make note that the hearing had requested our presence with relatively short notice, so I may not have all the evidence and data on perusal. Now, for context, the LMA was established in 1962 to provide social, religious, and educational services to the community. The community felt disappointed in relation to the government's handling of the Delta wave pandemic. We felt that the learnings from the first wave have not potentially been taken into account, which could only be described as complacency. The failure to act adequately and in advance to avoid the outbreak in the Southwest was aggravated when the Southwest itself was labelled as an area of concern. So it's important that the government sort of work closely with the Muslim communities and form cohesion and inclusion. I guess the mantra of we're in it together was previously labelled as empty rhetoric by the LMA, and to that effect it still is. The community has been adversely impacted by this outbreak, and the harsh lockdown measures imposed had resulted in a sharp increase of mental health and financial burdens across the board. As such, there's a number of matters I'd like to raise, but before I do, I'll kindly refer back to the chair.
Oh, Mr. Officer, if you've got a number of matters you want to just put on the record now, feel free to do so.
Yep. So one of the first matters is in terms of the vaccination and the process and the program that was unravelled to the community. We felt there was inadequacy there, which I can further sort of divulge into. The policing and discrimination, and I think as Ms. Katan had also alluded to, has been sort of heavy-handed and one-sided from our point of view. So we felt we were sort of victimised and alienated from the community and from other suburbs. So we completely condemn the way we were sort of treated in that instance. We've got other issues to do with schooling and the whole mental sort of state of the community, which I'll also go into detail with.
Thanks, Ms. Elkisser. We'll probably explore those matters in questioning throughout this session. Mr. Singh.
Thank you, David. So I'm the president of Turbans for Australia, a local Southwest charity. I have lived in the Southwest since arriving to Australia as a teenager in 1998. I've had ample amount of opportunity to move out of the area, but I prefer to live in this area. And our charity that started with zero funding, just as a thought bubble to serve the community. We have gone out to all areas of Australia serving the people. I'm proud to represent the Southwest when we go to Queensland, Brisbane, Melbourne, Canberra, because people think Southwest is somewhere where there's all low socioeconomic people live. They don't see that people have vision here. Whereas we've realized from where we are now, we are the backbone of the country. We are the workers. We are the working bees, and we demand respect on equal levels, no matter if you're a millionaire in the eastern suburbs or if you're a dweller in the southwest or Western Sydney. We should be all equal. I think this is a direct attack on the multicultural and basic fairness in Australian society that we have always been proud of. We cannot be labelled by our postcodes, our ethnicity, our looks, or our traditional garbs that we wear. We're all human beings. We all bleed red. So I won't take much time here, and I'm going to put on, with David's permission, is going to raise some issues on behalf of many local charities that are non-government funded, and yet they're doing the tons of work where even the government departments are ringing us to say we need help because our help is literally a week away. Can you do it earlier? So thank you for the time today.
Thanks, Amar. I'm certain we'll explore those issues about support for non-government organisations in the course of the questioning today. Mr. Mori.
Thanks, Chair. There's 4 key issues that Unions New South Wales has been concerned about in those areas. Firstly, the vaccination rollout at a federal government level was nowhere near what it was meant to be. And then when it was rolled out in local areas, there was certainly a need to have hubs much earlier with community leaders talking to their communities about the importance of vaccination and certainly having the information provided in a range of languages. But priority is around having local community leaders engaged in the process so they can speak directly to their communities as people of authority within those communities. Secondly, the failure to have a JobKeeper program. During the first shutdown, there was JobKeeper. Southwestern and Western Sydney is the economic driver of the economy in New South Wales and arguably Australia. What we saw there was a disconnect, unfortunately, as compared to the first lockdown. The thing about a JobKeeper payment is it ensures that people are financially secure, which means they will make decisions for their health. There is a direct link between financial security and making your health decisions. So you are then prepared to have a day off or miss a shift and go and get an injection. I mean, well, that's one of the things that we certainly said was really important, was having an ability to have paid leave to go and get an injection. Now, the state government put that in late, but that is something really important where people don't have to choose, particularly in Western Southwestern Sydney, where we have a lot of contractors, a lot of casual workers having to decide between their health or putting food on the table. And the failure to have JobKeeper in place has been a real problem. Thirdly, the health orders. I understand the health department are obviously worried about people dying, the spread of it. However, there were there's a conflict between often the health orders and the practical implementation of those health orders. For example, the cut-off deadline for when people had to be have their first jab was unrealistic, given that the rollout of vaccinations hadn't occurred effectively in southwestern and western Sydney. That date has been moved twice, and as we advocated, it had to be moved, otherwise people just couldn't leave the lockdown areas to engage in work. And we've got to remember, the vast majority of workers in Western and Southwestern Sydney travel all over the city to perform their work. They weren't allowed out without a jab, and that thankfully got changed to at least having an appointment so those people could continue to engage in work and have financial security and make sensible decisions about their health. The final thing I want to touch on is certainly that this is a health crisis. It's not a policing crisis. And I think the engagement or the lack of engagement with local leaders in the various community has been a problem. I think access to information in cultural languages has been a problem. That's something that's come through to us. And where we have had local leaders on the ground around hubs in certain communities, you see the success of the vaccination rates increase. People feel secure because they're hearing from the people that they respect in their communities. And that is something that needs to continue to occur. And finally, I think the level of consultation with key leaders in all communities with the government has been somewhat lax. It should have been much earlier with a broader range of people to get the to understand the implications of how best to deliver a message to Western Sydney that is about health and getting people vaccinated. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thanks each of you for those opening comments. There are a number of obvious common themes, but I'll hand over the questioning now to the opposition to commence the first round.
Thanks very much, Chair. Can I too thank all of the witnesses today? I know it was very short notice, and we do really appreciate you taking the time to come and talk to us today. Can I just start? Obviously, all of you are working quite closely with Southwestern and Western Sydney communities. Can you briefly outline the support that you and your organisations are providing for people who have lost work, who have lost their businesses, who have lost their jobs entirely throughout this process, throughout this lockdown? Why don't we'll start, Ms. Katan, with you. We'll go the same order. Ms. Katan first.
Thank you. We've got a range of services in our organisation, starting from, with the families up to old age. Our capacity has increased tremendously, like in terms of how much people have been calling us, contacting us for help. There is every single call, I'm told by staff, that it is about the COVID, about people who are uncertain where to go, whether it is about their jobs, what payments they can access, where to go in the health system, and if they have tested positive, what to do when they are at home, and people panicking, people are terribly stressed, and also in terms of jobs as well, navigating the system itself. We are that much closer to information, and unfortunately we get lost as well in the system as to what is available, and the layering of the Commonwealth payments as well as the state government, what the government, and rightly so in terms of what the government, the state government has made funding available, or at least rolled out some emergency money to people who have fallen through the gap through the federal government, and to temporary visa holders, as well as to asylum seekers, which is great to see. But there are people also falling through that gap, the 4-year waiting period people, the people who are waiting for, and also students are not captured there. And it's not the state's responsibility, it is very much a federal responsibility, but it hasn't been picked up. So people, to answer your question, people are getting lost. People are getting lost in the system. we are getting lost in the system in terms of the confusion and what is available out there and how payments can be accessed. And, you know, it's not difficult. We assist people. People are assisted with food as well. People are assisted with their everyday need in terms of the families. We know of families, for example, who had to even cut off their internet access because they could not afford it. People who have families who have children are studying from home and they've got one phone between them, that they give it to their children to access those. So a whole, you know, a gamut of issues that are going on out there. And we know it is a crisis and we understand it's a crisis, but we want the government to take us with them on this journey, to involve us in the solutions. And while we have been consulted, but we have been consulted after the facts. We know what is going on after it happens. We do not know, you know, like particularly in communicating to communities, we do not know what's going on and how that can be communicated across the communities, or to assist the government. We're with you. We're there. We're willing to help, and we are doing, and we are stepping in there to fill in the gaps, and we're doing everything that we can to assist communities.
But Ms. Katan, you could say that people are coming to you for support and for advice on a range of issues, not just, they don't know where to get support, so they come to you instead.
There's a lot of confusion out there. Yeah, there is a lot of confusion. Can I also say that we have submitted, and I failed to say it at the beginning in my opening statement, we made a submission to the committee. I know you weren't calling for one, but because we have been involved quite, you know, openly with a range of different organisations, some of whom are in this meeting here, and we put in a submission to you, so if you could also refer to that, and we made specific points, and there are 2 attachments. You know, one was from a roundtable that happened a few weeks ago, and another one was also with a range of different organisations. They've all endorsed it, and the issues are very much tabled to the committee. Thank you.
We really appreciate that. Thanks, Ms. Katan. Mr. El-Kathir, can you outline the programs that you have in place for workers who have lost work or lost their businesses?
Thank you, Honourable Connie Husos. Look, we've been inundated with calls from the community for a range of services, services around work, finances. We want food bank requests. We've had a lot of people contact us in relation to education services and a range of other things that we essentially weren't prepared for given the pandemic and its involvement. Now, the government has, as Ms. Katan said, had sort of provided some level of consultation, but it's mainly reactive, and we were sort of left with fielding a lot of these calls and trying to help the community as best we can. So we've had, as I said originally, domestic violence calls and calls for mental health support. So all these calls that we've received, we've tried to enable and support our community. The lack of schooling and the closure of the schools, as I'll allude to a bit further down the track, had also caused a large pressure on the LMA as an association. We have a lot of the kids that essentially have a mandate to learn their religion and understand, have no longer have access to any of that information, or the teachers or the scholars that we usually get in touch with. So mainly there's been a large impact on our community. It's caused the anxiety, it's caused a lot of panic and confusion. And what we need really from the government is to work closely with us, provide us with the fact sheets, sort of get on the floor and on the ground with us, and provide us this support on an ongoing basis, and not just sort of through messaging and various other sort of channels that are intermittent.
And it's true that you have a hotline for people to call who need assistance at the LMA. That's if they've got COVID, if they're trying to access medications. You're providing that kind of day-to-day support there at the LMA, aren't you?
We are, and I mean, from July, I've read some of the stats. We've received over 1,100 calls for vaccine inquiries and bookings from the community. Now, whether or not the doses are available, it's just the sheer number of calls that we're trying to really field at a very short level of time and a span of time, really, and it's really resulted in a lot of pressure on us and a lot of undue sort of pressure that the community and the whole have just really felt.
No, thanks very much, Mr. El-Kathir. We might come back to the question of vaccinations shortly. Mr. Singh, you've been providing a lot of really practical support. I've seen lots of evidence of that in terms of food hampers across South and Western Sydney. Do you want to talk about that?
Yes, thank you. So we have been running a COVID crisis relief centres in Sydney, Liverpool, Harris Park, Wollongong, Queanbeyan, and interstate as well. So if you just focus on the southwest part of Sydney, since start of last year's pandemic, we handed out 30,000 free meals to people who were already serving in their communities and they couldn't cook or provide for them. So we were sort of supporting them. And we've had the hampers going since then. We had with only about a 3-week gap in between. And now we've started off in a new facility, literally with high tables and nothing else. We're doing everything manually. If you come in there, I've tried to reach out to Resilience New South Wales. Their number rings out. We have no support in that. Whereas instead of just us sharing information, the community is asking for what can you do apart from just sharing this information? You know, that is already there. So information will not feed people's stomach. It might feed their mind. It might put them at ease, but still people need to put food on the table for kids. People need to put food on the table for their pets as well. In many cases, we have assisted people with therapy dogs, with guide dogs, where they could not go out. So we're not only leaving people behind in this mission, we're leaving animals behind as well that are lifeline for these people who have disabilities and other issues that they rely on these especially the therapy dogs and the guide dogs to sort of get them around. We have seen a huge spike since start of this pandemic. We have received over 4,000 requests just for hampers alone. That's all over New South Wales, in Dubbo as well, and in Sydney. We are delivering 12 to 1,400 hampers a week. We have 0 paid staff. I'm literally, because my business is shut down thanks to COVID, I'm actually dedicating my time full-time onto this. So are many of our other small business owners who have nothing else to do. Otherwise, they're going to sit at home and have mental health issues. So we are suffering ourselves as well, but yet we're helping. And that's the nature of the Southwest and Western Sydney. We are serving people with various needs. We've got people who never asked for help before. They're reaching out for help. We've got people who have been in the country for less than 2 years. They're asking for help. We've got single mums. Basically, we serve anyone and everyone in need. We don't ask them. We have a very simple form, and we believe the onus is on the person asking for a hamper. They just ask for a hamper, and we deliver without any questions asked, because that, again, being a volunteer-run organisation, we don't have the time and resources to case manage each individual. And right now, people from all walks of life, we have delivered to people living on acreage that they rented, and they ran crying. So a person that has a big house does not mean that they can still put food on the table because they don't have the working capital. Small businesses are reaching out that cannot afford to repay their finances, repay their mortgages. They put everything on hold, and the long-term implication of this is going to again affect them, where they are going to be affecting their credit history. So people are in a lot of stress. We need culturally sensitive solutions for this. We need culturally sensitive food items. Small charities like ourselves and others are on the ground working, and we are not seeing any support from the government. The grants are here and there. You still have to apply for them. I have been saying this since the floods, if I can just, add this on, that the government at all levels should be able to verify a charities working on the grassroots level by their social media, by their presence, by collaboration, what they've seen, and yet that's not happening. We're still struggling to buy food items from Food Bank as well. For me to serve 12 to 1,400 hampers delivered across Sydney, I have to have a pallet of milk, a long life milk. Food Bank will only give us 10 to 20. I know they're serving thousands of clients, but again, for organizations that are doing bulk, they're not restricting people on visa or religion or their subclasses. We're helping everyone. We need that support. We need to be able to have our warehouse stocked up so we can serve those people, because otherwise our volunteers are coming in, they can't pack hampers. Now we've got ADF coming in. The problems are real. I just wish if the people behind this decision can come out and visit us to see what it is. Even if it's a virtual visit, they will learn a lot how we are working on the grassroots level, trying to provide food for the family. I've got people crying on the phone. So out of the 4,000 odd people that have registered since this pandemic began, nearly 60% wanted food hampers. And about another 20% want rent assistance, fees for their kids, financial assistance, Women who have left home, we try to help them because of domestic violence through special, sort of asking help from our sponsors and whatnot. Those sort of people are falling between the cracks, and this is without mentioning people on student visas, people on bridging visas, people on temporary visas. They are not even registering anywhere on it. My question is, if we were in a war situation where we physically got attacked, like, they did in the thing, are we still going to categorize people based on what stamp they have on their passport? We should be acknowledging everyone that's in Australia right now as Australians, not what they are, because the tragedy is not going to ask them if they have a certain stamp on their passport before it affects them. This is really upsetting. I have been lobbying for international students, temporary residents who are stuck overseas, and the kids are stuck overseas. Not very much is being done on them. They are left to rot. They have spent thousands and thousands of dollars in the years in Australia investing for a better future, and all of that has gone to waste. So that is my words for now. If you have any clarifications, I can give. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Singh. It's a remarkable operation that you're running entirely on volunteers and incredibly important emergency support with very limited or no government support. So thanks very much, Mr. Singh. Mr. Mori, I wanted to come to you specifically around the issue of what has been the imposition on authorised workers across the local government areas of concern. We've seen a division of Sydney into Sydney and then those specific LGAs. What are some of the increased requirements that have put on those authorised workers, and what's the effect been on them?
I think one of the things, certainly the authorised workers has been confusing. Certainly the timelines for people to be vaccinated to leave the lockdown areas has been a big issue. I mean, one of the things I think we need to remember is the vast majority of workers in Western and Western Sydney aren't working from home. They actually have to travel out of their local government areas to work. And so it's been very difficult around how they actually do that. For example, there's a couple of examples. One is the building industry. People have been frustrated about getting in queues to get the vaccination. I know a lot of them have done that, but there was an initial problem in getting appointments, people having to wait 6 or so weeks to get their vaccination. And now we've got a situation where building workers and construction workers have gone and got the injection, but they now cannot go to work because there's a 50% cap on construction projects. So there's a bit of anger out there around, well, the government told me to go and get the vaccination. I've got the vaccination, now I can't go to work. That creates frustration and makes it very difficult. The other thing is, for many workers, for example, retail workers, a lot of those workers, there's a vast group who are under 16. One of the requirements to leave your area was that you actually have to either have your first jab or an appointment. Many of those young people who work and contribute to their family's income weren't captured for a long while, and we weren't sure what was going to happen to them. In the end, they were told that they were exempt from it. That's a problem to have a 16-year-old running around who isn't vaccinated, but equally they need to be able to actually work and have an income. And the other part of it is very much around the disaster payments and payments such as test and isolation. For people who are casual or contractors, the test and isolation payment, although it's come a bit too late, is really important, because if you have to choose between putting food on the table and missing a shift or a casual shift or getting an income, it is so important that you can actually go and cover the lost wages if you feel a bit sick in the morning, rather than waking up thinking, oh, should I go and get tested? If I get tested, I've got to wait 3 days. That security of having a financial income covered means people will make the right health decisions. And so for us as the union movement, it's been ensuring that the financial security of workers through payments is important, because it enables them to make the appropriate health decision about their own health, rather than thinking, oh, I'll go and do the shift today and then I'll get tested after it. And I think that's one of the problems with not having JobKeeper in place, that people have had to make a choice between putting food on the table and taking a shift. And that's not a fair situation for the vast majority of people in Western and Southwestern Sydney.
Yeah, and you make that point that that financial security then underpins the health response. And what we've seen, and we know, like you said, I heard a figure yesterday saying that 80% of Sydney's authorised workers are actually in these 12 local government areas of concern. What are you hearing from frontline workers about their experience through the pandemic, and what they've had to go through in order just to be able to attend work?
Well, I mean, one of the funny things is, essential workers is a whole new category now. It includes retail workers, the people who are delivering food on their bicycles for dinner, people who you would never help, cleaners. I mean, they're probably the most important group of workers now who are essential workers, particularly in the health industry. What we're finding is there's been confusion over the health orders. We've found them difficult at times to interpret ourselves, and we're an advocacy organisation. I think trying to then relay the information to communities who have a second language, English is not their primary language, that's been a real problem. And I think just having clear information has been the challenge. And I know, look, we're in the middle of a pandemic, it's not easy, I get that. But certainly I think that's fallen down because there hasn't been that link with the community leaders that needs to be there, so that that information is considered by the community leaders. Advice is given on how best to provide that information to communities and in the formats it should be in. I mean, not sending out pamphlets, the written word to people is not, for many communities, is not the best way to do it. It's through your community language, having leaders talk, radio, those sorts of things. And I think we always seem to start from this, well, what works for everybody else should work for everyone, and it just doesn't. And I think that community input around how the message is delivered, while it may have got there now in the early stages, I think consultation directly with those community leaders, you would have seen better information, got out quicker in forms that were able to be consumed by those communities more effectively.
Unfortunately, my time's expired.
We'll come back to you, Courtney, don't worry. Mr. Singh, you were saying in your opening address that about the lack of support to the smaller, more nimble non-government organisations that are able to get that kind of direct help out to residents. Did you want to expand on that a little?
Yes, thank you, Chair David. Look, it's the same issue that we've faced and seen through the pandemic began last year. All the major charities shut shop. That's how simple it is. And most of them didn't have the volunteer capacity due to age factors as well, because we've seen in our societies, wonderful, many senior citizens put their time into being productive through volunteerism. But the pandemic affected them, so they lost all their workforce, whereas other groups who had younger people who were able to keep carrying the weight through, yet we have seen the difference in funding. We're not government funded. We have to apply for every niche grant to get that. That takes a lot of resources to be physically doing that. So why cannot we be given for example, a credit with the food bank to say you've got X amount of dollars with food bank, you can order X amount with Woolworths, X amount with the main suppliers being Costco and other things, instead of us scrambling for each and every dollar to buy these things. That is what really frustrates people like us on the ground. And yet we have seen in the fundings as well, all the major charities that are doing, they have been doing other work and they're getting all the funding. So that is my key question. I can, in my humble opinion, say this because I represent the underrepresented. We have seen the people virtually want to, you deliver a hamper and say, look, you have saved my life. I'm able to put food on the in the table for kids. Can I give you a hug? No, sorry, it's COVID, This is the response. This is how appreciative people are when you turn up on their door, although we have a contact-free delivery. This is the reality of the thing, and we are not exposing anyone, but we're trying to help. So it is very frustrating in that sense, Dave.
So, Mar, you've been delivering between 12 and 1,400 hampers a week throughout the course of this lockdown. How much government assistance have you had?
Nothing. Well, sorry, we've applied for a couple of grants. We haven't got them yet. So everything that we're doing is community donations that are coming in. So literally the people that are volunteering, they are donating as well to us to keep the mission going. and that's how it is. We're delivering anywhere from Peamount to Penrith, to the mountains in Kurrajong as well.
Rondo, if I could go to you briefly, what about the non-government organisations like yourself and others that you're working with? What's been the relationship with the state government in terms of funding and in terms of consultation?
So in terms of consultations, we've had several meetings. So I'm answering your question backward a little bit. We've had plenty of meetings. There have been those, online meetings. However, they have been much more similar to the press conferences in some respects. While we have a chance to ask questions, it's pretty much the answers have been the same way that we're given at, similar to what you see at press conferences. It doesn't happen before a decision is made. It is not necessarily a true consultations as such, but it's more like, here's the information, we are there for you, we're offering the support, but it's more about, coming in and fronting up and offering that moral support, I guess. That there have been incredible people within departments who have extended support to us, like Multicultural New South Wales, like DCJ, like Service New South Wales. All of them have been incredible. It is much more the issue to do with government decisions on how it impacted on Southwest and Western Sydney. They're the ones that we've got objection with, and how it impacted on people. Now, in relation to funding, the state government has made much more funding available, rolled out there to community organisations. Now, our initial demands at the very beginning is more that bills are piling up for people. They're going to be driven further into poverty if people cannot afford to pay their rent, they cannot afford to pay their bills. It is not good enough that we're asking people to defer their rent, their bills and whatnot, and negotiate with landlords. They do not have that kind of capacity. And we do not have that kind of mandate to go and, while we can negotiate on people's behalf, and we've got the financial counsellors to do it, it's still not necessarily a sustainable way of supporting people during a crisis of this nature. So government grants have been made available to I don't think we've received them yet, but they have been. We had to apply, as Mr. Singh said, we have to apply for it. We have to go through the process. There's been some money available that has been earmarked to go to community organisations, but much more of supplements on top of their existing funding. So it's so money is available. Money, the state government, I'm surprised at how much they've been rolling out, which is great to see. But I would rather see it directed to the people in the sense that people benefit out of it directly. This is nothing to take away from community organisations as such. Community organisations need the support. Plenty of volunteers there who are doing it tough as well, who do not have the support. Community organisations need the funding, but people also, we urge the government to support people with their bills and their mounting debt.
So, Ms. Katan, you've been told you will get some funding, but it hasn't come in yet. Is that right?
Not really. We've applied. We understand that decisions will be made and will be rolled out shortly. We do not know, as have many other organisations. So it's still a competitive process, like everything else, in terms of transparency and so forth. So that's the way it is.
So we're in the third month of the lockdown, and at least two of the principal organisations doing the work on the ground haven't yet received any funding from the state government. Mr. Alcacer, has your organisation received any support to do the kind of community work you've been doing?
David, look, like with the other communities, we've applied for the grants available, and we've had some consultation with the government. But like with everyone else said, it's quite reactive and it's not really available on need. So we are also relying on donations and various other channels to help the community. And as I said, our scope has increased significantly since what we originally had offered. Now we're trying to we've got mental counselling, a team that's on board that try to assist with these issues that we're facing within the community. But I mean, I guess the reality is that, you know, when we need the funding and the support and the resourcing at this very moment is not really available, despite the fact that we're dealing with this right now in present time. So rather than sort of speaking in hindsight, we want the government to work more closely with us and provide us these resources, you know, on the floor, on the ground, so that we can support the community across all the needs. So there's a whole lot of needs that we need. So as I said originally, so the food bank needs in terms of food hampers and originally people that have lost their jobs, social and core workers that can no longer go to work, can no longer put food on the table. So they're requesting money donations themselves. So they're requesting, you know, food hampers and all sorts of resources. Excuse me. So sorry. So this is what we're currently dealing with.
Yeah, thanks all. We talk about the health impacts of long COVID, how you can have COVID, but then the health impacts continue for months and potentially years. Seems to me, though, that there are economic impacts, the kind of longer term economic impacts that are going to happen in Western and Southwestern Sydney with unpaid mortgages, unpaid rent, increased unemployment and power bills. What sort of planning should the state government be doing now to be addressing those medium and long-term economic impacts for Western and Southwestern Sydney? I might start with you, Mr. Singh.
Yeah, thank you. And I think I would like to see small business owners and operators included into these, being offered subsidies for ongoing business repayments. For example, I'm in transport industry. Our trucks parked up for 6 to 7 weeks. That's a big chunk of registration that we have to pay. Why cannot we have registrations rolled or credit being given for those as well? And financial capacity, I would like to clear one thing. Out of the people that reach out to for us for food assistance, we cannot provide anybody with rent or any financial assistance because we don't have the funding for it. So we have to say no. I would like to see payments being made to employers so they can filter down to their employees, and also small businesses that need immediate credit so they can keep everything going. That is one thing I've noticed in the community. And also sole business operators who work on ABN, they are missing on funding and care as well. Thank you.
I might just invite the other three witnesses, Mr. Alcacer, Ms. Ratana, Mr. Morey, if they have any contribution on this.
I think that's a very good point, that businesses, particularly with their debts and repaying debts as they've accumulated during the lockdown, will make it very difficult for them when we actually come out of this. And I take that from a position of, unless these businesses are operational and functional, there won't be jobs for workers in Western Sydney. And so anything that can be done to alleviate, certainly the banks pushing to recover debts quickly after the lockdown is open. There needs to be a grace period for businesses around that. As equally, there needs to be a grace period for workers who are unable to pay their electricity bills, water bills, these sorts of things. We need to look at how we actually, for many of those workers who haven't been working, they will not necessarily be in a position to ever repay a lot of that sort of stuff, and will be behind the 8 ball, particularly if they've got mortgages that they're trying to deal with as well. And I think dealing with the mortgage situation for workers is going to be a really big issue as well, and the approach the banks take over the long term. Now, I know that's a federal issue, but the state government can position itself to be speaking with the federal government to make sure that there is support packages for small business, small to medium businesses, many of which are in southwestern and western Sydney. But secondly, also how the banks are going to manage workers who have got mortgages. Many have substantial mortgages and have been earning more than $750 a week, the disaster payments, who are still going to be behind the 8 ball. And this is there'll be a tail in this. This will be a 6-month lag before it really starts to affect people as we come out of the lockdown. And so in 6 months' time, it'd be terrible if people forgot what people have gone through and start foreclosing on them.
Yeah. Ms. Ratana, Ms. Alcacer, if you want to briefly add something, and then I'll pass over to Ms. Fairman.
Yeah, sure. So it's going to take a while for people to come out of this. Businesses are not going to recover overnight. People are not going to recover overnight. So we encourage that there be a stimulus package after that in consultation with communities, and please consult with the affected communities, particularly in the local government areas of concern. So, you know, the vaccination will get us out of the virus temporarily, I guess. But the impact, the inequality that is widening, the economy to bounce back, and the most impacted workers and businesses will face a new world with depleted savings, mounting debts, lingering physical and mental health issues they've got plenty to overcome. So there has to be the recovery strategy that is currently being developed by the government. It must include genuine commitment to engage with communities, and also a stimulus measures that targets the part of the city that have been most affected.
Ms. Augustin, or I'll go over to Kate for the next round.
Yeah, just to quickly reiterate, also from my point of view, yes, we do need to see a recovery plan. We need to work with the government really closely to review the plan. We've got to make sure that the plan itself is actually working for our community. It can't be a framework. It can't be a particular sort of overall plan that is sent across the state. We have different levels of skilled workers in our area. So not a lot of people work from home, particularly some people own businesses, some people are construction workers and essential services. So we need to work on this plan. We need to be involved from the get-go with the government on this plan to ensure that the recovery of the pandemic in our southwest area, our LGA and community, come out of this situation in full force. So we just ask the government to continue to work with us very closely and ensure that we are involved in every step of the way of the plan.
Ms. Fairman.
Thank you, Chair. And just before I begin, I also just want to thank all of your organisations for the work you are doing. I just can't imagine what would be happening to communities on the ground if you weren't there doing just the incredible work you're doing. So thank you so much. Mr. Alcacer, I might go to you. You mentioned mental health in your opening statement. You spoke of the huge impact on people's mental health as a result of lockdown measures. I just wanted to know whether people are able to get culturally appropriate mental health support services, particularly from the government at this point in time. Are they available? Is there a huge gap in the support that's available?
I might have to take that question on notice, Kate, in relation to if there is cultural support services for our mental health. We do know that we've got our mental health support staff at the organisation providing these type of services, but it is very limited. It's basically what we originally had prior to the pandemic, and we just overutilise that resource today. Now, as you rightly said, I think the mental health of the community sort of differs amongst each of the communities in one way or another, based on the cultural relevance and the religious relevance as well. So we do need to cater for that for the community. I'm not quite sure if at present we've received any sort of direct consultation in terms of this type of mental health support that we require, but we are just currently overexerted in our capacity, and I think it's a really great one to follow up on myself.
Okay, great. Actually, while I've got you, I just also wanted to get your views and potentially plea to the government around funerals. I noted your statement recently about the fines for people who were grieving funeral attendees in their cars. Recently, while people in Bondi were able to attend the beach, you're urging the government to relax restrictions for outdoor funerals in a COVID-safe way. Did you want to speak to that, Mr. Alcacer?
Absolutely. Look, a recent incident, as you alluded to 2 days ago at the Sydney Rookwood Cemetery, highlighted the total lack of empathy and a religious sensitivity by the police, where they did arrest grieving families, which allegedly exceeded the outdoor capacity limits of 10. But however, they were all social distancing and wearing their own masks. Now, this was a stark contrast to the situation we saw in the northern beaches, where people had gathered and police enforcement of these orders has been negligible. We do, as you know, that many of our communities have larger families. and we may have multiple funerals at once at the same day. So that may indicate or allude to the fact that there is a large gathering over there, but in fact they're grieving on different circumstances. The police were sent up, 2 days ago, and they applied, what we saw as brute force, just undue pressure on the people there while grieving. Some of them were arrested and taken to the station, which didn't help the cause. Now that breaks the trust between the community and the police. And every time we try to work with the community to say we need to have the cohesion and the inclusion and the respect, something like this happen, an incident where it breaks that trust again, and we have to try to mend the whole situation all over again. So it's becoming
So can I just jump, Mr. Alcacer, so just in terms of, so they're taken to the station as opposed to yes, issuing fines in a situation like that. It was technically, a breach of the public health orders. And yes, I think, your organisation getting a COVID safe plan to the government about outdoor funerals is, I'm sure you're kind of working on that. That's but they took people to the station. Can you just...
Okay, some of the social media posts that have circulated, and I don't want to use each and every one of them as evidence, but I did see that some of the social media posts that were circulated involved people that were under arrest at the time, people that were led away to the police vehicle at the time. They did state that they were there for a funeral of a cousin or a relative that was deceased in that situation. The police have not sort of went back and asked around the circumstances. It was ignored. The cultural awareness wasn't there, and they were just treated like essentially thugs that were breaching the public health order by protesting or anything like that. But it was far from that. They were simply going there to grieve their family within their cultural and religious sort of sanctities, and this was all broken by the police just marching in a large amount of group in there and just mass arresting people just for exceeding the 10 count. Whilst, as I said earlier, the families may have exceeded 10 count originally, and it's very hard for us to turn back certain family members to say, sorry, now at the 10th person now, you should now go back and you can't grieve because you have exceeded that. So we ask for leniency, we ask for people, the police and the state to work with us and find this balance so that we can ensure there is safety, but at the same time, there is the leniency that we can continue to grieve, in a very disastrous state.
I think I've got time for one more question. I'll go to the other panelists. I think maybe Ms. Catan for this, but I note that there's been another death this week of this time a woman in her 60s at home from COVID in southwest Sydney. Are you hearing of people who are being cared for at home who really feel like they should be cared for in hospital? Is there anything that you can kind of tell the committee about what you're hearing from the community in this regard?
I'll probably have to take that one on notice. However, we are aware of people, a lot of people actually. We've got thousands of people in South and Southwest Sydney who have tested positive and are isolating at home with COVID. We've had situations where a family who the entire family, actually, the mother, the husband, and one of the daughters who live in the same household who have tested positive. The mother started feeling pain in her chest, had gone and panicked and called 000, was told that there isn't an ambulance for another 24 or whatever amount of hours. That's what they relate to us anyway. And then when went to hospital, the way she was feeling there was absolutely panicked, because she also hears from overseas this that people are dying without even a sign of breathlessness or anything of that nature. And the person she went to, she was given permission by the ambulance for the husband to drive her to hospital. So and she was driven to hospital. When they tested, they put her in an isolation in a room, checked her up after a while, and was released because her oxygen levels were fine. When she got home, she was still very panicked. She went back home, still very panicked, and still many days later, she still hasn't heard anything from health. Now, we know the system is stretched, we understand all of that, but still there are many of those stories, particularly a few weeks ago. many of that, the preoccupation has been the vaccination, and that's rightly so. We need to get vaccinated. But the people who have tested positive and are isolating at home, there is this gap as to what is going on there. What's the, the healthcare workers are amazing and they're looking after people as much as they could. But still, the focus seems to be a lot of emphasis on vaccination, people isolating at home. So there are situations like that we hear of, entire family with young children who have been, who have tested positive and isolating at home. People are dropping food at their doorsteps. How are they being looked after? So we reach out and so on. But also in terms of, I'm not aware of people who should be in hospital and who are not directly aware, but so I'll have to take that on notice. Thanks.
We'll move over to the opposition now.
Thank you very much. I wanted to explore actually how your organisations are able to be working with the police in relation to just the, the funeral issue is a clear one. There's been significant concerns about the way in which people have been policed. I mean, if we've got some of the police coming this afternoon, I'm interested to know from your perspective, one, about what interaction there has been, but B, what needs to happen so that the issues that you're raising can be resolved. Might go to Mr. Elkasir first, I think, and then move to Mr. Tan.
Yep, thank you, Penny. So the requirement for us is essentially having a cultural awareness program and religious awareness of the police when they deal with our community in various other factors. So we've learned, I'll just go back a step. We've learned in Melbourne that categorically the equity across all LGAs of lockdowns and rulings leads to harmony. Now, it's fair to state that, harmony and compliance have a shared correlation, and this would then further extend out to trust between the police and community. Now, without the trust between the police and community, it's very hard to deal with the police or the police deal with the community on various factors where there are certain breaches or slight breaches of conditions. Now, without the trust, what we see evidently is heavy-handed police measures come down, and then there's obviously the resistance from the community in relation to that. As I said earlier, the trust is already broken, per se. So what we need, and back to your point, Penny, is that if the police work with us and essentially have this cultural awareness and the religious sort of sensitivity when they deal with us, it would help out. Now, prior to pandemic, on a daily basis, we work very closely with the KMC local area command, and we've got really great relationships with them. Except that with the pandemic, we know that there was a bunch of police enforcement and rights squads that were outside the local area command that had to deal with us, and they sort of dealt with that sort of background in terms of our liaison. So I think, in short, if we can get that from the government across the state and not just really for the local area command, it would really help out in our solution and play.
No, I think that's right. I mean, my understanding is the LMA has a very good relationship locally with your local police. And so it really is that issue of people coming from outside and then not receiving the briefing that they really should. That's something that I will raise this afternoon with the local police. Ms. Qatar, do you have a view about that as well?
Yeah, first of all, this is a health crisis, not a policing crisis. So any approach to convincing people, so I come from a basis that we need to build trust. If we build trust in communities, people will comply. There is no need to strong arm people, and any kind of policing measures, any kind of compliance measures has to be equitably enforced across the state. As I said in my opening statement, what's good enough for Maryland is also good for Mossman. And I would suggest very strongly that this checkered way or the patchy way that the lockdown has happened has caused so much problems because people in these areas are looking at other areas and seeing no mask, no distancing, nothing whatsoever. How are people going to trust in a message that is telling them that there is a virus going on? It's escaped to other states, for God's sake. So how is it that you're going to convince people that you know, like the government's got your back here. How is it when other areas are, frankly, are, you know, like are free for all? Everybody's promenading around across the beach. They're going and doing whatever, and that's what people are seeing. And these are the videos that are circulating. As much as we urge people not to inflame the situation further, this is what we are getting. You know, so people don't have, you know, there are no filters there between videos and what people are seeing, or our capacity to actually check whether those videos are correct or not. But they are seeing those images, and the media is showing us those images. Across one side of Sydney, it's, you know, everybody can go around freely, whereas in another side of Sydney, people are locked down in their homes and whatnot. So, and then not only that, we see the police at, you know, in, I mentioned also in my opening statement about the 7-Eleven store, there are people, an elderly woman who had got to buy, you know, milk from a store, is stopped by the police as to why she's going out. Or, you know, and helicopters hovering overheads. So they're not really images or anything to build trust. So if we have been here before. You are talking about an area that has had that kind of policing in the past before. So when you are, if it was introduced in a different area, it wouldn't have been felt, you know, it wouldn't have been felt so deeply. So we feel it very deeply. We feel that we are different. We're a subgroup. We're not, you know, we're different. We're treated differently. So when people talk about the police, it's not the human beings, the police as such. It's more what they represent. It is like you're forced into a, you know, the heavy-handed approach of this area has been just, you know, unacceptable. But at the same time, we've got a very strong relationship with the police. And I'm hoping that when we come out of this, we continue to have a strong relationship with the police. But it would have been fantastic had anybody asked us about what is needed, that, you know, how is it that can people comply even more than what they are complying. And frankly, people have been largely complying the same way as any other area in Sydney, how, you know, in relation to the compliance, and not because of the police presence. It's because people want to comply, and that's how it works. Thank you.
Yes, I think the so, well, we seem to have to keep relearning these lessons. It seems to me that if we had have asked the police 2 years ago before this about how they understood the communities and the way that they work with you, they'd say, yes, it's all good. And clearly it's not. Look, I'm running out of time, but Mr. Singh and Mr. Mori, my last question, and I suppose are to you. You've touched on this a little bit, which is, as we start to come out of this, what does the rebuild look like for you in terms of what's needed?
Yeah, thank you. I might just comment a little bit about the funeral situation, and then I'll let the other gentleman take over. We have seen the issue with a lot of people who are migrating to Australia don't have an immediate family. We've had about 4 cases Australia-wide where people have passed away and their bodies are not being able to even sent back. So that's another issue. And then we have to fundraise to pay for the funerals. So there's another spectrum to this whole funeral issue, and people with no immediate family in Australia who came here for a better life have passed away, and their families don't even get to see their last remains. So this is a really terrible situation where there needs to be assistance or some sort of cover provided for that as well. Thank you.
Thank you for raising that. It's extremely important. Mr. Mori.
Did you finish that round? Oh, Mark, you go.
That's right. For us, it's going to be the management of debt. I think is going to be one of the things coming out of it. As I said before, people have mortgages, businesses that have business loans, and their ability to repay that. There needs to be some lenience in that. Otherwise, you're going to see a collapse of businesses in Western Sydney, and that's a collapse of jobs, which is a real problem. The other thing I'd say is during the pandemic, getting information and getting things fixed, certainly for the unions I represent, it's been dependent on those unions having a personal relationships with ministers. Where those ministers have a good relationship with our affiliates, problems have been solved, they've been resolved quickly, but it has been relationship dependent. So there needs to be a way in which organisations have a better act. There's a better process than just relying on personal relationships to get things done. And I think that's going to be key in the recovery as well.
I'll hand over to Ms. Fairman now.
Thank you. Just a quick question about, I think it was you, Ms. Catan, at the beginning, suggested that there were still gaps in terms of ensuring that messages were available in languages other than English. This is, I think, in relation to public health orders and what have you. Could you expand on that and potentially just identify for the committee what more needs to be done in that regard, and if other panelists have contributions there too, that would be great.
So information is available in other languages. It's not like it's not available. It is available, very much so. But the form of it, it's communicated to communities. That's what needs to improve. How is it that we're going to communicate? For example, you know, like I'd say that engaging people in languages, having videos, particularly when we are in a lockdown, having things done on WhatsApp, you know, images of people filming each other, you know, filming themselves talking in language for people who can't read or speak English. That's also important. And it's how it is distributed. So the information is widely available. It's how far can you reach the community, particularly when we are competing with social media there. And how do you disseminate that, you know, those kind of images. And we've got them, you know, like almost practically every single message we receive from health is disseminated on our website in English and in Arabic, for example, and other communities and other community organisations are doing the same thing. So there has to be different forms of distributing information. So we've gone into, you know, having in-language webinars, for example, information sessions for people in relation to the vaccine. And now we are looking at how is it that we can also, because we felt that the people are isolating at home who have tested positive for COVID, there is not enough information to them. So we're preparing that as well together with health. Yeah, so the information itself, it's not the written material, it's the form itself on how it is distributed, and also the platform on where they can be sent. It's not good enough to have people speaking English and then having subtitles. It's not good enough for that. You know, like all kinds of different ways of reaching people to ensure that the messages are received is very vital at a time like this. And when it is also, the timing of it. It cannot happen like there is a lag. So we started off during this recent outbreak where there was a huge lag between English information and in-language information and the gap in between. So finally the system has caught up a lot more and they're getting there and it is much more efficient. But again, I would suggest that the format, and we're all struggling with the format into how is it that we can reach everybody, and that is work in progress, I guess.
Thanks all. If I could just ask about one measure that when I speak to people in Western and Southwestern Sydney has caused a large amount of hurt and a sense of two Sydneys. It was the arbitrary imposition of a curfew. What was the feeling that you had from your communities when that curfew was announced, and what was the impact of it? I might start with you, Amar.
Thank you. So the curfew even affected our operation in providing hampers, because we do have a large number of volunteer drivers that come into the centre only to pick up the hampers delivered in their own cars. So we were affected in that sense as well, and also for us to have our volunteers safely return to their houses or LGAs on different areas. The curfew not only put strains on our charity work as well, but the general community as well, because they could not do certain things or could not expect you know, to be catered for in that area. And the curfew, I think above all, really created a mental frenzy in the communities, thinking, why are we in lockdown? I mean, curfews is what we've heard as migrant Australians from our mothers and grandmothers. So that resonates very badly with the older generation as well, where they've seen the army. I mean, the army has done a fantastic job, but bringing those were more traumatic, and people stayed at home. There's nothing to do outside, so people didn't go home. But bringing in those things mentally made a very big dent and scar on an average person living in the southwest and western Sydney. Thank you.
Mr. Ogasi?
Yeah, so David, yeah, the curfews were essentially just demoralizing for the community as a whole. They came in late in terms of the lockdowns, and they came without much notice, and we were just informed that there's going to be a curfew after 9 o'clock. Now, the community, again, weren't sure of what's going on. We've had high vaccination rates in our community, in our LGAs. We've had up to, I mean, at this present time, about 80% first dose. So, you know, during that time, we've actually seen that we were not sort of engaged as to why the curfews were in place. All it did was essentially impose restrictions on any essential workers or any call workers that had to leave the house after that time. It placed a lot of undue pressure on the parents to go out to the supermarket, get all the groceries before lockdown. Certain supermarkets were closing even before 9 o'clock to cater for the curfew. So everything had to be sort of pushed through in pressure to go out and get your groceries. Now, that caused a lot of stress on the supermarkets like Coles and Woolworths, where I saw personally a large amount of people gathering trying to get all their goods. So in fact, I think, in my point of view, that the curfews just caused more damage to us. It caused a lot of angst amongst the community and anxiety, and things that it was essentially unnecessary in that form. We're trying to work with the community to sort of release some of these lockdown measures, and in fact, just the few weeks ago, that 9 p.m. curfew just really sort of rubbed more salt in the wind.
Ms. Katan?
Thanks, Chair. Although our back was broken a while back, I would say the curfew was the straw that broke it totally. In a way, what happened with the curfew is that one day we were told that when the Premier and the Chief Medical Officer were asked at a press conference that introduce a curfew by one of the journalists, were asked, introduce a curfew, why don't you introduce it? It's been introduced in Victoria and whatnot. And the response was that there is no evidence it would work. Within a couple of days, it was due to pressure from the media, because I watch it very closely and I consume media like crazy. So between a little bit of pressure, it was rolled out to the 12 local government areas. That, in my opinion, is absolutely sadistic. To roll it out when you have no evidence that they would work, to roll it out to an area already on their knees, with the heavy lockdown, with the targeting, with the fact that we have been made to feel like criminals in our own homes, is absolutely cruel. So people in the area, I would tell you that irrespective of their background, irrespective of their economic status, irrespective of the socioeconomic status, they all felt it. People felt totally, totally alienated from the rest of Sydney. So yeah, so the curfew was just something that, whether it worked or did not work, and as others have said, and I don't know about that, but basically how people felt, they totally felt targeted by it.
Mr. Mori.
Another message to the community that you don't matter.
Yeah, indeed. Mr. Mori?
The curfew certainly caused confusion, particularly authorised workers. In Western Sydney, most people, the vast majority, aren't in 9 to 5 jobs. They're in industries that operate 24/7. And so we got a lot of calls about confused people about whether they're authorised workers, did the curfew affect them moving, were they exempt, those sorts of questions. And I think I agree, it didn't add anything to the health strategy, a 9 o'clock curfew, and it did actually cause confusion within the communities.
Thanks all. Probably the single worst part of Australia to put a curfew on, given the work patterns in southwest and western Sydney, without proper cause. We have unfortunately run out of time. Indeed, we've gone a little bit over time. So I thank all the witnesses for staying with us. And I thank you again on behalf of everyone on the committee for the work you do in community and for your continuing to bravely represent the interests of your communities. We are now going to have a short break until 11:30. So I would remind members of the committee to end your video feed and place your device on mute, and we will recommence this inquiry at 11:30. Thanks very much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Hi, Madam Mayor.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, this is Helen. We spoke yesterday. Thank you for coming in a little bit earlier. Just to remind you
no
that this is
problem.
being live streamed at the moment. But I just thought I'd do a quick audio and video check. So it seems like it's all okay. And then if you could just please place yourself on mute and turn your video off if you'd like, we should be ready to start again at 11:30.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. This is the Secretariat speaking. Could I please just quickly do a sound check with you? If you could just unmute, say hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Thank you very much. So just confirming that your video and audio is working fine, and the committee will be ready to start the session at 11:30.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem.
Mr. Mayor, I might just ask for you to mute yourself until then. That's
No
okay.
problem.
Thank you.
Hi, Cal.
welcome to the two mayors. We'll commence going in about 2 minutes' time. I'd like to welcome people back to the next panel we have of the COVID oversight inquiry undertaken by the Public Accountability Committee. Our next round of witnesses will be having two mayors from some of the most impacted local government areas in Western and Southwestern Sydney. They are Councillor Karen McKean, the Mayor of Penrith City Council, and Councillor Cal Asfor, the Mayor of City of Canterbury Bankstown Councils. Thank you both for your attendance today. And starting with you, Mayor McKean, if you could please take either an oath or an affirmation and then provide your name, your title, and the copies of which should have been provided to you.
Yes, I don't have I would like to take the affirmation, but I don't have it at hand, unfortunately.
Well, Ms. Keane, I'll do a brief summary version for you.
Thank
Do
you.
you swear that the evidence you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thanks, Mr. Keane. And if you could give your name and your title.
Karen McEwen. I'm Councillor Karen McEwen OAM. I'm the Mayor of Penrith City.
Thanks, Councillor McEwen. Councillor Asfor. You're still on mute. Sorry, Councillor.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I was just looking for the oath, but I don't have it in front of me. If you want to...
All right. Do you swear before Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. And if you could give your name and your title.
Cal Asfor, the Mayor of Canterbury Bankstown.
Thank you both for your attendance today. And I know how difficult it is the work with your community and the sheer number of demands upon you as both community representatives and also in running your local government areas at this time. So we really do appreciate you making the time for the committee. Now is an opportunity for you to give a brief opening statement. And we might start with you, Ms. McKeon.
Thank you very much. Good morning, and I speak as Mayor of Penrith City Council, and thank you for the invitation. Our local government area is 406 square kilometres, and 12 out of our 37 suburbs are under the harshest restrictions. Residents are confused about what they can and cannot do. This has been exacerbated by the distinct lack of rationale behind the identification of what is an area of concern. Some of these suburbs are under the harshest of lockdowns, have had nil or only one case since the second wave started, and we struggle to explain why. Many residents believe the decision was political. When the government is making life-altering decisions based on local government boundaries, one would logically think you would communicate with the affected local government. No one spoke to us. There was no communication. We learned of the extra restrictions for Penrith on the 20th of August at the 11 a.m. daily press conference. The community expectation was that their locally elected representatives could provide the answers. We could not. When there's a flood, SES contacts council first to find out where our most vulnerable residents are. Same as when there is a fire. Our Penrith staff are awesome in critical situations. We needed New South Wales Health to reach out in the same way. If they had, this would have meant opportunities to assist in the early identification of drive-through testing sites and vaccination hubs to cater for our city's most vulnerable communities. This early intervention and proper communication would have reduced their anxiety and suffering during the harshest restrictions. There's also a lack of information from the government in community languages, and I'm sure Mayor Asfor will cover this off. Lack of notice for changing public health orders. There's an ongoing expectation from the state government that businesses can adapt to major changes the next day. This is not the case, and another hurdle for businesses already under enormous stress, especially when major changes are coming through over a weekend. The Penrith local government area has historically had a high incidence of domestic and family violence. We have been speaking to our local services and area command, and the situation is now dire. My message for the government is talk to us. Local government know our own communities. Local health areas cover many vast local government areas. They cannot know our communities like we do. Local government wants to be part of the solution, but you must talk to us. Thank you.
Thanks, Ma'am, again. I can't imagine how difficult it is having your LGA cut in half by the public health orders, but no doubt we'll explore that in more detail. Mayor Asfor?
Thank you. From day one, it's been shambolic. We've had mixed messages about the vaccines. Communication and messaging changed daily. People were confused. The focus was on case numbers getting to zero or close as. The messaging was about staying at home, then it was about testing, then it was about vaccination. There was no communication from anyone from government. I kept asking and pushing for clarity and assurance, but got turned back. It wasn't until several weeks into lockdown, July 14, after discussions I had with the CEO of Multicultural New South Wales, that the Premier attended a community forum with over 450 people. There were other attempts to reach out to her when my community was being hammered by harsh restrictions, and there was no response. In fact, she sent a response on August 31 to Local Government New South Wales saying she was too busy, and it took media pressure, myself and other mayors, to get her to agree to meet. And I'm grateful for that meeting, which happened last Tuesday, and she heard what she should have heard earlier, weeks or maybe months earlier. From the outset, there was no whole of government strategy to communicate with our cold community. It was left up to us. The daily news conferences provided no answers, just new rules and restrictions every day. The community was wary and confused, not trusting the government. We started the cycle with everything being blamed on the health advice, which the public never got to see and has not seen. Then a couple of weeks in, the Premier saw the green shoots emerging. Then everything was attributed to modelling and matrices. Then emerged the Doherty report. Then we threw Scott Morrison under the bus for the vaccine shortage. Then we threw in a national emergency. And then we shut down the specific local government areas. And with that came the curfews. We had the ADF with boots on the ground, helicopters, police on horseback, 5-kilometre restrictions. We shut down the construction industry, only to reopen a couple of weeks later with unfair restrictions and vaccination requirements. And of course, all of this with the 1 hour recreation outdoors. But the Premier told us that this would lead to a light at the end of the tunnel. Many in my community were saying, well, we're all on board a train that's heading over a cliff, because on the ground, we were experiencing job losses, businesses shut, and we know now some will not reopen. We had a not-for-profit sector run off their feet. People answering the call daily for food, for assistance. We had mental despair. We still have their mental anguish. Businesses complaining of the support not flowing through quickly enough. People angry at the disparity and the discrimination, not helped, of course, by Minister Hazzard's comments when he pointed the finger at certain sections of the community, stereotyping the spread of certain ethnic groups. Comments I've referred to the Premier and called for an apology. We have the stigma on our community being daily called out at the news conference, a stain and blight on the community that has cost people their jobs and their livelihoods. Plumbers, tradies, builders, others losing their jobs because of where they live. The community already suffered from lockdown fatigue, watching as health rules being applied differently according to which postcode you lived in. My community locked out of swimming pools only to watch the beaches packed in the eastern suburbs, and no police action for the health orders being breached. Other examples of police arresting people at Rookwood Cemetery only a few days ago for mourning of a loved one. We've had the shortage of vaccines. We have the reluctance of AstraZeneca by many in the community. But through the challenge, and my community, I'm proud of my community, they've ploughed on. The community leaders have led the way, religious leaders, community members driving vaccinations, setting up centres in places of worship and pop-ups where possible, and volunteers and not-for-profits and agencies helping to deliver food hampers to the needy for the COVID suffering and isolating at home.
Thanks, Meredith, for a very, I think, very balanced and real concerns you've provided. I'll now hand over to the opposition to commence the first round of questioning.
Great, thank you, Chair. And I might add my thanks and the thanks of the opposition to the work both of you have been doing, but along with all of your fellow mayors, you've been key advocates for your community during this difficult period. I might start, Mayor McEwen, with you. Just give us a bit more detail about what it is like on the ground. Mayor Asfor then just talked about businesses that he's concerned may never open their doors again. Turning first to those local businesses, do you have similar fears for your area?
We absolutely do have. I'm having a regular weekly hookup with our local business leaders. Many of our shops, we've got two major city centres. We have Penrith, of course, but we also have St Mary's. And St Mary's is the epicentre of our outbreak at the moment and is one of those areas with the harshest restrictions. The fear is there that many of those closed shops, now they're all small businesses, they're family businesses, they will never reopen. I'm hearing people accumulating debts of $20,000 or $30,000 in rent arrears that they will never ever be able to pay. They won't be able to afford it. Many are from non-English speaking backgrounds. They cannot navigate the government's red tape. They often need translation services, which are just not available at the moment. They're absolutely stretched as well. So we won't know the full extent of what we're dealing with until we actually come out of the lockdown. But we fear that we are going to be in a situation where we've lost maybe a third of our local businesses just through this extended period. That could be a very, very conservative estimate, but certainly our business leaders are telling us that that is what they're experiencing.
And turning to how people are coping, we heard from charities this morning about the sheer number of hampers that they're getting to people who simply need food. What's the situation like on the ground in your local government area?
I never thought in my lifetime in 2021 that we would be talking about food security. Our council is now funding food hampers, and our staff from those areas that are currently closed, such as our pools and our libraries, are dispensing in a very COVID safe way food hampers to people's boots, to doorsteps, just to get people fed. We're being told by people when we're distributing these hampers that they haven't eaten for days, especially in those areas that are in the harshest lockdown. They're afraid of leaving their houses. They don't have their own vehicles. They don't want to get on public transport. So they're reaching out. The good thing is that they are reaching out. I'm hearing from our multicultural community that there's many who are not reaching out because they're embarrassed, because they don't want to be seen as needy, and they think that there are others in more need than themselves. So we are
turning to that question about domestic violence, you said your concern, you've been told the situation is now dire. Give us some more details about what you're hearing about that in your area.
I was able to raise this with the Premier when we met with her, and thank her for that opportunity finally. And we're being told that women are disclosing when they're going to get vaccinated. They're actually disclosing to the nursing staff that they're in a very, very dangerous situation. And I'm not sure that the staff that are doing the vaccinations are actually experienced in being able to deal with such situations. So it's it's heartbreaking for women and children to think if they're in an extremely dangerous situation that they cannot leave. Our message to them through our domestic violence services is they absolutely can seek refuge. They absolutely can leave a dangerous situation, even when they are in the harshest lockdown. But to think that women's only opportunity to seek an ear for someone to hear the absolute terror that they're suffering every single day is when they go to get a vaccination is just heartbreaking.
And that's presumably because it's one of the few times they're leaving the house. They just don't have the opportunity.
And that's right. Exactly right.
Turning to the issue about the fact that your local government area has been literally cut in half. There's been a lot of talk about 2 Sydneys. You're living it in your local government area. What practical problems is that creating for people on the ground?
At first, it was the confusion. It was about, whether the tradies could leave. We have a lot of tradespeople, small businesses, self-employed in the area. Can they leave the area? Just trying to navigate what the health messages were was a challenge for a lot of people. There's a lot of anger because people in some areas of lockdown are seeing others drive through their suburb to go and walk around the river, for instance, which is totally legal for those that are not in the harshest lockdown. But it's very, very, very disappointing that these messages are not out there in the clearest possible terms for people to be able to deal with, understand and navigate.
Thank you. There was discussion about the importance of local testing of vaccination hubs. Some councils have offered their facilities for vaccination hubs. Where are you up to in that discussion? How nearby is a vaccination hub from your point of view? Okay,
so our council has on a daily basis been reaching out to our local health and offering all facilities that we have free of charge for vaccinations. We currently have 2 vaccination hubs. One is at Penrith Panthers, which offers both Pfizer and AstraZeneca. And we have another one located in a suburb called Caddens. Unfortunately, Caddens was only offering the AstraZeneca and the vaccination rates were down to single digits there. We have been absolutely screaming from the rooftops to every quarter about a vaccination hub in St Mary's, the epicentre of our outbreak. To date, we still don't have one. Blacktown do not have one, 415,000 residents. Cumberland do not have one. When you think of those populations that we all cover and to not have a mass vaccination hub in any of our, or all of our LGAs is just criminal when we're offering our services. And I've heard the other mayors also offering their venues up. It just beggars belief.
Thank you for that. I might finally ask you before I hand to my colleague, just what other support would make a difference at the moment? What do you need to deal with those issues you've outlined are real problems on the ground in your community?
Number one would be a vaccination hub in St Mary's. That would be my first and foremost ask. Number two would be the support for small businesses. I know that they have had some small business support through. It needs to be consistent. It needs to be easy to access. And certainly when we do come out of this, there needs to be a step down from that support. You cannot just cut these small businesses off at the knees. We're going to suffer the consequences of this for months and months to come. And we need that ongoing support to really prop up our economy, because they really do drive our local economy here. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Mayor Aspel, I wanted to ask you some questions. Many parts of Sydney have been able to quickly transition to working from home when the lockdown was announced. How realistic was that for workers in Canterbury Bankstown?
Well, just in my community, in my workforce can't work from home. It's as simple as that. They're the plumbers. They're the plumbers and the electricians. They're the people driving the trucks that are delivering the parcels to Greater Sydney, delivering the food to the supermarkets across Greater Sydney. 80% of the workforce that in the 12 local government areas cannot work from home because they're essential workers. The Premier admitted that when I spoke to her the other day. So there is no way in the world that we could work from home. It's not that simple. The work that we do when you're either in health or logistics or construction, you can't do it from sitting behind a laptop. So that is why, unfortunately, the case numbers are high, because we're out there in the community doing what we can to make sure that Greater Sydney continues to run.
And yet workers in Canterbury Bankstown and across the 12 local government areas have actually faced increased pressure and increased restrictions on them. What's been that effect of really dividing Sydney in half in terms of the restrictions that apply to workers in your particular part of Sydney?
Yeah. There's 2 points I want to raise on that. It's unfair and it's discriminatory in my view when we have construction workers that are being as an example, being mandated to get the jab, and construction workers from outside of the hotspot areas not being mandated to get it, yet they're working in the same industry, the same profession, they're working on the same job site, and one has to be vaccinated and one doesn't. It doesn't make any sense to me. The second part is the stigma that is now being caused because the focus, unfortunately, at these press conferences every day has been on compliance, on police, on ADF. It hasn't been on unity and making sure that we get through this together. And now what the result of that is I'm getting phone calls and emails from my constituents that are telling me that they're not getting business anymore from outside the area because those businesses are afraid that the virus might be transmitted in their, whether it's on their construction site or in their business. So people that have had relationships, business relationships and contracts and agreements with others that live outside the area no longer are able to get those jobs because they're going to someone else. And that's really had a significant impact on a lot of people in my community. So it really just shows you the division between our communities. And it's not just, it's not a simple thing for these businesses now to be able to recover when, they're seen in this way. And we need to do a lot of work, I think, in healing Sydney once we're out of this pandemic and once we get our freedoms back.
Well, what support do you think will need to be in place to allow those small businesses, especially in your part of the world, to reopen? Well,
again, a couple of things on that. I met with Joe the barber from Padstow last week. He's not entitled to any government support for his business because, and I got my accountant to ring him as well to make sure, and they confirmed it. It's because he didn't earn enough money last year, and it really is disheartening when he tells you that he spent all his life savings, that he's lonely, and he just wants to get back to work and see his customers again. He's not able to do that, and I think we need to be able to help businesses like Joe and others that don't have the money right now to be able to go and buy the stock that they need to refill their shops. They're not able to do that because they just don't have the money. So there really needs to be some economic drive or push or investment by government to make sure they're able to do that without having to go and try and borrow money from a bank. I think that's really going to be a problematic thing and a difficult thing if that support isn't there. The second thing is, and I'm really concerned about this, is when we open up at 70% or at 80%, how is the casual assistant that's working at Suzanne's or working at Lowe's going to be able to police unvaccinated people that want to come into the store? I don't think it should be on them. They shouldn't be the person that decides. And it's really, I'm afraid for them. Like, I don't want them to be spat on. Business owners don't want fights occurring outside their premises. I think there needs to be guidance, clear guidance about what they can do. And when I spoke to the Premier about this, she said that they should call the police. And I've made the point, and I'll continue to make it. We need more than just being able to call the police. These businesses have suffered enough. They've suffered enough through this shutdown and this lockdown. What they really need is government to be behind them and support them, because they're the ones that are going to employ people. They're the ones that are going to try and help our economy recover. And they can't have this extra burden of responsibility of policing who comes into their shop and who doesn't without the necessary protections. And I'm really worried about that. We've got 33,000 businesses in Canterbury Bankstown. Sure, there are some big businesses, but there's a lot of small ones. And, you know, these people need that support from government and need that clarity and guidance.
Do you have any early indications? I mean, Mayor McEwen just said that they're looking at 1/3 of their businesses not being able to reopen. Do you have any kind of similar insights for Canterbury Bankstown?
I don't have that type of number. I think it's hard to predict. I think there's going to be businesses that are going to come back slowly. Some won't come back. And I'm really trying to make sure that we're supporting them as much as possible. I've been, you know, doing what we can do at a local government level and making it easy, trying to, you know, we're doing away with footpath dining fees, so cafes can go on and when they do reopen, you know, have their customers outside where it's safe to be. That's what the Chief Health Officer tells us, without having to pay to council any fees. So that's just one thing that we're doing. There's a, you know, we're doing the same thing for business rates as well. We're deferring business rates and you know, not and sort of wiping away the interest. So there's things that we're doing, but what we do is just a local government level. It's not enough. They need state government support and probably Commonwealth government support as well. But to make sure that we can, you know, rebound, reboost, and get our, you know, people working again and get our economy back to where it was.
And would you agree that this needs to have a staggered approach? We can't just see when businesses reopen, there are going to be still restrictions on them. We're going to need to see that support in place for some time.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think it can be just, you know, at a certain date, arbitrary date, that they no longer get the support that they're receiving at the moment. You know, some have complained that it's not enough, and you know, and I agree with them because they've got bills to pay as well. You know, it's been really hard, but to go and announce a date where it's just going to stop, it's going to take weeks and months and maybe longer for some of our businesses to get back up trading to where they were prior to these lockdowns. And I think the government really needs to make sure that it's a gradual approach over time. And maybe some industries need to have it for longer than others, but that needs to be carefully looked at. It can't be a blanket rule, I don't think, for all businesses.
Now, on the weekend, we saw people flocking to Bondi for a swim. Do you think that you can safely reopen your outdoor pools to allow Western and Southwestern Sydney residents that same opportunity?
Absolutely, 100%. I'm ready to open the swimming pools tomorrow, should the health orders allow us. I think it's really, it can be managed. We can open them in a COVID safe way. We did it last year. We can do it by appointment. We can close our change rooms. We can make sure people are wearing masks and safely, you know, socially distant when they're not in the water. I think those issues can be managed. And with the, you know, hot weather upon us, we got beautiful weather today, and over the next, you know, spring and the summer, we need to make sure that we give as much, we alleviate as much pressure on our community as possible. And if we're starting to see some hot days, they need to be able to go to the swimming pool to cool off. It'll be a good thing for our community, and I really do urge the Premier to make that decision. She can make it today, and we can open the pools tomorrow. It is that easy. By the stroke of a pen, she can make this change, and I think it would be another welcome relief, along with the curfews announced a few days ago, with a few other measures, I think, as well, that don't make any sense to me. But the pools is I think, very important, and let's do it. And I'm sure all the other mayors and local government areas would want to do the same thing.
I think my time is fast running out, so let me just ask you about, there's a drive-through, Sydney's or New South Wales' first drive-through vaccination centre open today in Belmore, in our part of the world. There's been lots and lots of local outreach to increase those vaccination rates. How easy has it been for those to be set up across the Canterbury Bankstown local government area?
Look, the one at Belmore was there this morning with Dr. Reefy and the Bulldogs, and it's fantastic to see the people that are, you know, coming in their cars and ready to get vaccinated. I think it's pretty easy to continue to push for more vaccination hubs. And I hear what Councillor McEwen, Mayor McEwen was saying. It's important that people have access. we're lucky. I think initially in the first period of the lockdown, it was hard. We had AstraZeneca hesitancy. We had the Bankstown Sports mainly as the main hub. But as soon as we opened up and we had the Pfizer supply come through, we've really working really hard to open them up all over the place to give people access. I think it's important because it'll encourage more people to get the vaccine. Obviously, we've had our GPs and our pharmacies do it as well, but I think it's important that we do it together. And to be honest, in answer to your question, it was more difficult at the beginning, but for my local government area, it's working really well now, and they're popping up all over the place all the time.
Thanks both again for your evidence today. Could I ask you about the people in your community who have become COVID positive and have come down afflicted with COVID? How have they been supported, and what, if anything, else needs to be done?
Yeah, look, there's a growing problem here, and it's really quite concerning, where we have people that have had the virus and they have spent their 14 days in isolation. The virus has left them. They're you'd assume they're healthy now to come back into society, but unfortunately they're not giving that credentialing or the paperwork. The Ministry of Health is not giving it to them to be able to come back. We've had I know of a person that received a call from the Ministry of Health on day 1 of when they contracted the virus. They're now up to day 22, and they still haven't had a contact from the department. They're not allowed to leave their house. And there's been other examples of longer than that. So there's really a backlog or a lack of resources in getting these people to be able to rejoin society, albeit for essential reasons. And they're still getting the knocks on the door from police because they don't have the paperwork to be able to be released. And I think it's important that this is raised because it's causing quite a mental strain on families in my community where this is really a problem. And people shouldn't be locked down for longer than they have to. And unfortunately, we're hearing now stories arise of 20 days and 30 days at home, not being allowed to leave. And they should be allowed. It's just that the department hasn't given them the clearance.
And is that a lack of resources or some administrative bungling? What's causing that?
I wish I knew the answer to that. I think it's lack of resources, and they do ring the Ministry of Health. They're not getting any answers or any clarity, and they're scared to leave their house, obviously, because the police still continue to knock on their door. They need this process, and whether it's an administrative bungle or whether it's lack of resources or the backlog, it needs to be fixed, and I think fixed immediately.
Mayor McCann?
Yes, and I concur with everything that Mayor Asfour has said there. But also I've been hearing, especially from our CALD communities, that the stigma associated with having had COVID as well. And, I don't want to liken it to, but it's almost like, oh, you've had COVID. Oh, arm's length. I might still catch it. You might still have something there that, if I touch anything that you've touched sort of attitude. And they're very aware of this, and culturally they take that on board, and it is causing a lot of mental anguish, can I say? I think it's almost like hearkening back to when people don't understand, for instance, an AIDS virus or, some sort of a thing that people really grapple with to explain medically, and they don't understand it. And it's coming from a place of being uneducated, I think. But certainly our core communities are feeling that stigma, and they're very, very, I think, suffering mental health issues over it. Yeah.
And it's coming from a place of wanting to care for their communities and care for their families too.
Absolutely. And they are isolating more than they probably should do. which is just compounding the issue, and also from a fear themselves of, you know, not understanding that they're no longer infectious, or they cannot spread it any further, but they still very, you know, they don't want to go and participate in their faith groups or, you know, whatever other, you know, things that they would normally do. Yeah.
And it's just a lack of clear information, a lack of reaching out to people. Because remember, these people are also sick too, so it's a tough time for them, but they're not getting that information. Is that right?
That's true. And in fact, when I had a link up with my community leaders a couple of weeks ago, one of our South Sudanese leaders actually phoned in from his bedroom. He was in bed with COVID. So he actually phoned in. He was so concerned that he needed to get the information out to his community that he could get from his council and all our other leaders, that he phoned in from bed while he had COVID. Now, that just blew me away. Talk about commitment to your community and wanting to keep your community safe, you know? It just was amazing.
Has anyone from New South Wales Health or the New South Wales Government reached out to you to say what the protections and what the plans are for the tens of thousands of people in Western and Southwestern Sydney who have been COVID positive and therefore have at least a 90-day gap between when they can get vaccinated? Has anyone reached out to you and explained what the pathway for them is? Will they get access to any of the freedoms?
I can answer that. Yeah, I can answer that very quickly. No.
Mayoral?
I did raise it with the Premier, and it is I've been advised that they need to wait 6 months to get the vaccine after they get COVID. But she said to me that they'll be able to get a vaccination exemption for that 6-month period, and therefore will still be able to enjoy the freedoms, because it seems that their antibodies actually make them more protected than people who've had the vaccine. So I think that's the path. But and I mentioned it to her that she needs to clarify, like she needs to tell people that. I think there's been just that lack of information being presented.
Well, again, nobody knows, and
That's
particularly
right.
You're talking about cold communities in southwest and Western Sydney. That failure to communicate these key facts, it's a pattern here, isn't it, Mayor?
Oh, absolutely, it's a pattern. And with the cold communities, I think the problem has been that they get part of the message, so they're not getting the messaging in context, and it just drives all different types of, I guess, thoughts and actions, and that's part of the problem. And you know, we've been really trying to make sure that people understand why the restrictions are in place, why we're doing what we're doing. But when they watch a press conference and don't understand the context of it, or it's not in their language, because it wasn't in language for the first month or so, you know, it makes it really difficult. And it's like we're always playing catch up. And you're right. You know, it seems that the government is not learning from their mistakes. They keep making the same ones over and over.
And Mayor McCann, if there is going to be this exemption from the vaccination requirements for people who have been COVID positive, bringing your council into that messaging, opening up to you and enabling you to be able to get out to talk to some of your residents seems like just a sensible initial step. And would you be open to helping share that kind of communication with your residents?
Most definitely. And we have received some funding last week from the government, and these are the sorts of projects that we're looking to put that money towards. And it's not just that message. Can I also say it's messaging about, you know, how do they access the vaccination passport, for instance, once you know, people have been vaccinated. All these messages are coming through and they're being filtered through numerous sources. So they're getting mixed messages, if you like. We're saying to people, don't go to social media for your information. You must go to the official sites. And our council stands ready, willing and able to get that message out to all our communities to keep them safe.
Could I ask you just quickly about a core council issue? Your residents who are having trouble paying their rates because of COVID-related job losses or business downturns. Has the state government reached out to you to say that they're going to be a partner with you in this to help you not just defer but to waive some of these rates? And if not, should they?
We have already, we've had a hardship policy in place for our residents for many years. We have waived, as Mayor Asfor said, you know, a whole raft of fees that we charge. We have waived specifically for this purpose, but I'm not aware of anything that is on offer from the government, but that would be very, very welcome.
Mayor Asfor?
Look, they haven't. They've given us $50,000 to help with COVID recently. Throughout the last year and this year, my council's lost in the tune of $40 million through a whole range of things, and you know, we've deferred rates. I think under the Act you can't not charge the rate, but it would be very welcome if the government was able to support us in taking the pressure off our rates. So they, you know, at the moment there'll be no interest accrued, and they'll be deferred until my council until March 2022. But obviously, if the government can help with that, I think it would be a godsend.
Mayor Asfor, did you say that the financial assistance you've received from the state government has totaled $150,000?
Sorry, $250,000 for COVID. But that was announced through, I think, Resilience New South Wales, and it was to help with all the work that we've been doing in relation to our pop-up vaccination clinics and the like.
But you've incurred additional costs and or losses that you'd estimate at about $40 million. Is that right?
Over the past 2 years, if not more, in relation to money lost with all our services closed, with all the fees that we've waived. There's a whole list of things that that have led to that amount. But yeah, definitely about that much.
Mayor McCann?
Ditto. Basically the same. We have incurred huge financial burden over the last 2 years, which council has taken the position that we would carry that because it's in the best interest of our residents to do so and to support them through that. I haven't got an exact figure for you, but I would say it would probably be in the arena that Mayor Asfor has just said.
Oh, thanks both. I'll hand over to Ms. Kate Fairman now.
Thanks, Chair. And I just wanted to thank you both for appearing today as well. In no doubt, it's an extremely stressful, busy time for you both. I just wanted to start with a question about the government's pandemic recovery roadmap, wanting to know what involvement you or your councillors have had in that to date. And I'll start with you, Councillor McCann.
None. We've not been involved at all. We learned about it from the press conference. We then sought extra information off the website, which is where we usually go to for all our information.
Okay, Councillor Asfor.
The first sort of hint of that, I had a meeting with Treasurer Perrottet earlier this week. That was the first time that we had an opportunity to discuss something like this, and I put forward some ideas that we had, and it was a listening exercise, and he took down some of those ideas, looking at things that we can do in the future, but not really a roadmap, more about having concert series and having events and festivals to attract people from all over Sydney. So yeah, in short, no, but until recently, I think the thought is that we need to do some things, and government needs to push and lead on this.
Thank you. And did you get an indication that that consultation would be ongoing and basically, you know, like more meetings? Did you also know whether there were other councils involved, or was it just Canterbury Bankstown?
No, I understand the Treasurer's met with a number of mayors, I don't know how many, and is continuing to meet with them to help with some sort of economic recovery package. I don't know what the details are though.
Great, thank you.
Could I just, clarify
Sure.
there? We were not consulted prior to the roadmap being released, so we had no input into that. In terms of the meeting that Mayor Asfor has just said he's had with the Treasurer, I have had a like meeting that happened this morning at 8:30.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to turn to the fact that there's no vaccination hub in St Mary's, Councillor McKeon. So what advocacy have you done over the past few months for that with New South Wales Health?
Oh my goodness.
And also, sorry to interrupt, also the reasons that they've given you about why there hasn't been one put in to St Mary's, particularly at Blacktown.
I've written numerous letters. I've written to the chair of the local area health network. I've written to the CEO. I've written to the director of health. Numerous letters. We have the advocacy has been consistent and ongoing in this regard. Our councillors have raised it at council. One particular councillor, Councillor Cook, has been quite adamant and feral, can I say, in this regard. She represents that particular community very, very strongly. And we have been told that we have one at Panthers, which people can get to, and we have one at Caddens. Unfortunately, the Caddens suburb is nowhere near a primary rail link. It's, you know, a bus there maybe once every hour or half hour in peak times, if we don't have such a thing at the moment. And for the rest, they can travel to Homebush. Well, our people are afeared of leaving their suburbs. They want to be seen to be complying with health orders. They just cannot travel to some of those areas. We advocate for St Mary's because it's the area of greatest need. It's on a major rail network. It is serviced by buses from 3 or 4 different adjoining LGAs. So therefore it makes sense. We have had the local clubs offering their premises. As I said, council stands ready to offer their premises free of charge to do so. But at every term, we just seem to be getting knocked back. And St Mary's is in the state electorate of Londonderry. It's not in the electorate of Penrith. And some say that the reason why it's not there is simply because it is in an opposition held seat. And I really hope that that is not the case.
Yeah, you would hope that that is not the case. So are you hearing as well from residents, Councillor McKeon, that people are still trying to get bookings for vaccines and can't? Is there still demand that is met in terms of bookings in your area? And I'll go to you after this, Councillor Aspel, with the same question.
It has gotten better now that the GPs are also open for business there. We have tried to get up a couple of smaller hubs in consultation with local pharmacies and local GPs. They couldn't get off the ground for a whole raft of reasons, but it has got better, I have to say. But I still think there is an unmet need out there for people who just are unable to get to those particular places.
Councillor Aspel, have you?
Yeah, I don't think we have that problem in Canterbury Bankstown. If you want to get vaccinated, you can just simply walk up and get the jab. At the beginning, it was a bit different, but right now, to be honest, it's pretty easy to get the jab, and there's no excuse for anyone really, because they're accessible, they're open, and you don't even need an appointment.
Yeah, thank you. So I also wanted to talk about, just get your views about mental health support. So I'll start with you, Councillor S4. What are residents reaching out to your council seeking more mental health support? And is there, obviously there is, what more can the state government be doing in your area?
Yeah, look, it is true. A lot of the families are just really doing it really tough at the moment. They've had so much pressure put on them, and they really need a relief of that pressure. Pressure from homeschooling, the pressure from working from home for those that can, the pressure that they're losing businesses or not being able to go back to their businesses. The impact this is having is substantial. It's quite substantial, and I really do hope, and we hear from Lifeline and the like. But we've got a lot of people in cold communities that, it's not part of their culture to go out and talk to someone about the struggles that they're having mentally. I think it's for some, they see it as embarrassing. They see it, it's not just something that's done. They need to just, put up with it and deal with it. And that's really hard sometimes when you have all these different I guess, pressures and messages coming at you and not being sure about, you know, where to go with these sorts of things. So, look, I think there needs to be a focus maybe on our called communities and how we can approach them and speak to them in a nice way about you know, it's not embarrassing. It's nothing to be shameful of. There is help out there. There is help in language available. We just need to make sure that I think that we do that, and I think we can do that by using our our not-for-profits that are on the ground, that are working every day with these types of communities. So it's really important to me that occurs, and obviously I think the more the government can do that, instead of a top-down approach and talking down to people, talk to them through community leaders and community groups, and make that funding and that help and assistance available.
I think, unfortunately, we've run out of time. We could have spent another hour at least dealing with you, but we want you to go back to work, and we're very grateful for the time you've taken out today. And it was good timing, wasn't it, that you had the phone call this morning at 8:30, Emma Can?
Thank you.
Maybe we should have had this hearing last week. But again, thank you for all the work you do in the community. I know you have the collective wishes of the entire committee for the work you do, and the collective gratitude of the committee. We will now have a short break and return at 12:30, when we'll have a series of government agencies to address these same issues.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Bye-bye.
That's okay.
Bye-bye.
And again, I'd remind committee members, it's best to stop the video and place yourself on mute, and we'll rejoin at 12:30.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Foster. It's Stephen from the Secretariat. Can I just check you're online? You can hear me?
Hi, Stephen. Yes, Joseph La Posta here.
Thank you very much. Could you just go on? We're starting at 12:30, but could you just go on mute just for the time being until we're ready to go?
Not a problem, certainly.
Thank you very much. And forgive me, from Liverpool.
Amanda Larkin, Stephen.
Amanda, thank you very much for joining us. You've got through okay. You've made the hearing. Obviously, your audio is working. So could you just go on mute until we're ready to start at 12:30?
Of course. Can I just say hello to my colleague? Hello, Joseph.
Of course.
Hi, Amanda.
Commissioner Cook.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner. You can obviously hear us. We're about to commence at 12:30, but just in the meantime, could you just go on mute until we're ready to commence? Commissioner Fitzsimmons, Stephen from the Secretariat. Can we just check that we've obviously got your video, but we've got your sound?
Stephen, I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me okay?
Very, very, very much so. Mr. Chair, over to you.
Thanks so much to the Secretariat for doing all that organisational work. Welcome back to this government agency panel of the Public Accountability Committee's COVID oversight inquiry into the New South Wales Government response to the pandemic. We have 4 government agencies today. We have Assistant Commissioner Tony Cook from the South West Metropolitan Command of the New South Wales Police. We have Ms Amanda Larkin, the Chief Executive of the South West Sydney Local Health District. We have Commissioner Shane Fitzsimons, the Commissioner of Resilience New South Wales and Deputy Secretary of Emergency Management. And we have Mr Joseph Laposta, the Chief Executive Officer of Multicultural New South Wales. If I could ask each of you, going in the order in which I just introduced you, so starting with you, Assistant Commissioner, to give your name, your title, and then take either an oath or an affirmation, copies of which should have been provided to you by the Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Anthony Cook, Assistant Commissioner, Commander of the South West Metropolitan Policing Region, and I will take the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thanks, Commissioner. Ms Larkin? Ms Larkin, you'll have to take yourself off mute.
That might not be the only time you say that, Chair. Amanda Larkin, Chief Executive, South Western Sydney Local Health District. I swear I'll take the oath. I swear that the evidence I give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thanks, Ms Larkin. Commissioner Fitzsimons?
Thank you, Shane Fitzsimmons. I too swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thanks, Commissioner Fitzsimmons. Mr. Laposta.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, panel. Joseph Laposta, Chief Executive Officer of Multicultural New South Wales. I too will take the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you all for your attendance today and the work you've been doing in very difficult circumstances over not just the last few months, but the last 18 months. Do any of you wish to make a brief opening statement? I'm seeing a series of shaking heads, so in which case I'll hand over to the opposition for the first round of questioning. Ms. Sharp.
Thank you. Thanks everyone for coming today, and thank you for the work that you are doing. I know it's an extremely busy time for all of you. My first question is about how max vaccination hubs are actually chosen and implemented. We've heard evidence this morning of the sort of dire situation in Penrith around St Mary's and the issues in Blacktown. There's been a lot of offers of venues to set up max vaccination hubs, but they don't seem to have come to fruition. I'm just wondering, Ms Larkin, if you could give us some insight into the decision making about where these hubs are established.
Thank you. So just firstly, the mass vaccination hubs have been central to the provision of vaccine in the 12 local government areas of concern, and I'm sure you're aware of that. Over the time that the vaccination program has been running, and just to remind everyone, it's been running since probably about February of when we started with our staff and with outreach programs. We needed to establish centres where there was ability to do large volumes, obviously, of people in order to distribute the vaccination. We needed areas where we could draw up, where we could receive people, draw up vaccinations, and also observe people post the vaccination being given. And we also needed areas where pharmacy staff could draw up and the vaccination could be kept safely. I do need to say, and I've been in receipt of a number of offers from a whole range of community groups who have been incredibly supportive of the program and wanted to use their facilities. One of the things, though, we also needed to ensure is that the facilities were accessible and that parking, such things as parking, were available in the areas. From the offers that we got, places may have been large enough but didn't have segregated areas, or parking wasn't available. So a range of factors were taken into consideration when we set up those hubs, and also in terms of the communities of concern, how could they get to those areas, etc. And so when I think of the one that I've set up in Macquarie Fields, we set it up in the shopping centre area there because we had Liverpool to the north, we wanted one to the south. There was the availability of parking, and we were able to set it up very quickly in terms of the complete fit out. So accessibility, layout, parking, all of those factors are taken into consideration. We viewed many different places of people who were very happy to offer facilities that just weren't appropriate, or whatever we needed to do was going to take quite a long time to get up for the community.
Who makes the final decision about where the the vaccination hubs are located?
The request usually goes out from the SHIOC within the Ministry of Health to say we need to set up a location, and then people such as myself and my team will go out and we'll go and look at what's available, where are the critical areas that we need to consider, etc. And then with a recommendation, we take that back to SHIOC, similar to what I did with the Macquarie Field Centre, and say, we've chosen this for this reason, its location, it meets this criteria, and then there's an approval with SHIOC and myself to go forward.
Is there any approval? Does the minister or local members get involved in that decision making?
Not usually around that. We would do it between the local health district because we've got just the knowledge and the expertise about what's required for that. Although in the course of the establishment of the ones in the southwest, a number of local members did ring and say, where are you thinking about, what things do you need to consider, etc. So there's some dialogue that goes on between local members because they ring often around particular things, but the final decision making is between the ministry and the local health district.
I realise that the local health district that I'm particularly concerned about, and we had evidence this morning about, was not your local health district. Would you be able to take on notice and provide information to the committee in relation to the minister and the local members' involvement in this establishment of or not of the hubs in Penrith and Blacktown?
Of course.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a question. I think it's to Assistant Commissioner Cook. We've obviously, there's been a huge concern about, I suppose, what's perceived to be differential treatment in relation to policing in the southwest and Western Sydney compared to the east. And we heard this morning that, basically community organisations on the ground feel that they have quite a good relationship with your officers in their local areas, but there's been some significant concerns about, the number of police, and I assume that this also includes the Army as well, the ADF, coming into areas with not a great understanding of the communities that they're going into and some of the cultural obligations and expectations around the way in which that is policed. Are you able to tell us what you've been doing with those local communities? We heard this morning from the Lebanese Muslim Association, and we've heard from the Arab Council, for example, who said, yes, they've got a good relationship with police locally, but they've had some really significant concerns. The issue around the funerals just overnight is obviously one that's drawn attention. Can you tell us how you're dealing with police that are going into these communities who perhaps don't have a lot of experience or understanding of the cultural norms and sensitivities and understanding of why this is leading to conflict?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much. From the outset, police at all levels in the command structure have met with community groups right across the spectrum. Mr. LaPosta, I see there on the panel, and Joseph and I lead daily. I've participated in a range of community and public forums with community leaders, community groups, interest groups, and a range of people right throughout. One of the matters that I have stressed is that the policing of Southwest Sydney in particular has been conducted largely by police from Southwest Sydney. So my police that I've drawn in to work specifically around the matter are drawn in largely from my own policing region. So from the commands within the Southwest Metropolitan Region, where we're supplemented by officers from the Traffic and Highway Patrol and also the Police Transport Command. Those officers are also largely drawn from those commands that are also stationed, if you like, within the Southwest Metropolitan Region. So we've been able to bring together police into the region who actually generally work within the region. And we've had those conversations with community groups. There are people who obviously come outside the region and assist to support us. One of the strategies that we clearly undertake is our briefings to officers who are here performing duties, and that is about and includes information around cultural sensitivities. Myself personally, I go from stations right through the period briefing police coming on duty in relation to my expectation and explaining some of the issues that our communities do face, to give them that cultural awareness and cultural sensitivity. And I'm really pleased to hear that the feedback is good, because we've put in a lot of work with community. Our multicultural liaison officers have been on the ground for such a long time doing great work with our people in the community, also providing us feedback in terms of sentiment so that we can deal with that, so that we can engage with people, so we can put to bed some of the concerns that these people have and assure them that our absolute primary focus is about ensuring the stop of the spread of the virus.
Assistant Commissioner Cook, would you be able to provide to the committee, I don't expect you to be able to do this today, I'm very happy for you to take it on notice, would you be able to provide to the committee the breakdown of the infringement notices that have been given across the 12 local government areas of concern? And also, I'm equally interested in not just those that have been issued and the value of those, but also whether you do collate and you're able to tell us where there's been warnings and cautions given, so that we get a sense of how that is operating as well.
I absolutely can do that. We'll take that on notice. I can tell you though that across the 3 metropolitan regions, the numbers of fines across the 3 metropolitan regions are very, very similar. So there's clearly in fact, more have been issued in the central metropolitan region than have been in southwestern Sydney.
Yes, I mean, you'd be aware, I mean, while people said that they worked well with their local police, there is significant concern within the communities about, I suppose, being told late in the day, and that a lot of that sort of being involved earlier would actually help. And the idea, concerns about lack of trust, leading to actually, if people trust each other, then there's more harmony and more compliance. And people have raised, and it would be wrong to suggest that everyone thinks that things are great. There've been some significant concerns about that impact, and that a lot of work that's been done previously is actually undone very easily by only a couple of incidents. But no, thank you for that. My next question is actually to Commissioner Fitzsimmons, and that is about the role of Resilience New South Wales in providing grants to organisations that aren't currently funded by the government. Obviously, there's some amazing charities feeding a lot of people and working extremely hard, all on volunteer money. I know that there's money going to Food Bank and some of the larger food charities, but it's clear that the need is dire. The organisations have raised with us that yes, there are some grants available, but they're fairly patchy. They've been competitive and very little dollars has actually hit them. Meanwhile, they're trying to get thousands of food hampers out the door every week, and the call from the community is growing. Can you explain the role of Resilience New South Wales in relation to the food, particularly the food issue and food security across the city?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Ms. Sharp. Resilience New South Wales works very closely and incorporated under the emergency management arrangements. So working very closely in a supportive role, particularly in response to the CEACON, Deputy Commissioner Warboys and Commissioner Fuller, of course, and in partnership with Health. So we have a role fulfilling administration and support to the CEOC arrangements, the State Emergency Operations Centre arrangements, and then particularly when it comes to relief and support, particularly food relief and personal care relief. We partner with a range of other organisations, principally the Department of Community and Justice, organisations like Multicultural New South Wales, in particular with the focus area around the LGAs in the Sydney Basin, together with key non-government organisations like Food Bank, as you mentioned, and of course Oz Harvest, but a range of other local community organisations. We also have representatives operating at what we call the REOCs, the Regional Emergency Operations Centre, which come under the control of people like Assistant Commissioner Tony Cook, where we've got the whole of government and non-government organisations working closely with local councils and their community partnership and community organisations to pull together insights and understandings around needs and priorities. and we have been successful in the last months securing a considerable amount of additional funding, many tens of millions of dollars, in support of things like food supplies, other personal care and support services and packages, sponsoring assistance around grants administration and grant support programs. We haven't necessarily taken money on board as an agency, Resilience New South Wales, but we have sponsored and supported and partnered with other key agencies to get the case framed up and the need identified, and the government endorsing those enhancement packages. And they're principally channeled through agencies like DCJ and, of course, Multicultural New South Wales, and particularly given the focus of the LGAs in the Sydney Basin, we've put primary leadership of a lot of the community-based grants and programs in with Mr. Lacosta and Multicultural New South Wales to ensure that we were providing the enablement, the facilitation and the support to those local identified community organisations, community leaders, and those existing networks that were working through the EM arrangements and indeed the local council support arrangements. To give you a rough idea, in the last couple of months, I think we've done more than 4,500 tonnes of produce into the focus LGAs and other parts of New South Wales. A considerable uplift in recent months, particularly since the Delta variant has spread. We've been maintaining those strong relationships with people like organisations like Foodbank and OzHarvest over the last 18 months with routine distribution in support of health accommodation. So where people are positive or close contacts, they may need specialist accommodation. So we provide food support and relief and other personal care products, sanitary products, self-care products, and what have you. We're also providing emergency relief products such as sanitation wipes and other things. And ultimately, through that network, we're able to leverage other partner organisations to make sure that's going where it's needed and where it's prioritised, and in a way that is appropriate to those local areas. So food packs, for example, we identified food packs as being broadly wrapped up into 4 or 5 broad categories. You've got the Anglo packs,
can I just stop you there? Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Commissioner Fitzsimmons. That's helpful. Would you be able to just provide on notice, and this might be for you, Mr. Da Costa, as well. I mean, I'd like to know how much extra money has been provided and to what organisations since June this year. If you could provide that on notice, that would be great.
Yeah, and I'm sure Mr. Lacosta could give you a really simple outline right now of how many millions of dollars are being channeling out already.
Might take that on notice, and I might turn, if that's okay, to Ms. Larkin just to follow up some of the health evidence that we received earlier in the hearing. One of the bits of evidence that the committee received was about about people with COVID at home, up to, in one case, day 22, with no contact from New South Wales Health. They were concerned about actually getting out of the house, getting some certification that they were now clear to leave the house. They had heard from police. They hadn't heard from health. I just wanted to put that example to you and get your view. Is this common? Is this happening on the ground as health is stretched at the moment?
So thank you. Thanks for the question. What we've seen as the pandemic has grown and increased is that the volume of patients has obviously increased in terms of the volume in the community. I know that there is a lot of focus of the volume that's in the hospitals and the pressure on the hospitals, but there is a large volume in the community that we manage on a day-to-day basis. In the early stages of the pandemic, a lot of that contact work and communication was from the public health unit, and they were a critical element in that. But I think you would all understand that that became challenging for public health, and so what's developed over about the last probably more than 6 weeks or more, that we've got very direct communication with those people who are now positive from a local health district's perspective. What's been established is what we call the patient flow board. So when someone becomes positive, it goes into the public health database. At the same time that occurs, that name is transferred over to the patient flow portal. We pick that up and we're able to contact people on day one to give them a risk assessment, assess where they're at, and we usually risk assess them in terms of red, amber or green in terms of their actual health, but also comorbidities and other health issues that they may have.
And after that risk assessment, what from patient's point of view, listening to the Premier, listening to the press conference, the expectation in public is they're receiving a daily call from some health official, whether it's public health or local. Is that still the case?
Absolutely, and absolutely critical. We do the day one, and then there's a structure around the ongoing contact for people, and then we've just changed our processes around what you've just asked us about, which is the release, and then at day 14, 15, as long as they are well.
I'll just stop you there. Why is the committee getting evidence? And I've heard other cases where COVID positive patients in southwest Sydney, some with other conditions as well that would move them up that vulnerability curve, are not being contacted. This morning, one case, 22 days without contact. How is that occurring?
As we've worked through that patient flow portal, moving everyone over to it, some cases may in that period of time may not have been contacted, but we've gone back and done an audit of everyone to make sure those people have been followed up and been contacted. These are big volumes of cases. And so
how many
over
people,
that period of time,
I'll just stop you there,
cases,
Ms. Larkin.
Sorry.
How many people were not receiving daily phone calls in the southwest area?
I need to
as
take
you
that
were stretched. How big a problem was this?
Look, I'd have to take the actual number on notice, but in relation to the volume that we've had, there has been some calls that we've not been able to make, but I'd have to take the number on notice.
Give us some sense today, though.
Mr. Graham, I'm quite certain there'll be more exploration of this, but opposition time has just expired, and I'll hand over to Ms. Fairman.
Thank you, Chair. I'll go straight to Ms. Larkin. Ms. Larkin, what percentage of the healthcare workforce remain unvaccinated in the southwest LHD?
So in terms of first doses, we are at 94%. And in terms of full vaccination, just slightly under that amount. So we're very close. Yep.
So, and is there support provided to, if you said 94%, I think that's 6% that remains, which is still a significant number of individuals. What support is being provided for those remaining healthcare workers to, as much as possible, be swayed to get this vaccination?
So it equates to about 800 for us in terms of the actual figure. And so as the lead up to the 30th has occurred, people received initial letters just to make sure everyone was aware, etc. We're following those up. Individual lists have been provided to each of the sites so that they can be contacted on an individual and a personal basis by their managers. So there is ongoing communication, support and counselling. We're also looking at the exemptions that people are providing because they can submit those, and there is a discussion with those individuals in terms of those exemptions. So as there is ongoing support communication as we head towards that date.
Thank you. I just wanted to talk about the modelling predicting which hospitals will go into either code red or code black in the coming weeks. The New South Wales health modelling that was released a couple of weeks ago. What does your modelling say in terms of when hospitals, well, whether all hospitals in the Southwest LHD will go into code red or code black in the near future?
So in terms of the modelling for the Southwest, we established very early on in our planning that the two hospitals who would manage the COVID work for the district based on layout, infrastructure and internal infrastructure would be Campbelltown and Liverpool. So in relation to those two, we've monitored very carefully with the ministry the bed numbers, both ward bed numbers and ICU bed numbers pretty much on a day-to-day basis in relation to those predictions. We continue to sit just under those predictions, and in the last couple of days, with some of the settling of the numbers that we're seeing, we are tracking well in relation to the availability of both ward and ICU beds. I do need to explain, though, that in terms of managing the capacity of COVID in the Southwest, which all of you know has been significant, the system works as an integrated system. So in terms of the work we've needed to do both in the Southwest and the West, it's supported by other hospitals across the state. And so a very important partner for us has been Wollongong. So when you look at our bed capacity and what we've required, we also get support from Wollongong in relation to management of the demand in the Southwest and ensuring that we spread the load.
Okay, thank you. So the two hospitals, are they at code red or code black at the moment?
They're today, right now, they're at amber. They're not in red, no.
Okay, with code red and code black, the modelling talks about an alternative workforce model, if you like, where it says, well, that's what it says, with users language such as team, nursing, and a higher number of patients per health staff. What does that look like exactly?
So what that refers to, specifically in ICU, so in the intensive care unit, usually it'd be one-to-one, one nurse to one patient, in order to manage potentially the demand. And can I just reaffirm, though, moving to that also assumes that we've utilised the resources across the state and we've utilised the beds that are available not only in the Southwest. So there has been lots of discussion and negotiation about going to a model where you would have a team of nurses managing some of those high intensity patients due to the demand on the beds.
Due to also a lack of staffing, a lack of ICU qualified staff, particularly nurses, though, isn't that correct?
Look, the state did a lot of work both last year and this year to ensure that it had shored up a workforce of appropriately skilled staff to provide services, at these peak times. So right now today, we haven't moved to that team-based nursing. Have we got a plan to do it? Absolutely, in terms of the demand and the predictions. But there was a lot of work to shore up the staff and to ensure that we had the most appropriate staff for the patient numbers.
Ms. Larkin, but what that does look like, because the modelling does say that hospitals are predicted to go to code black. I think the peak isn't potentially for a couple of weeks yet. So the modelling does say that we don't have enough ICU staff for the peak of the pandemic. That's why we're going to have higher patient numbers per staff. That's correct, though, isn't it? So despite all the planning, we've ended up with not enough nurses trained to work in our ICUs for this pandemic.
We have a really skilled staff to actually provide care for all the patients across our hospitals, both in Southwest and in the other areas that are impacted by the pandemic. The prediction says that we will hit a peak. It'll be interesting to see over the next couple of weeks whether we get to those kinds of levels. In order to manage the demand and ensure that we can take care of the people, we've looked at those models and we want to ensure the most safe models to provide that care.
Okay, thank you. How many healthcare workers are currently isolating in the LHD as a result of exposure to COVID?
Can you just give me 1 minute? Just give me 1 minute and tell you today's figures. I'm pretty sure today's figure for South West is 81 on 24 events.
Okay, so 81 staff isolating, and then how many are currently infected? Does that include people who are infected as well as people who are isolating?
Yeah. So can I just respond to your question? We moved fairly early on because of the level of viral load in the southwest. There was support around provision of PPE for my staff and across the state, but the staff here in the west and the southwest were impacted. That's been incredibly important to keep those staff safe, and we've been very diligent in the application of that and been able to keep that number as low as possible.
Can I check with that? Because my next question was, in fact, PPE. So in terms of airborne grade PPE and the fit tested P2 N95 masks, which are fit tested, as well as obviously the eyewear, how many staff, the percentage of healthcare workers have been fit tested for their masks? Do you have that figure?
Can I take that on notice? I can't give you that exact figure. Yeah.
Okay, that would be great. Can I also get a response to which healthcare workers in the LHD get airborne grade PPE? Is it just those who are kind of front facing, for example, in ICUs working with COVID positive patients, or do you have your nurses right throughout the hospitals, whether or not they're working with COVID positive patients, wearing airborne grade PPE?
Across the hospitals, not just in those COVID wards.
Okay, so everybody has the goggles. Everybody's been fit tested. That's very good news. One other question from me. I believe it was a couple of days ago that another person died in their home, this time a woman in their 60s in southwest Sydney as a result of COVID. Why? We seem to have quite a few people dying in their homes. What reasons do you have that this is occurring?
So I just need to, in answer to your question, I think we need to consider each case separately in terms of people's not only having COVID but other comorbidities that they may have as part of their illness. In relation to the cases where people have passed away at home, truly, I don't think I can give you a generic answer around their deaths. What's more important, though, is do we have a comprehensive community program to support people, monitor people, and ensure that they are provided with ongoing care? Yes. So I think I need to give it more of a general answer rather than a specific one around the deaths of those individuals.
And so how often, if you've got the comprehensive care that you have just mentioned, how often are people receiving visits, for example, who are COVID positive from New South Wales health staff? Is that every day? Is it phone calls every day? What does that look like?
No, the package in the community is phone calls and monitoring. And that's the question I think that I answered earlier on. So in terms of risk assessment of patients, red, amber or green, and that will govern the level of contact that people have. People who also are, if their conditions escalate or deteriorate or there's concerns, there's also there's a medical team wrapped around the community who also do follow-up of cases, phone calls and assessments. If we are concerned about someone, we'll either send someone out to see the patient directly or we'll bring them into the hospital, and that's monitored very carefully, especially the amber and the red group.
Okay, I've got my questions, but I'll throw to my colleague, Mr. David Shivridge.
Oh, thanks, Ms. Fairman. Ms. Larkin, we heard quite disturbing evidence from a number of witnesses this morning about the lack of communication with patients who have COVID. Mr. Graham was telling you about at least one instance where someone was 22 days without getting clear information. But the very clear flow of the evidence was there are many people with COVID who are not being told when they can be released, not being released on time. Do you have any answer to that?
I think I trust I addressed it before. the volume of patients that we've had has increased substantially over the last couple of weeks. We've had to change and manage our systems to ensure that we communicate quickly and effectively to everyone. When we moved over to the current system whereby we now have a clinical follow-up for patients, I'm very confident that release process that we've now established and that communication that we're having with the community has improved significantly, and I'm confident that we can meet that on a day-to-day basis now.
So when did you change your systems? When did you, and I assume it was because you realised that there were many people who were falling through the cracks. Is that why you changed your system?
No, it was two reasons. One, in terms of the initial systems and processes that the public health unit had in place were obviously challenged with the volume that was coming into their centre, and the need to ensure that not only was when someone goes positive that there was communication then, but it was about ensuring that there was clinical follow-up quickly with people, and that happened as soon as possible. So when we moved over to what we now know as the patient flow portal, that occurs on the day that notification occurs, and that's occurred in the last couple of weeks. That's been set up probably in the last 3 weeks.
We see, Ms. Larkin, your position that everything's fine is strongly dissonant with the evidence we got, particularly from the mayors of Penrith and Ashfield who said, and Canterbury Bankstown, who said that there were members, particularly of the CALD community, who after a period of 14 or more days still didn't have the information from New South Wales Health about how they could go out, how they could mix with family. They were still concerned about being potentially infectious because they're not being given the information they need in a way that they can fully digest. What information are you giving to patients about when they're coming out of their quarantine period with COVID?
So at the point when they're actually when they get to the end of their 14 days, they get a release letter from the health service, and that's now being automated to be provided on a regular basis. I think there were some issues when those large volumes of patients increased quickly, and I think we've improved our systems significantly over the last couple of weeks to make sure, though, that those release letters are coming effectively and that there is good information back to the community about it. So we did have some issues, I'll be quite honest and upfront with you around that, but we've improved that to make sure that that's very clear for people at the end of their quarantine period.
Can you provide us with a standardised copy of the release letter?
Yes. Can I take that on notice and I'll get that to you?
If you could provide it as soon as possible, that would be useful. Could I ask you, is the release letter in English?
It is in English, yes. But we've also put a whole lot of our information, including that, in different languages.
Sorry, but the release letter to somebody who's non-English speaking background comes to them in English?
Not only in English, it comes in other languages also.
Well, is the whole letter in other languages?
Yes.
Well, are you saying that if someone is Vietnamese speaking, they get the letter in Vietnamese?
Look, I would like to take it on notice and just confirm that. But my understanding is, yes, it's been translated into other languages.
How is the letter delivered?
It's delivered by email, and if people don't have email, it will be sent out to them.
So elderly people, English, where English is not their first language, are getting the primary basis upon which they're being given advice from New South Wales Health about what they can do after coming out from a period of being COVID. They get a letter emailed to them from New South Wales Health. Is that the patient care being provided?
We do need to understand that there are a number of people, when they actually register their positive status and they come through, may not have an email address. Often people will have a mobile phone, but we've established that people at times don't have email. So if they don't have an email address, we will send out that letter to people.
We're talking about people who've had a potentially life-threatening illness, who are concerned about the health of their families and their local communities. And we've heard that many people are self-imposing additional restrictions on themselves because they're so anxious. And the patient care model provided by New South Wales Health is a letter. Do you really think that's acceptable, Ms. Larkin?
I think what's really important is that people get the information in a hard form so they know that their release has occurred. If they're concerned, there are opportunities for them to call the health service and to discuss it if need be. And we get multiple calls every day from people wanting to clarify a whole range of issues. And why is that important? Because people's circumstances are very different. For those elderly group, they're often supported by families who will talk with them about what information is in the letter and what that release means.
So the New South Wales Health patient care model is to rely upon family networks to interpret the letter rather than provide a nurse or a doctor or a medical specialist to actually work people through at the end of their period of COVID. Is that your evidence?
What I'm saying though is that they get a release letter as the formal documentation of their release. So we need to understand that that's one part. The other part though is the health service has contacted them throughout their period of quarantine in terms of what's been required. Any questions that they may have, they can raise with those nurses and those people who have contacted them on a daily basis about their care.
Well, we may come back to this, Ms. Larkin.
Okay.
Mr. Laposta, we've had some positive feedback about the work of Multicultural New South Wales, and I want to reflect that back towards you. But we've also had some very real concern about the fact that the funding that's been offered has been on a competitive model, and that especially for multicultural groups, that there actually hasn't been any significant funding to those groups provided to date. We had groups like the Arab Council and Turbans for Australia saying we're now 3 months into this lockdown in Western Sydney and they still haven't received any direct funding.
Yeah.
I'll give you an opportunity to respond to those concerns now.
Yeah, so I just can confirm that Turbans for Australia very recently, as of last week, received a small $5,000 grant to help them sustain their food packages and hampers. And the LMA also, we just signed the agreements last week and that money was paid into their account to help support them continue to do similar sorts of exercises. To Ms. Sharp's question of Mr. Fitzsimmons before, Mr. Shoebridge, we've provided support in the vicinity of 750,000 to emergency support for asylum seekers and specialist NGOs to help asylum seekers be able to be housed, clothed, etc., food and all of those things. I just need to note that the asylum seeker piece isn't actually a state responsibility, but as residents of New South Wales, we stood up and filled that gap. With regards, we've provided funding to 150 community organisations through COVID grassroots support grants. We've spent $2 million on multicultural media agencies, exactly the point that you were alluding to before, to help sustain them and make sure that they don't close their doors, because we know they're a critical channel for print, radio, non-traditional media forms, all of those different things to help the messaging get out around staying at home or around vaccination. We've invested a further $5.5 million to provide wraparound supports to temporary visa holders and asylum seekers as well. We've just closed and are just finalising the approvals for a grants program, which is in excess of $3 million to provide grants of between $10,000 and $30,000 to small scale organisations exactly like the ones you named before, and many, many more. We received over 256 applications for that grant program. The grant program was open the minimum amount of time. The processing times, we're trying to turn these things around in less than a week to be able to get sign off and get that money into the pockets of the people that need it as well. Once we close that grant program, we'll then open up another grant program very similar to help support, now that we've gone beyond the 12 LGAs, into a broader statewide focus as well. My hopes that we'll open that grant program next week. In addition to that, we're just finalising a expression of interest process for NGOs to provide those wraparound services that you and Ms. Sharp spoke about before to individuals within families within Western Sydney, right across Sydney, that need that nuanced accommodation concern.
think Mr. Laposta may have you froze briefly there, Mr. Laposta.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm hoping that my
concern.
$10 million. Did you hear that bit about the NGO funding?
No, you froze at the word concern.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think, are we moving on shortly?
Indeed. Had you finished, Mr. Laposta?
I was just saying that there's been a number of grant programs, and I can provide all of that detail on notice, and we're about to open another whole round of grant programs as well to continue to sustain the community organisations.
Well, we'll pass back to the opposition now.
Thank you, Chair. I might return, Ms. Larkin, to you. I welcome the fact that you have acknowledged that there have been some issues. What I was attempting to ask you before, and I don't think you have answered, is what is the scale of those issues? If I have COVID in your local health district, the Premier's saying I'll get a daily call. You've said that should be happening, but we know it was not. Just give us some sense. You've taken the detail on notice, but give us some sense. How long has this problem been going on? How many people were not receiving calls? How many of these daily calls have been missed?
So in terms of the actual numbers you're talking about, I need to take that on notice. Right now, there is a comprehensive follow-up of people who are receiving daily calls, and that's very firmly in place.
So as of today, I will get a daily call if I've got COVID in your local health district. You're confident of that?
Yes.
Yeah. For how long was this a problem? You must have some sense of that.
Well, when the numbers started to increase significantly and we changed the model, so there would have been a period probably of about 10 days, yes. But I'd have to look into it. But I'd have to look into it. I'd take it on notice in terms of what that period was.
Yeah, but I presume you were monitoring this closely. It's a major problem. How many patients did you have with COVID in the community over those 10 days that you're talking about?
I need to take that on notice in terms of what that number would be.
Give us some sense of how many patients you've had in your local health district over that period.
I'm sorry, just ask your question again.
Over that 10-day period, roughly how many patients would you have had in the community? Just give us some sense of the scale.
Well, you think about, we were having the increases went from about 250. They've increased over that period of time. So I'd have to go back and have a look at those numbers when that time occurred and what those numbers would have been. But I need to take it on notice. I feel I've said that to you.
Can you confirm that one of the changes that you've implemented is to introduce automated calls rather than a personal daily call in order to manage that?
In terms of the volume for the green, what's considered green risk, we've instituted an automated call, yes.
And when was that instituted?
It was instituted, just bear with me, we commenced it at the beginning of last week. We moved over to that system, yes.
Right. And so those people will not receive a call from a person at all. They'll receive an automated call instead. They'll have no human contact from health over the course of the day.
Let me clarify the process. There is an automated call to that green group at a particular time in the day. If you don't accept the call or you don't pick up the call, it rings back in 2 hours. If it doesn't if you don't pick up the call, then it goes to one of the team for them to follow up directly. If the couple of questions that you answer, if there is a concern, that will be escalated for someone to make a call to you directly and follow up. And remember, at the same time, people have pulse oximeters where their overall condition is being monitored.
Thank you. So you've clarified a range of the other controls around it. You haven't answered my question. For people who do receive that automated call, provided they meet the criteria you've just spelt out, they will not talk on a daily basis to someone from the health team. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you understand that when the Premier is standing up and telling people that at the first sign of breathlessness, get in an ambulance and get to hospital, and that they should be receiving a daily call, can you understand why this would be causing concern amongst patients with COVID in the community?
In terms of people's health conditions, they have, look, there is a range of things that bring people to concern. We always say to people in that first initial assessment, there is a careful risk assessment, there is communication about their clinical condition, and they're given a contact number that they can ring if they're at all concerned about issues, where someone will pick that up and talk to them directly.
But they've also been told they'll be getting a daily call, and they haven't been getting it, Ms. Larkin. Can I perhaps put it to you this way? Is there additional support that your local health district would need or should be delivered from the government that would assist, given the fact we know health staff are very stretched at the moment? Is there additional assistance that you need to do your job?
I think over the course of COVID, which remember for the South West has been a long stretch, there has been significant contribution by government in terms of the resources, both in the community and in the hospital in relation to provision of care for the community. What we were able to establish is when you have a large volume of patients like we've had, what are the supports that we could put in place? This is not the automated process that we've put in is not only utilised by us. There is a similar process that's used down in Southeastern, and this particular product was used in Melbourne significantly over the course of the pandemic. So it's been a good adjunct to the broad model of care that we've been able to offer people.
I'll hand to my colleagues.
Thanks very much, Mr. Graham. Ms. Larkin, I might just continue with some more questions on this. How many people are working on, how many nurses, how many doctors are working on the hospital in the home program?
Can I take it on notice in terms of definitive numbers? I can give you probably only some estimates, but can I take that on notice?
Can you start by, if you could take it on notice for the specifics, can you give us an indication? Are they working exclusively on hospital in the home, or are they also working within the health service?
So the nurses on the program are working on the nurses and the general staff who are working on the hospital in the home program are working on that program. They may have some other roles. I'd have to have a look and see that in detail. The medical staff or the medical wraparound model for the program, those consultants have other roles and are doing this as part of a broader role that they've had. And they've got lots of different roles.
When you say the medical wraparound services, are these the people that are providing the daily phone calls?
Medical staff don't provide daily phone calls. They do a medical review of cases. If they're in the amber or the red group or anyone escalated of concern, they will do follow-up contact or may request someone go out to a home if they're concerned about someone.
So who is conducting the daily phone calls, Ms. Larkin?
The nurses on the care in the home team.
Okay, so so those nurses who are conducting them, can you give us a rough idea of how many are working on the hospital in the home program?
No, as I've said to you, I'd like to take it on notice.
And can you tell us how many patients as of today are being treated in your local health district with the hospital in the home program?
Yes, today we have 3,700.
3,700. Okay. And are there any patients who are non-COVID patients that are being treated in the hospital in the home program?
So separate to the COVID program, right, that we've established as part of the pandemic, there are a number of patients who actually get care in the home, separate to being COVID, yes. They get wound care and a whole range of other things, yeah.
But they're not included in the 3,700. They are the COVID patients.
No, that's the pandemic response, yes.
Okay, and can you tell us of those 3,700, how many are aged under 16 years of age?
No, I need to take that on notice.
Okay, that's fine.
If there are any, I can't think whether there are actually any, but can I say to you, in terms of the under 16 or that younger group, there is a program also offered by the Children's Health Network who manage the younger paediatric group, and I just don't have those numbers.
Okay, no, I understand that. And is your hospital in the home program run entirely out of your local health district, or do you receive support from other health districts to run that program?
No, the program is run by the local health district.
Okay. I just wanted to come, Assistant Commissioner Cook, to a couple of questions. The Police Commissioner from Monday, the 23rd of August, has the ability to lock down apartment blocks. I just wanted to ask how many in your particular part of the world have been locked down under those powers?
I would need to take that on notice.
Okay, thanks very much. Perhaps you might want to take this one on notice as well, but do you have specific guidelines that are in place for when those apartment buildings are locked down, or is it solely on the advice of New South Wales Health?
There is a process which occurs between generally at the LEMC level initially, so the Local Emergency Management Committee become involved, where a problematic premises might be identified as a result of testing. A process is then put in place which makes that determination as to whether or not it might be locked down in health in those circumstances, or by the Police Commissioner. I could take the detail if you require more on that. Certainly a process around risk of transmission and COVID cases within the premises.
Sorry, you just cut in and out there a little bit, Assistant Commissioner. Can you just say that last part again?
I said yes, it's certainly a process around and dealing with risk around the premises, the number of cases and swabbing and what results tell us that is occurring within the premises.
Okay, look, anything additionally that you could provide on notice would be helpful around the process for actually locking down apartment buildings. Can I just ask you, it's been publicly reported that there was at least one in Campsie, one in Campbelltown, and one in, I think, Liverpool. What support was provided to those residents?
Those premises, I believe you'll find, were locked down, if you like, on the advice of health, not exercising the current powers by the Commissioner. So that becomes a process that is managed at the Local Emergency Management Committee level, which comprises police, health, DCJ and welfare support to those people. So a process gets wrapped around the premises in terms of their health through New South Wales Health, their welfare from DCJ and NGOs working within the emergency management arrangements at the local level, supported by myself as the recon at the next level up, if you like.
And perhaps you could provide on notice what specific supports they were provided with. Were they provided with food hampers or groceries, taking out of rubbish? What was that specific support that they were provided with?
All of those services are provided as part of that package around the premises and those within it to obviously reduce their mobility and see that they receive the support that they are required.
Okay, thanks very much, Assistant Commissioner. Oh, sorry, and perhaps on notice you could just provide with a number of the infringement notices that have been handed out across the 12 LGAs for the breaking of the 1 hour of exercise rule.
Yes, I'll take that on notice.
Thanks very much. Ms. Larkin, can I come back to you? These apartment buildings that were locked down, did they receive a visit every day from someone from the local health district?
So we worked with police on the lockdown arrangements as Mr. Cook outlined. I had staff based there. I had a nurse and a support person, security, etc. there to support people. We were in regular contact with people in the apartment buildings. They had a phone contact that we had that they were able to contact us with. So we were in constant contact with them for the 14 days and provided on-site support for that period of time.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, I just had one more question, which was just, do you play a role in providing that advice, or is that through the New South Wales Health Ministry?
Sorry, that's to me.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. No, we're part of that decision making. So when we get through the public health unit, they'll identify the positive cases. And then we can see potentially that there is a cluster, let's say, just be careful about using that word, but a cluster in a particular area, in a particular apartment block. So what we've done with those is that we saw a couple of cases developing, say in the Liverpool one, and that was of concern. So we'd sit down, have a look at the nature of the cases. We'd also get a map of the apartment buildings to see where they are in the apartment buildings, where potentially transmission could have or could occur, etc. And then what we've also offered the apartment buildings was on-site swabbing, so that we swabbed the whole apartment so that everyone had then a context of, or we had a context of what the concern was. And then based on that, with that information, we really work closely with the police and with the Leacon around that decision making, and for a couple of reasons. Obviously,
Ms. Larkin, I might just stop you there because my time's about to expire. I just have one final question on the hospital in the home. Oh, sorry,
your time has expired. So if you had a very brief question.
I've just got one final question on the hospital in the home. You said that there are new procedures in place. According to the publicly available hospital in the home document, patients are to receive a daily nursing or allied health assessment. Is that document going to be updated, or is this only the case for residents in the southwestern Sydney local health district?
Our model applies to that framework that's been established by the ministry. So my very clear understanding is that's current, and we're applying that.
Well, perhaps. I'll pass over to Ms. Fairman.
Thank you. Ms. Larkin, in relation to when hospitals will be able to treat patients once again, many of whom have had elective surgery postponed, for example, what is the LHD's modelling showing in terms of when hospitals will be able to start accepting those patients?
So right now today, we haven't started formally that piece of work in terms of when we will take elective surgery back into the public hospitals. Could I just specifically in relation to, say, Campbelltown and Liverpool, all of the Cat 1, Cat 2 work has been outsourced in terms of ensuring that higher acuity work is being completed. In relation to the lower acuity work being commenced, only yesterday there was some work commenced with the ministry to start to put some principles and framework together around how we would plan or develop a roadmap to bring that back online.
Thank you. So at the moment, what's the capacity of both Campbelltown and Liverpool? I understand Campbelltown may have opened its 6th COVID ward. What are the capacities there at the moment in terms of ICUs, ICU beds and staff?
Yeah, so ICU beds at Campbelltown, there are 12 ICU beds there, and there are currently, we're staffed to 45 at Liverpool.
Sorry, is that how many is available? That's spare beds. Is that what that answer was when you're saying 12 at Campbelltown?
Yes, the 12 at Campbelltown are the ICU beds at Campbelltown. In terms of what's available they're available for ICU patients. In terms of what capacity they've got today, in terms of, have they got 9 of the 12 or whatever, I couldn't tell you that today.
So the COVID wards themselves for Campbelltown and Liverpool, where is the hospital at in terms of overall capacity? So I understand last week, I think you had to open up 5, another, I think a 5th and a 6th COVID ward at Campbelltown. Is that the extent of it, or is there expected to be 8 or 9? What capacity does both of the hospitals have?
So we've opened capacity at both of those hospitals based on a reduction in especially surgical activity in order to provide capacity for that. I'm pretty sure today we've got the 5 wards at Campbelltown and we've got 6 at Liverpool. Liverpool's got capacity for 1 more. Campbelltown, though, hasn't got capacity for opening further wards, but each day, can I say to you, we watch the capacity on those wards, and we've been able to take COVID patients to each of those hospitals every day, because please understand, every day, even yesterday, we had 35 discharges. So people are moving through the wards, coming in unwell, getting treated and going back out. And we're also using capacity for admissions down at Wollongong and also other hospitals across the state. So that load is being managed internally, but also at a statewide level.
Okay, I just wanted to turn to the question of when people have had COVID, what's the policy in the LHD for them then getting a vaccination, a COVID vaccination? Do they have to wait a certain time, amount of months? And does them having COVID provide them the same access to various venues and stuff, if you like, as a COVID passport? Have you been part of those discussions with New South Wales Health?
Can I say I've been part of those discussions, but that's quite a clinical question that you're asking. Can I take that on notice? There has been a lot of debate around, not debate, but discussion around it and what the evidence is saying. I prefer today to take that on notice and come back with a formal answer to you on that one.
Okay, can I just check, because I actually put two questions in there. I just wanted to maybe just simplify it to the first, which is because you have a lot of people in your LHD who have had COVID. When are they able to receive a COVID vaccine, or have they been told that they don't require one for a few months? What's the official policy?
I can't tell you the official policy. That's what I'm concerned about in relation to giving you an answer. Can I take that on notice and I'll give that to you formally?
Can I ask, do you know whether there is a policy on this?
My understanding is that it is 6 months, can I say to you, but I'd like to take that on notice and come back to you.
Okay, all right, thank you. The issue of hotel quarantine, has that been used in the southwestern Sydney LHD to any extent?
So we've linked up with the
this is for
people.
Sorry, people who have locally acquired the virus. Yep. What was your response? Sorry.
Yeah. So sorry. Over the period of time of the pandemic, we have worked closely with Sydney LHD in terms of quarantine accessibility there, and regularly utilised the hotel quarantine resources there. But we have been working with Western Sydney just over the last about 10 days, and we're developing some local hotel quarantine for our community.
Has the LHD been working with the government to try and get more patients, more COVID positive patients who are isolating at home actually into hotel quarantine, considering some of the challenges of the LHD in terms of bigger households, the fact that COVID positive people are infecting their families? Has this been a strategy of the LHD for some time, and what's been the government's response?
We've been working closely on moving people into hotel quarantine, and especially at the early stages when they're first diagnosed. That offer is made, and there is quite a detailed discussion with people on, the benefit to them of doing that, etc. Over the course of the pandemic, in the last couple of months, so what we've experienced is that because of the Delta variant and how quickly it has transmitted, previously we've been able to identify a positive patient in a family, isolate that individual if they couldn't isolate appropriately at home in accommodation, and do our tracing, etc. But what we're finding is that people are identifying, by the time we identify them as positive, the transmission in the larger families in these communities has already occurred. So therefore we keep families together at home. But if there is people willing and or able to go to accommodation, we will absolutely support them to do it. and we've done, quite a lot over the time of the pandemic. But it has changed this time in relation to often not even the larger groups. We might have a family of 4, and where before we'd be able to isolate, but they're not isolated, and we keep them at home and we support them at home.
Ms. Larkin, I was asking you questions earlier about the clarity of advice being given to COVID positive patients. And I'm troubled that when we ask you a very specific question, which is how long do COVID positive patients have to wait until they can be vaccinated, you're not even able to give us a comprehensive answer. Is this the same kind of lack of information that's being provided to patients?
Could I qualify my response? The question I received was a very clinical question. And as the virus has evolved and developed, and especially even over the last 6 to 12 months, the evidence has changed. I want to be sure to be able to give the Commission a definitive answer, and that's why I said I would take it on notice and come back very clearly with what's the current position from our clinicians around that.
Well, Mayor Asfor says that from Canterbury Bankstown, says that he got a very clear statement from the Premier that that in relation to people who are COVID positive, that they would be given an exemption for 6 months from the requirement to be vaccinated and the benefits of vaccinated people for those 6 months. Is that your understanding of the New South Wales health policy?
The response I gave earlier on when I was asked was 6 months, but I did say that I would like to clarify that and take it on notice and be sure that that is the current evidence and the current understanding around this particular variant.
Well, obviously one of the key questions that tens of thousands of people in Western and Southwestern Sydney who have been COVID positive are asking right now is if they can't get a vaccine because they've been COVID positive, will they have the same kind of freedoms as doubly vaccinated people will have, given their high antibody rates? I think they deserve an answer. Are you in a position to give them an answer now?
No, I said I would take it on notice. And I've said that now a few times in relation to what is the current clinical evidence around it and what's the position of New South Wales Health.
Do you know if the Premier has been making categorical statements in this regard? Has that been communicated to you?
No, I don't know.
Commissioner Cook, if I could go to you in relation to the very heavy policing of a funeral at Rookwood on Wednesday. That's in your patch, isn't it?
It is.
How is it that mourners attended a funeral, trying to be as COVID safe as they could be in cars, and ended up being pulled from their cars and arrested and taken to a police station? How did it escalate so badly?
Juries, that's not my understanding of what happened at all. My advice is that a number of people did attend services that were in breach of the public health order in terms of the numbers of people that were allowed to be present. After some negotiation, most of those people in fact left of their own accord. 4 people were interacted with and received infringement notices. 1 was arrested, charged and then released.
The Lebanese Muslim Association has called this out as an example of targeted and racist policing. Can you give an explanation to them about why it isn't?
Yes, indeed. This is police enforcing the public health order.
Police have a discretion. These were mourners. They were separated in cars. There was no clear public health risk if mourners are separated in cars. Is this part of the zero tolerance policing that has been directed to your officers from Commissioner Fuller?
Again, Mr. Shoebridge, that was not my advice of what occurred on the day. 1 fellow will face the court and those matters will be in court. 3 others determined also not to disperse, as most people did at the time, which was much appreciated, received infringement notice. That was not any example at all of racist or targeted policing.
Commissioner Cook, did your officers take into account that these people were grieving for the loss of a relative? and that they were doing what they could in a COVID-safe way to try and grieve safely. Was that taken into account before the order to disperse was given?
Mr. Shoebridge, police spoke with those people who were present. As I have said, by and large, those people then complied with the public order, health order. 3 people received infringements and 1 fellow was charged and later released.
Mr. Laposta, this concern must have been raised with you, not only from the Lebanese Muslim Association, but from other groups in Western Sydney. What steps are you taking to try and negotiate a better pathway, especially for those grieving mourners in Western Sydney?
Yeah, I think 2 things. Mr. Shoebridge, I'm not aware that the Lebanese Muslim Association, in any statement that I've seen or been shared, referred to the policing as being racist. I think that's the first thing. The second thing is that I had this discussion with the Deputy Commissioner this morning in here at the State Emergency Operation Command, and I intend to get to the bottom of it, and I intend to work with Assistant Commissioner Cook and others as required to understand exactly what happened. And I've seen the videos and I've seen the statements, and I have been in direct contact with the President of the Lebanese Muslim Association.
We see, Mr. Laposta, this doesn't happen in a vacuum. This happens after 3 months of high intensity policing and repeated statements of concerns by multicultural Western Sydney about the aggressive policing being focused on them. This isn't the first time these kinds of policing concerns have been raised with your office, is it?
No, it's not, Mr. Shoebridge. That's correct. That said, though, I have very open, honest and robust dialogue, as I have throughout this pandemic, with the Commissioner, with the Deputy Commissioner and with the Assistant Commissioner. We bring different points of view at times to the table, and we also bring different factual information sources to the table, because often there are not one side to every story, there are multiple sides to every story. And we discuss those different points of view, as we have on a number of serious junctures throughout the last few months, to be honest, throughout the last 15 or 16 months. And then we generally get to a resolution. But one of the things I do want to acknowledge is the gentleman that you are referring your questions to. In the past, well, since the 16th of June, as an agency, we've run 50 forums to talk to community, listen to community and engage with the community. And on those 50 forums, Mr. Cook has attended somewhere between 35 and 40, and I couldn't ask for the exact number from my team.
Mr. Laposta, I'm not critiquing Mr. Cook's work ethic and his engagement in the office. I'm critiquing the policy that was applied on the ground. Have you, from Multicultural New South Wales, advocated for the lifting of, for example, did you advocate for the lifting of the curfew? You must have had clear feedback being given to you from stakeholder after stakeholder after stakeholder, pointing out how Western and Southwestern Sydney felt that was a targeted and unfair public health order. Did you advocate for the lifting of the curfew?
I think, Mr. Shoebridge, our stakeholders aren't refined or defined by any geographical boundary. We're the most culturally diverse state on earth. And yes, there is a high percentage of Southwestern Sydney and Western Sydney that are born overseas, proudly born overseas, and speak a language other than English. But our society is one of the most successful multicultural societies on earth. So our stakeholders don't just sit in one part of the world. I think, and that's the important thing here, this virus isn't about an ethnicity. It's not about a postcode. It's about what is the commensurate health response to help tackle the virus and fundamentally keep as many people safe as possible. So is it our responsibility to advocate for our communities? Absolutely. And that's whether they are limiting action or reopening as part of roadmaps out in other ways. And that's our multicultural, our multi-faith, and our multilingual societies. So yes, there are numerous things that we advocate on their behalf for. And right now, you're quite right in flagging this as an issue, and I'm very, very mindful, and I will continue to have dialogue with the police around not so much funerals, because I think that in a contained environment, they can be very problematic and proven to, unfortunately, spread this virus, but particularly with regards to open areas and burials, the dialogue with the police will be ongoing.
All right. Well, unfortunately, we have run out of time. So thank all of you. Again, thank you for your work and thank you for your assistance to the committee today. I know there are a number of questions taken on notice, and I remind witnesses they have 21 days in which to provide those answers. Of course, if they can be provided earlier, that always assists the committee in its work. And we'll be having a short recess until 2:15. And again, I recommend to members of the committee that you place your device on mute and cease the video feed, and we will recommence at 2:15.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all.
Hi there, this is Helen from the Secretariat. Just before we commence at 2:15, if I could please do a quick sound check with all of the witnesses. Just starting with Mr. Brett Collins, please.
Yes, my name is Brett Collins, Justice Action Coordinator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Collins. If I could please just ask you to put yourself on mute until 2:15.
Okay, fine.
Thank you. And then Mr. Keenan Mundine.
Keenan Mundine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mundine. We can hear and see you very well. And then we'll just go to Professor George Newhouse.
How's that for sound?
That sounds very well. Sounds very good. Thank you. Okay. And I can also see you fine on the screen. Mr. Bradshaw.
Yes, sound check for Nathan Bradshaw.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Anthony. Oh, you're just.
Hi, Helen. It's Thalia.
Thalia, thank you. So it seems that we can hear and see you all fine. So if you could please just place yourself on mute. You can also turn your video off until 2:15, and then the chair will address you shortly.
Welcome back to the next session of the COVID oversight inquiry being undertaken by the Public Accountability Committee. The next two sessions will be focusing on the situation of COVID and prisons across New South Wales. Almost 13,000 inmates are in our prisons across New South Wales, one of the most vulnerable populations, vulnerable from a health perspective with many comorbidities, but also vulnerable from the circumstances in which they are held in very close proximity. Our first panel has a number of advocates from the community and also the Public Sector Association. And I'll just work through each of you. If each of you could in turn provide us with your name, your position, and then take either an oath or an affirmation. Copies of the oath or the affirmation should be provided to you by the Secretariat. Mr. Brett Collins, we may start with you, Brett. Again, if you give your name, your position, and then take either an oath or an affirmation.
Yes, my name is Brett Collins. I'm the spokesperson and coordinator for Justice Action, and I'll take the affirmation. I will say, give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thanks very much, Mr. Collins. Mr. Keenan Mundine.
Thank you. I'm Keenan Mundine, co-founder of Deadly Connections and Deputy CEO, and I'll take the oath. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mundine. Professor Anthony.
My name is Thalia Anthony, and I'm a professor of law at the University of Technology, Sydney, and I affirm that I will provide the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thanks very much, Professor. Professor Newhouse.
Yes, I'm George Newhouse. I'm the CEO and Principal Solicitor of the National Justice Project. I affirm that the evidence I will give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
And Mr. Bradshaw.
Nathan Bradshaw, Industrial Manager at the Public Service Association of New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thanks very much for coming and sharing your time with us. I know how busy everybody is, and we really do appreciate it, especially given the short notice. Then now is an opportunity for each of you to give a brief opening statement, because we do want to leave time for questions. And I might first go to you, Mr. Collins. Oh, Brett, you're still on mute.
Thank you for the opportunity to present. So I speak on behalf of prisoners, right, inside the jails, and also families of inmates who are prisoners who have actually contacted us over the last few weeks. They are extremely distraught. They have, as one can imagine, at the moment they're locked down, and they can have a sense of impending doom. We've been contacted by hundreds of families of prisoners, and we've also and prisoners themselves have made contact with us. What we have at the moment, we have a situation we would see just before the infections enter the jails, an opportunity for many things to change. And behind that, we have received a lot of information from prisoners about prison conditions. They're locked in their cells. They have a time. Some of them only get out for 10 minutes a day. Conditions that are entirely intolerable. This is exactly the situation which we foresaw back at the beginning of this year, and we asked the Commissioner to use his power to release prisoners on parole according to the Act, which is the Section 276 of the Crimes Administration Act. And nothing so far has happened about that at all. There's the same density of prisons as there were before, with 13,000 prisoners sitting at the moment in their cells. We have reports from prisoners in Parklea, in Bathurst, in the South Coast prison, where they haven't had vaccinations. They're locked in their cells. They've been had vaccinations refused. In some cases, they've actually been told that they can only receive Pfizer and not AstraZeneca. So anyone over the age of 60 has been refused access to Pfizer, and there are prisoners who've been requesting vaccinations in their families and have been refused. These people also locked in cells, and we have people who are in dormitories, and we have a very specific information about people who are in dormitories, women and men, who are in dormitories who have not been vaccinated and have been asking for vaccinations over the period. People who are in Clarence, in the Serco prison, who are in Parklea, who are also down in the South Coast and further south. They're quite across the whole system, there's tension, and prisoners are expecting that they do receive the same conditions as is permitted in the outside community, where they have an area of not more than at least 4 square meters per person in order to survive these conditions. We are currently before preparing a case before the Supreme Court for the acting commissioner to be compelled to ensure that the cells have not more than 4 square, have no greater number of prisoners per cell that allows them 4 square meters per person. That vaccinations should be mandatory for all staff, and that vaccinations should be made available to all inmates, and that they should have time out of their cells, at least that should conform to clause 53 of the Administration Regulations 2014, and that they have access at least to computer tablets that allow them to facilitate communication with them, the legal representatives, medical and mental health professionals, family, as well as access to whitelisted websites, giving them education and rehabilitation services. These things are achievable. In some jails, they do have computer tablets. In many jails, they do not. And these are issues that could easily be complied with by the Acting Commissioner for Corrective Services. We're going to the court to ask that be mandated. And thank you. Thanks for the chance to speak.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Collins. I'm sure we'll come back to you for questioning. Mr. Mundine?
Thank you. Before I talk, I just want to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land that I'm on, the Gadigal people, on the Eora Nation, and pay my respects to elders present. As an Aboriginal man, and one with lived experience of being in prison here in New South Wales, it's both an honour and a duty to amplify the voices of those people that are still in there and their family members and loved ones in the community. This is more than a job for me, as many of the people inside are my family and from my community. I'm here today to try and talk about the lack of accountability of the way in which this was being dealt, the lack of transparency to loved ones and community around how they're dealing with their loved ones in custody here in New South Wales. I want to talk about trying to increase relationships with Aboriginal community controlled organisations with the Department of Corrective Services to take care of all of the Aboriginal members in custody today, to ensure that they're being treated and supported. We had a briefing last week with Corrective Services, and in that briefing we offered to provide a toll-free number that we have at Deadly Connections to all of the Aboriginal people inside, to ring this number toll-free and get support and services and to be able to stay connected to their family. We also wanted to talk about the lack of mental health and care plan for every individual that's in custody today, not just to tick a box, how do you feel today? They are locked away in a cell. Like Brett said, some are 2 out, 3 out and 4 out. And even if you do put your hand up to speak to a counsellor or a psychologist or somebody from, a clinical background, you can't disclose in front of your cellmate how you're feeling, what you're going through and how you're struggling and what you can do to cope with that. Being no direction around how they're going to do this. There are programs that have been put on hold, and these programs are necessary for most sentenced prisoners and unsentenced prisoners to be able to get access to these programs, to be able to show the court that they're addressing their offending behaviour, to be able to be, comfortably released to the community and lower their risk of reoffending when coming back to the community. There's been no sort of parole eligibility and people being released since COVID. There's also been no PPE handed out to inmates. The only time inmates come in contact with PPE is when they're accessing the clinic or coming into contact with staff. There's also one of the most sort of distressing cases that I can sort of put forward was we received a message most recently that a member of our community went back to prison to serve a 2-week drug court sanction, and that was before the most recent wave, and he's now spent 3 months in prison without no sort of action and recourse on when he's coming home. In the time that he was in prison, he had a baby, and he hasn't been able to touch that baby or bond with that baby or talk to his family. So thank you very much for allowing me to be here today and bring my lived experience and shine a different light on, what's happening and how prisoners will be feeling.
Thanks, Keenan. Professor Anthony.
Thanks, and respects to the lived experience of Keenan and Brett, and also acknowledge that I'm on Wongal country. So since February 2020, I've conducted and published research on the impact of COVID-19 on prisons. The warning sign first came in Wuhan, when its prison had higher rates of COVID than the general population. This is now also the case in New South Wales. As of 8 p.m. last night, the New South Wales Government has reported 283 cases in correctional settings since the 31st of August 2021. This translates to 2.2% of the prison population with active COVID-19 infections and compares to 0.2% of active cases in the general community. At the same time, the proportion of inmates who are fully vaccinated is less than half of the general population. There is also evidence of people entering and leaving prison while infected, which has adverse implications for the broader community. The New South Wales Government enacted legislation early last year to enable the Corrections Commissioner to release on parole classes of inmates. This should be acted upon as a preventative measure to lower the square metre prison density, to prevent prison deaths in custody, and to prevent infected people being released into the community at the end of their sentence. Finally, apart from the parole release, the New South Wales Executive could advise the Governor to grant sentence remissions based on its prerogative remissions power. Reviewing the eligibility of all sentenced inmates for remissions would recognise missed work release, restrictions on programs and visits, the mental health consequences of lockdowns, as well as controlling transmissibility. Indeed, there's a need for inmates to also have access to masks, PPE, vaccines, and community healthcare, as well as testing in advance of release. However, it is only through fewer people in prisons that COVID can be controlled in prisons. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thanks so much, Professor Anthony. Mr. Bradshaw.
Thank you. Yes, I also like to acknowledge the country that we all meet on and pay my respect to elders past, present and emerging. Firstly, apologies for Nicole Jest, who is the chair of the Prison Officers Vocational Branch, who is unwell. I am stepping in as the industrial manager that looks after the justice sector of our membership. Our members that work in this setting in and around correctional centres turn up to work every day under enormous pressure and new ways in which they are doing their job when it comes to practices and safeguards in place to minimise the risk not only to staff but to the inmates as well. They do so, like I said, in an environment of a political environment with a lot of misinformation about vaccines and their effectiveness. However, there has been an announcement of mandatory vaccination for staff, which our members recognise that there is a risk there in those settings, a risk that also exists for the inmates as well, which does give rise to the question if vaccinations are mandated for staff, with the first dose to be received by the 30th of September, what is the plan to vaccinate or to possibly mandate vaccination for inmates? It's a question that our members are also asking to minimise the risk, not only to staff, but the risk that exists to the inmates as well. Thank you.
Professor Newhouse.
Thank you, Chair. Like Thalia, I'd like to pay my respects both to Brett and Keenan's lived experience and also to the Gadigal people on whose land we are today. Well, I certainly am, and a number of you are. Look, during the pandemic, the government has made it clear that the lives of prisoners were deprioritised by diverting urgently needed vaccines from prisons and their abject failure to develop an effective plan to prevent prisoners from becoming infected with COVID-19. Now, the recent media attention and focus has seen vaccination rates rise from 21% to 35% fully vaccinated, but it's still too low and too late. Now, prisons are exempt from COVID-19 health regulations, but the public and prisoners and their families do not know what guidelines and procedures are currently mandated in prisons. The people of New South Wales are entitled to know exactly what is planned for prisoners right now. The New South Wales Government has a duty of care to prisoners, especially those that they know are vulnerable, like elderly prisoners, Aboriginal prisoners, and those with underlying health conditions. We know from the stats that around 25% of those with COVID, diagnosed with COVID at Parklea Prison, were Aboriginal prisoners, which is of great concern. Not only are Aboriginal peoples overrepresented in prisons, but now they're overrepresented in COVID-19 numbers. There is no transparent plan. There are no transparent statistics. There's nothing to hold the system accountable for its performance or lack of. It appears to be a fly by the seat of your pants stuff. If there is a plan, then let's hear it so that families and prisoners know what they can expect, in fact, demand from the department and operators. The prisoners are sitting ducks to pandemics in confined, overcrowded and unhygienic areas without adequate masks and sanitisers. They're being locked down, as you've heard, in intolerable conditions. Often a prisoner's release is actually being delayed by COVID because they're unable to access programs. Programs have been shut down, and the parole board often requires prisoners to have met certain requirements of these programs before being released. Parole guidelines need to be varied during COVID to allow for this. Lockdowns and uncertainty is causing significant psychological harm. And finally, the lockdowns are not only in breach of New South Wales law, as Brett mentioned, but they're in breach of the Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhuman and Degrading Treatment or Punishment, which defines torture as the infliction of severe physical and or mental suffering committed under the law. And it's noteworthy that CAT allows for no circumstances or emergencies where such conduct is permitted. And I think it's very important that we consider the mental health of prisoners right now who are being locked up in intolerable circumstances. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you all for your openings. I'll hand over now to the opposition. I think Tara Moriarty.
Thank you. Thank you all for attending today, and I really do appreciate your opening statements, but also the work that you do in this space. I might start with Mr. Bradshaw, if I could. Mr. Bradshaw, in terms of staff, particularly guards, but all staff in prisons, what are the current what's the current vaccination rate? Are you aware?
Unfortunately, I would not have the accurate figures for that. However, I do have for our members, a member survey in which over 12,000 members responded. And the response to that, respondents from our membership, which includes the prison officers, indicated, and this was 2 weeks ago now, but indicated that there was 76% of respondents had one dose and 54% were fully vaccinated. We believe, and that was 2 weeks ago, can only estimate that the coverage in the prison officers would be quite similar.
Yeah, thanks. And so now that it's going to be compulsory for the guards to be vaccinated, would you say, or what's the view of your members in terms of their ability to have accessed vaccination to this point? And the deadline is when is it, the end of the month? So what's the access rate been like?
So the deadline for the first dose is the 30th of September, so the end of the month. There has been more than one round of vaccinations rolled out to the centres. Our members, however, in regional areas do, report the same issues as a previous speaker when it comes to gaining access, not only to a vaccine, but the vaccine that either their GP has recommended or that they have, a preference for. And also, I believe the members are reporting they should have the ability to gain that vaccine from their GP. And for some members, they are having problems with gaining, if they want an exemption, if they are seeking an exemption for medical reasons, with gaining those appointments in time. But however, the access to the vaccine, there has been issues, but mainly in regional areas.
Yeah, thanks. And so has the government or corrections worked with you or your organisation or the staff in terms of what will happen to staff who are not fully vaccinated by the deadline? Will they still be able to work? Will they be on leave? What will happen?
They're currently in discussions about that. The announcement for mandating vaccinations was made yesterday. There was a risk assessment process that we have been involved with for the weeks leading up to that. So the risk, obviously, we were aware of, that it could have been heading to this. But yes, that announcement was just made yesterday. As for what happens to the staff, there will be a process. There's a similar process that is happening for police employees. So there will be a process for seeking exemptions. But as to exactly what happens to the staff if they refuse to be vaccinated is still a matter for discussion.
Thanks. Now, just in relation to the protocols in place for managing COVID, I know corrections is kind of its own world, but the health advice and the health rules in relation to COVID apply to all of us. So I guess on behalf of your members, is that what's happening in corrections with staff? The normal health rules that apply to the rest of the community, do they apply to staff, or does corrections have its own set of rules in relation to, for example, staff who might have symptoms of COVID? Are they supposed to isolate for 14 days, or people who've been exposed? Is that the requirement?
It's certainly my information from everything that I've seen in my discussion with members. They're absolutely bound by the same restrictions. In fact, they have a COVID command post that works with population health, justice health, in terms of contact tracing, and in for the majority, there are further restrictions or more caution being placed on testing, etc. So there are a number of testing. The members are tested every day when they turn up to the centre. So I would say that they are above the restrictions.
So that's the requirement. But I'm wondering if you can respond whether you would be aware of this via your members or not. I'll certainly be asking corrections about this, but I've been advised that there are cases where the health advice that we all have to follow is not being enforced by the COVID command in corrections, and that there are circumstances where, in fact, it's been told to me that they are being, staff are being told or pressured to come back to work before the 14 days if they have been exposed to a potential COVID case, or perhaps within the 14 days have received one negative result but aren't being asked to isolate for the rest of the period. Do you know anything about that? Have you got any comments on that?
My apologies. I don't have that information. It's not what I've heard. So my apologies.
That's okay. And in terms of staffing issues, so just like the rest of particularly the health system or all frontline workers who are working at the moment, there are stresses on all of our frontline workforces when people have to take this 14-day period because they might have been exposed. I would imagine that's happening in corrections. Are there shortages of staff? How is that being dealt with by corrections?
It's certainly stretched to the limit. I don't think that's an unfair statement. I know that the casual pool is reaching the limits, and I know that I'm aware of a number of staff that have been recalled that were not in active duty, so to speak. So the pressures are there, and certainly further increases in outbreaks is really going to strain the system, as well as from the 30th of September, if there is a sizable cohort of workers who cannot comply with the mandate and will not be at work, that will create further stresses on the workforce.
Do you know if there's been any planning around that, or as you've said, there's still discussions happening about what that might look like?
There's still discussions, but there's no doubt that the policy at the moment is that from the 30th of September, you will not be allowed to turn up to work unless you have had one dose of vaccine.
Thanks. So I mean, there's been quite a lack of transparency, in my view, about COVID, and certainly this particular outbreak in the system. I'm also advised that staff have been instructed and in some cases threatened with disciplinary action if they speak out about COVID cases. And in fact, the outbreak at Parklea wasn't made public until it was exposed by us. Do you have any information or any comment on that?
My comment would be, I'd like to preface by saying that I don't look after the private prisons. I have not had a huge involvement in Parklea. However, my comment is that there is quite a strict public sector code of conduct, and our members are often threatened for speaking out on issues that they should be able to.
Yeah, that's something I've discovered in the very short time that I've had this portfolio. So I understand for staff working in places that going to the media might be a problem, but I'm also advised that they've been threatened if they want to get advice or deal with these things in any other way. So you're welcome to get them to contact us if we can assist with that. Is there enough or appropriate protections in place or gear in place for people, particularly in regional areas, would you say?
Look, I think the PPE rollout was slow in the beginning. I don't think there's any doubt about that in the beginning of this lockdown. However, I think from my reports and discussions with members, There is certainly the provision of, I think it's N95, forgive me if I got the numbers wrong, but the masks, the face shields, goggles, there are multiple procedures in place, and it certainly does, whilst the PPE is certainly valid, it does make our members doing their job increasingly difficult to be to use all that PPE at the same time.
Yeah, thanks for that. And if I could just turn to, I guess, collectively all of the advocates that we've got here. So feel free, each of you, to jump in. I, like you, have been inundated with correspondence and calls from family members who are very concerned on behalf of their family members who are incarcerated at the moment. The government did make mention, and the minister confirmed a couple of weeks ago, that they were looking at releasing some low-risk inmates. I understand they've since said they're not doing that. I know a few of you are doing work on this and potentially a legal challenge. Where is that up to, and what kind of response have you had from the government in relation to their up and down answers on this?
Well, maybe I can respond to that, Ms. Moriarty. We currently have a barrister and solicitors working on the case. It's not yet ready to present to the court, but there's still some research to be done. We have, at the moment, 12 plaintiffs looking for a class action. And so really on the back of quite a few things there, but to grant parole to for the acting commissioner to grant parole to a certain class of prisoners. We have at the moment, as I say, we have 12 plaintiffs, but we have well over 100 who actually want to present their case before the court. We're concerned about a whole range of things, but if I can just address the issue that Mr. Bradshaw referred to, which was mandatory vaccinations for prisoners. Of course, many prisoners do want vaccinations, but then there's a lack of trust between the health, Justice Health and prisoners. And the last thing we would want to have would be for prisoners then to be forcibly vaccinated. That doesn't happen anywhere else in the community. And to propose that, I think is really a bad thing. That's a bad thing for a whole range of reasons. First of all, of course, prisoners don't have the choice. They're sitting in a cell, and the health department should be actually offering services and not compelling people to do things. And of course, they're not employed, and therefore they don't have the benefit of actually not leaving the area. They also they don't have their own doctor. So if they had their own doctor, and of course they had access to health advice, they may well in fact accept the vaccinations. But that's that communication between the prisoner and their own doctor is essential. That's why the people are saying, well, we have a situation now where pressure is building in the prison system. What we have for Mr. Bradshaw is in fact it's going to get worse. We all know that's going to happen. That's why, effectively, something has to happen now. And we look to this inquiry to actually make sure that does happen. But as it builds up more and more, we're looking for it to be a bomb, a blow up. And that would be really unpleasant for the whole system, including Mr. Bradshaw's staff, as I'm sure he's fully aware. So what we're suggesting at the very least, and what prisoners' families say, at least let us have computer tablets in the cells, as is happening in some areas and has been promised. Because at least people have easy access then to their families, legal support. We can get proper reports about what's actually happening. They can get proper support, health support as well from their own doctors. And they're things that will make a big difference. And then they can also use their time properly if they're left in their cells for long periods. At least they do have access to some positive way in which they can use their time. That's basic. And so far we haven't had a response to that.
Can I just add to that? I strongly recommend that the Aboriginal Medical Service be funded to attend prisons and speak to First Nations prisoners. I think that will lead to higher vaccination rates amongst that cohort. And in relation to one of your questions, Ms. Moriarty, about the public health orders, there are specific exemptions for prisons, correctional facilities, and youth justice centres or other places of custody. The gathering, social distancing requirements are exempt, and there may well be other sections of the normal requirements on the public that are exempt in prisons. It would be worth asking the department what they're exempt from too, or the health department.
Yeah, so thanks, and I'm aware of that, but I'm also interested in the minute that I have left, I think, in comments from you about the treatment of inmates. So this particular outbreak seems to have caught corrections off guard, in my opinion. They seem to have been caught out, and then late August locked down all of the facilities across New South Wales, and some of them were reopened and some of them took a little longer. I haven't got a complete answer on whether they're all open, but it means, as you know, a lot of people have had not much access to fresh air or communication. Have you got any comments about that? And also particularly, are you aware, I've had comments from family members that COVID positive inmates have been refused contact or refused to be allowed to contact their family members. So corrections will tell families, but they're not allowed to speak to their loved ones. Any comments on that?
Well, I can certainly talk to that, actually, Ms. Moriarty. We have a number of reports from families who do have COVID positive prisoners at the moment, who haven't spoken to them for 3 weeks. They've also been lied to about their status. They've been told that there's nothing to worry about at all, although they haven't had contact with their loved ones in Parklea, particularly Parklea, for the last 3 weeks. And then afterwards, they've been told that their family member is positive after all, after having been told previously that it's not the case. So there's a lack of transparency, definitely, lack of communication as well, which is really, really very, very difficult for family members outside, as well, of course, the prisoners themselves.
Thanks, Ms. Moriarty. Unfortunately, your time has expired for this round of questioning. Professor Anthony, I saw that you wanted to contribute to an earlier question.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to say in response to the question about the Corrections Commissioner's position on release, we have penned 4 open letters from thousands of justice advocates over the past 16 months, including one a few weeks ago that was sent to the Commissioner, and have not received a response and not had any information about the, I guess, criteria that would trigger the release. So it was said, including up to a few weeks ago, that it could require an outbreak. When there has been an outbreak, it again has not triggered it. So I think it's really incumbent on them to provide information as to when the powers will be used.
Mr. Collins and Mr. Mundine, the inmates that you've been speaking to or had communication with, what have they said about access to vaccines? We hear a lot of rhetoric from the government about vaccine hesitancy, but can everyone get a vaccine when they want it in prison? Mr. Collins?
Well, no, they can't. In fact, we've been told by many people that they've actually been refused access to vaccines. We have a number of reports here, which I'm very happy to pass to the committee if that would be useful, from people who've been refused, and people who've been told that the that vaccine does not apply, and therefore they have to wait until the AstraZeneca is available. And so there've been many people in that category, people over the age of 60, who haven't had access to vaccines. People have been asking for vaccines for months and have been refused. So, and people have had to pay for vaccines as well, which is really quite a surprising situation. So there's no question, prisoners know that it would be to their benefit to be vaccinated. But of course, some people would be resistant to that, but they certainly would prefer to be the case.
Mr. Mundine?
Yeah, I'm just going to follow on with what Brett said. My brother's actually in prison at the moment, and I'm really highly anxious about his welfare and what he's going through. And I have a lot of old associates still in custody at the moment that I talk to, and I guess the biggest thing that has become more apparent here in New South Wales is that every prison runs their prison the way they want to. Then there is no sort of mandated sort of guidelines on every prison operating the same, giving the same pathways to getting access to a vaccination. Up in Clarence, I have a friend who's already been vaccinated. My brother got vaccinated the other day, but the way in which it's rolling out is like you have to go to the clinic, fill out a form, then ask for it, and then when they're ready for you, they'll just page you on a random day. It's not like, here's your appointment, come up on a Tuesday at 2 o'clock, you're going to get it. If you have any concerns, here's some information, here's a number that you can ring, here's somebody in the community that you can talk to. So they're getting bombarded. My friend who was in Clarence actually got offered his vaccine whilst getting dosed in the morning. His opioid replacement therapy program. So he had to decline it, give me a phone call, and I had to sort of talk to him about his options, and he opted to go back to the clinic and get vaccinated. But he was very, very highly anxious by walking up there to get his methadone in the morning, and then tried to corner him in a room and say, "Hey, why are you here? You want your jab?" Yeah, like everybody else said, I feel like most of the Aboriginal community in custody are going to be very hesitant. They don't trust authorities as it is. And what George said, I second that, trying to get the Aboriginal Medical Centre into local custodial centres to be able to reduce that sort of heightened state of distrust and to be able to administer vaccines to the Aboriginal population.
That is a pretty obvious solution, isn't it, Kanan, to get the Aboriginal Medical Service in, a trusted source, an authoritative source outside of the prison system. That's a way of getting to particularly First Nations inmates in a trusted way to increase vaccine rates. Do you agree?
Yeah, I fully stand behind that comment, and I'm glad that George brought it up. And I feel myself as a former prisoner, having somebody from my local medical centre, that I've grown up with, having access to them, and a doctor and a nurse coming and comforting me in such a heightened state, and to be able to sit with me. Most of these routinely jabs, as you would see rolling out in the community, you just get your jab, you sit for 15 minutes and you take off. That sort of is heightened in custodial settings. You already don't trust the staff, you don't trust the nurse, you don't trust the custodians. Who do you talk to about your fears, your anxieties, and what you go through? And then what's the repercussions of you disclosing, that you're unstable? Most of the time when in custodial settings, when you say you're unstable, you get locked down even further, and then you get your restrictions, so you get your clothing removed from you, and you get a safety blanket, and you get put in a cell with a camera, and you get further isolated. So it's a very tricky situation, and I'm very honoured to be here. So thanks, David.
Could I ask, probably again to Mr. Collins and Mr. Mundine, about the lockdowns? One of the responses to COVID in prisons has been to lock prisoners in their cells, sometimes for the great majority of the day. What are you hearing on the ground?
Well, I can tell you that there's an immense tension in the prisons at the moment. People are being left in their cells for whole periods, except for 10 minutes. Some people are being allowed out for a little bit longer than that, and it's just enough time to go out and have a shower and have access to a phone call, sometimes to a phone call, and then back in again. There's a whole the whole system really. It's very easy to just lock people in their cells. Obviously, it's easier from a staff's point of view because all they have to do is open the cell and close the cell door. But that only that only lasts for a short amount of time, and then at the end of it, you have people who actually they talk about staggering out in the sunlight after they finally come out in the sunlight after a period inside. That has immense impact on a person's feeling about themselves and how they can fit in the general community. That'll have reverberations in the general community later, without any question.
Mr. Collins, when you say 10 minutes, do you mean 10 minutes in a 24-hour cycle?
Yes, 10 minutes in a 24-hour cycle, that's right. And we're having that widely across the board, actually. It's quite surprising how little time people get out, even out of places like the South Coast Correctional Centre at Mayoral. We're getting that same report in there. We had a report of a man who was there for 17 days in his cell and did not leave his cell. So that's the sort of situation where people are seen as being locked down. Lockdown means it's different than a general community lockdown. We're talking about locked in a room and then with one or two other people with you as well. That's just an amazing situation that would normally never happen, would never be even considered. And yet it's seen here as being a safety situation, which is really totally intolerable.
Mr. Mundine?
Yeah, even in the best of times, locking a prison down is hard and trying to get through such a process. And all of the research and evidence will show that locking prisoners down, only exacerbates their mental health and some of their behaviours and experiences. And the ultimate sort of pinnacle of a lockdown would be an inmate taking a staff member hostage or assaulting a staff member. But then on the other side of the coin, we won't really understand the full impact of the psychological and mental effect of the state being locked down and every prisoner in prison It might happen tomorrow, it might happen 2 weeks from now, it might happen 2 years from now, but that's when the impact will happen, and that impact will go directly to their household, their loved ones, and those around them. Watch them suffer from what they had to experience being locked up in a pandemic.
Professor Anthony, could I ask you about the need for transparency? We had last year, during the heat of the crisis last year, there was greater transparency about what's happening in prisons than there is this year. Can you speak to that at all?
Yeah, so last year, every time there was an infection on the New South Wales Corrective Services website, they would report whether it was staff or an inmate. They would report the numbers, and then if they were being transferred, say, to Silverwater for treatment, they would report that. And there were very few cases, admittedly, last year. And now when we have hundreds of cases, the only information we are getting is from the daily COVID statistics from the New South Wales Government that puts a number to correctional settings at large. So there's no specificity as to who is affected and where they're affected or how they're being treated. David, you're on mute.
I had to do that at some point. What is the transparency we should be expecting? Is it COVID numbers broken down? Obviously, it's quite distinct if it's officers rather than inmates. And should it also be on a facility by facility basis?
Yeah, I think there needs to be absolutely that level of detail around infections, facility by facility, including youth detention centres, where we've also heard there have been cases. But in addition to the numbers, and those numbers should extend to vaccination numbers and testing numbers, in addition to that, there should be reporting from inspectors, custodial inspectors and ombudsmen about the conditions in prisons and youth detention centres and what the experience is like inside, but also what protections are available. And apart from that, there needs to be transparency about the policy. What are corrective services doing to manage the outbreak? What are they doing in relation to their powers of release, etc.?
Mr. Bradshaw, you said that there was some masks being provided to staff, but is it true that there's no PPE being provided to inmates?
The information I have is that they have surgical masks provided. If you would like, again, I could take the question on notice as to exactly what PPE is being provided, but my information is that they are provided surgical masks for common areas and transportation.
No hand sanitizer, no effective face mask.
Hand sanitizer, no. Yes, but the surgical mask.
Mr. Collins, Mr. Mundine, what are you hearing?
Now, we've heard for a long period, in fact, that they were not available to prisoners, and that also the staff were entering the cells without masks. So there was a real casual approach across the board. Now, more recently, things may well have changed, but it certainly was the case that there was a real casual approach right across the board.
Yeah. Mr. Bradshaw, family members. Oh, sorry, Mr. Mundine, did you want to add something?
Yeah, sorry, David. In my reports, that both from my people in prison, the only time they're ever afforded any sort of PPEs when they're coming in contact with staff or accessing justice health facilities. When they're in the cells, when they're in the yard, when they're in public areas, interacting with each other, there is no PPE. They're in close quarters, they're in yards, they're in cells, they're in, out in spaces together, and there is no PPE given to them. There's the basic that they give out, which is just a bit of soap and toothbrush and toothpaste, and that's it.
Mr. Bradshaw, family members contacted me about an incident in the South Coast Corrections facility yesterday where prison officers were refusing to wear masks and were locking prisoners in their cells as part of the response to that. Do you know anything about that?
I believe there is a industrial dispute ongoing on that matter. It is not one that I am running. However, I do believe that the the transfer of prisoners has been delayed and locked down, yes, until the workers' concerns over the PPE. Now, the concerns are not necessarily having to wear the PPE, but the concerns are that it can be a safety risk in terms of the goggles and masks fogging up, or in terms of their supervision when wearing that PPE, and they're requesting that their concerns are explored before they transfer inmates.
Is it true that that crisis in the facility yesterday only ended when inmates called Crime Stoppers and complained about the absence of masks being worn?
I wouldn't know. Sorry.
You said no, or you wouldn't know?
Sorry, I don't know. No, that's not. I haven't heard that.
All right. What is the PSA's attitude towards compulsory vaccination for staff?
Well, the PSA is only interested in the industrial landscape of mandatory vaccination. We understand that there is a risk to, and that the employer has a duty of care to minimise that risk. We understand in this situation that the risk is extreme. It is death. We have members whose colleagues are unwell, that are in hospital. So in terms of our position on mandatory vaccination, we can accept that there are risks that need to be minimised, and that vaccination is a key part of that. What we are interested in is the industrial landscape of what happens to people who do not wish to be vaccinated, which we were speaking about earlier, whether there is disciplinary action as a result of that, or there is an ability for them to take leave. That's the issues we're working through at the moment.
Unfortunately, our time has expired. I feel there's a great deal more we would be able to explore, but we do have the Inspector of Custodial Services, the Ombudsman and Justice Health coming next. So can I thank all of you?
Chair, before you do, will you take short written submissions?
Indeed, I'll give you this open opportunity to each of you. If there's anything further you wish to provide to us on notice, you're each welcome to do that. Maximum period is 21 days, but if you could provide that in a shorter time frame, that would be greatly accepted.
Okay.
And again, I am sorry we have run out of time. Time has beaten us here. Thank you for all the work you've been doing, and there's obviously so much to do in this space.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you.
We're now going to have a short recess until 3:15, and then we'll have those various government agencies rejoin.
Hello, this is Helen from the Secretariat. If I could just do a quick sound and video check with each of the witnesses, just starting from Commissioner Corcoran, please.
Yes, Kevin Corcoran speaking.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And Miss Rafter? Hi, could you just say something? Hi, Miss Rafter, can you hear me? We might just come back to Miss Rafter. Miss Hoey, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And Mr. Miller, just a quick sound check if that's okay, please.
Hi, Helen, it's Paul Miller.
Thank you very much. Ms. Rafter, could I just check one more time? If you could just say something into microphone. Okay. We'll try and contact you separately. Witnesses, the session will be ready to start again at 3:15. So if I could ask you to please just place yourselves on mute, and then we'll start shortly. Thank you.
Let me just double check. Okay, good. Okay.
Hi, Miss Rafter, it's Helen.
Hello. It didn't work, did it? I'm pressing unmute, but I'm still having sound. Hang on, somebody else is.
We can hear you now.
Go back out.
We can hear you, Ms. Rafter.
Yes, got that. Yeah, high definition audio device, try that.
Ms. Rafter, can you hear us now? Well, I think you can hear us, but you've now muted yourself. We need to get the two working together.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, and can you hear me?
I can. Thank you. Thank
Right.
you, Chair.
Perfect timing.
Great.
I'd like to welcome people back to our final round of hearings today in the Public Accountability Committee's oversight hearing into the COVID response by the New South Wales Government. The last session that we've just had and this session are both dealing with COVID in prisons and what the government's response has been. We have the Acting Commissioner of Corrective Services, Commissioner Kevin Corcoran. We have the Inspector of Custodial Services, Ms. Fiona Rafter, the New South Wales Ombudsman, Mr. Paul Miller, and Ms. Wendy Hoy, the Executive Director from the Justice Health Network. If I could ask each of you, perhaps in the order in which I just introduced you, to each give your name and your title and take either an oath or an affirmation, copies of which should have been provided to you by the Secretariat. Acting Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kevin Corcoran, Acting Commissioner of Corrective Services, New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thanks, Acting Commissioner. Ms. Rafter.
Thank you. Fiona Rafter, Inspector of Custodial Services. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thanks, Ms. Rafter. Mr. Miller.
Thank you. Paul Miller, New South Wales Ombudsman. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thanks very much. Ms. Hoy. You're on mute. I'm sorry, Ms. Hoy.
Rookie error. Wendy Hoy, Executive Director of Clinical Operations for Justice Health Forensic Mental Health Network for New South Wales Health. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thanks very much for your attendance this afternoon. There's an opportunity now, if you wish to take it, to give a brief opening statement. Does anybody wish to take that opportunity?
Yes, I would like to, Mr. Chairman.
You proceed.
Thank you. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which I'm present today, the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation and their elders, past, present and emerging. I'd like to just give you a brief overview of what Corrective Services New South Wales has done to tackle this COVID-19 pandemic. Most of the measures that were introduced were very soon after it began last year, and we've always followed the expert advice of New South Wales Health and its Justice Health and Forensic Mental Health Network, which provides healthcare in public prisons. The safety of staff and inmates is our #1 priority. So what do? We initially set up a 7-day-a-week command post to coordinate the response of our 9,000 staff at over 100 work locations. The PSA has always been embedded in the command post along with Justice Health. All fresh custody inmates are managed in quarantine for 14 days before being cleared to move into the general population. Just recently, we have set up further staging areas around the state. Inmates who test positive for COVID-19 are immediately isolated and receive appropriate medical treatment. Masks and eye protection are mandatory for all staff. Increased PPE requirements apply for staff in contact with fresh receptions and inmates in quarantine and isolation. Inmates have been provided with masks and sanitary arrangements. We have introduced rapid antigen screening at key locations for staff and inmates. Prison transfers have been restricted as much as possible. In-person visits have been stopped, and we have greatly increased the number of video visits and phone calls available to inmates. We've suspended all forms of external leave apart from special circumstances. Our staff are on the front line of this pandemic just as much as the more visible emergency services workers, and they've been doing a magnificent job in a very difficult situation. Well, that's a brief summary, Mr. Chair, but I'm sure you'll want to know more details, and I'm happy to provide as required.
Thanks, Acting Commissioner. Does anybody else wish to provide a brief opening?
I have a brief opening statement as well, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Rafter.
Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I would like to firstly acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation The Inspector of Custodial Services is an independent statutory office created in October 2013 pursuant to the Inspector of Custodial Services Act 2012. My office published its Inspector of Custodial Services COVID-19 plan in April 2020, and that has guided our work during the pandemic. Plan states that ICS will monitor the planning and response to COVID-19 and that a review of agency responses would be necessary after the COVID-19 pandemic. The ICS has adopted a do no harm approach to its activities throughout the pandemic to avoid placing any burden on relevant authorities and staff that reduces their capacity to respond to COVID-19. Although this has resulted in some visits and inspections being postponed since March 2020, the ICS staff have completed 85 liaison visits, 40 that were specifically for COVID monitoring purposes, and carried out full inspections of 6 correctional centres. One of my priorities during the pandemic has been to keep the official visitor program operating. And that is when I was also aware that other jurisdictions and other community visitor programs in New South Wales had been suspended. There are over 90 official visitor appointments to 56 custodial facilities across New South Wales, and they have conducted 1,591 visits since March 2020. With the cooperation of Corrective Services New South Wales and Youth Justice, a free official visitor phone line and mail service was introduced at all centres in May 2020 and is still currently operating. We are in the final stages of implementing official visitor virtual visits at all centres to complement in-person visits. Since February 2020, I've liaised closely with Corrective Services New South Wales, Youth Justice and Justice Health and Forensic Mental Health Network on their response to COVID-19. In addition to regular meetings since the pandemic commenced, I received notification of COVID cases and regular updates from Corrective Services and Justice Health and Youth Justice. To their credit, I have observed Corrective Services, Youth Justice and Justice Health working collaboratively and constructively on this response. Although the custodial system in New South Wales has done remarkably well in responding to the threat of COVID-19 throughout the pandemic, following an outbreak in the New South Wales community in June 2021, COVID-19 disease was detected in young people and adults in custody as well as staff who acquired the virus in the community. Given the increasing number of confirmed cases of COVID-19 in the custodial system, I therefore determined to formally commence a review of the response to COVID-19 in New South Wales custodial centres and services. The terms of reference are on my website. However, as we commence this review, we will also continue to have regard to the do no harm principle that has guided our monitoring during the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Rafter. Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Chair. Just a short statement. I'd like to begin just by acknowledging that I am on Gadigal land and I pay respects to elders past, present and emerging. Just a brief comment. While I've not been able to tune into all of the proceedings of this committee, I have heard occasional comments that might seem to suggest that being in the midst of a global pandemic or other crisis is not the time for oversight and scrutiny. I just want to put on record the Ombudsman's fundamental disagreement with that proposition. Since the outset, some 18 months ago, we have noted that, in many respects, appropriate oversight and of particular relevance to us, avenues for external complaint handling need to be embedded as an essential part of crisis response. This is particularly so when normal mechanisms of accountability, like Parliament itself, may be impeded, where government and its agencies are exercising extraordinary intrusive powers, and where they are reacting to unprecedented situations in new and untested ways. The value of people having an avenue to question and to complain is not important just because it is a fundamental democratic right, although it is, but also because there are always opportunities to learn, adjust and improve, and because it can enhance public confidence and trust in what is being done. In this way, far from getting in the way of effective crisis response, appropriate oversight supports it. For that reason, we were very pleased by the Inspector's announcement this week that she will be undertaking a review of COVID response in correctional and youth justice centres, and I have, of course, offered all assistance my office can provide to aid her in that important work. Final point I'll quickly make is just to put on the public record my thanks for the small team of the Ombudsman's office who have staffed the phone lines into correctional and youth justice facilities for the past 18 months, sometimes like now from their own homes. I thank them for their commitment to that important work.
Ms. Hoy.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a statement. I'd just like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land that I sit on today, and that's the Bidjigal and Gadigal people of the Eora Nation. And I'd like to commend the elders past, present and emerging, but I don't have a statement. I'm sure you've got enough questions for me. Thank you.
Well, I will now hand over to the opposition, Ms. Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. And can I just start by actually thanking all of you for your participation today and for the work that you have been doing and your organisations have been doing, and particularly on behalf of the opposition, the team at Corrective Services, all of the guards and the frontline workers who are doing terrific work. It matters to all of us, and particularly the team at Justice and Forensic Health. It's very, very important to all of us and appreciated by all of us, the work that your staff do. Acting Commissioner, if I might start with you, if I could. Can you tell us, as at today's date, or as most recently as you can, how many positive COVID cases there have been in corrections, so staff and inmates?
Yeah, unfortunately, I won't be able to answer that question, because Health is the lead agency for all those COVID-related matters. So I'll hand over to Wendy, if that's all right.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kevin. To date, in the custodial environment, there's been 325 COVID positive cases across the system. Just of note, one of them was prior to Delta, and the rest have all been since Delta, and that one did come from Victoria. And 84 of those cases have been from Aboriginal people. What else?
And do you have a breakdown? Just is there a breakdown in those numbers of inmates and staff?
So that's all inmates or patients, I like to call them.
Sure.
I can certainly. Would you like staff? I've got my staff of today.
You can take it on notice if you don't have it available, but it would be useful.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a lot of information here for you. In which order we give it? I will. I'll start with probably just describing. There's been three centres. Partly, I'm going to answer any of your questions in relation to the public centres. That's the centres that I manage. So I'm not in any of the private operated centres. Don't report to me. So just from staff and from patients, first of all, we'll talk about Bathurst Correctional Centre, because that's one of the centres that has had some staff, and there's been 2 Justice Health staff have deemed positive within the Bathurst Correctional Centre. There's been 12 Correctional Services staff. From MWRC, our Metropolitan Remand and Reception Centre, there's been 2 Justice Health staff, and there's been 15 Correctional Services officers. We have had a couple of other centres where there's been staff on the Long Bay campus at Long Bay here, where we've had 1 Justice Health staff and 7 correctional staff. And also in one of our youth justice centres, there was 6 youth justice officers and no Justice Health staff.
Thank you. Can I ask, and I guess this is probably for both of you, so I don't mind who starts, but essentially who is responsible for the management of the COVID protocols and planning in corrections proper? So obviously corrections has its role, Justice Health has its role. I'm wondering, first of all, who is ultimately responsible just for the rules that are in place, and then how that works between both of your organisations.
Look,
Kevin, do you want
to? Yeah, I might start off on that. Yeah, we have a series of Commissioner's instructions which relate to the rules and protocols that we have in place, but of course they're all based on health advice, and we just make sure that we seek that advice before we make those determinations. But those determinations are the thing which govern the way we make sure that people have protocols or procedures in place in the correctional system.
And for Justice Health, what kind of input do you have into that?
So I think what has to be said from the very beginning of this pandemic, Justice Health, Correctional Services and Youth Justice have worked extremely closely together. I think we realised at the beginning of this that we couldn't do it without each other, so it's been an absolute collaboration. We work very, very closely with them. So Health holds, at this current time, 5 to 7 days a week, we hold a teleconference in the morning where we have Youth Justice, we have ourselves, we have the representative from the Inspector of Custodial Services who dial in and we discuss what's happening and the state of play and such like. And then if there's policies, procedures to be made, to be developed, we do that in consultation. And from a health perspective and from Justice Health, Forensic Mental Health, we certainly would involve our public health at the Ministry, New South Wales Health, and we take advice from them, and also our SHEOC, which is our State Health Emergency Centre. So there's a bit of a matrix happening. I think we have very hotlines to each other, but so we would sign off on the health policy, and Corrective Services would manage the logistics and the security component of it. And Kevin and I were speaking about this, and we both sort of have a shared responsibility around the welfare, which we do. So health policy certainly comes from us, security from Kevin, and we work very, very closely in that.
And so, sorry, can I just confirm, so the daily teleconference, does that includes Corrective Services as well?
Corrective Services, everybody, yeah.
Right. And so what about in terms of managing cases? So look, I mean, one of the things I'm going to quiz you on, and one of the things that's really of public interest here is the lack of transparency around what's happening in this particular outbreak. And I know that it's complicated because you both have different organisations, and then there are private organisations in the mix. And I'm wanting to understand how that all fits together, and how information might not be being communicated. So how maybe the best way to start is Commissioner or Acting Commissioner, Mr. Cochrane, do you what kind of oversight do you have over the policies that are in place in each of the correctional facilities around the state? So you guys set them at a high level, but then what happens to them in each facility on the ground, because they all run their own operations?
They all run their own operations, but they must comply with these Commissioner's instructions. So, you know, we have total oversight from that perspective. So the command posts that we have in operation are the ones that generate these Commissioner's instructions, and they go through really extensive consultation. And as I said, previously in my introduction, the Public Service Association are actually embedded in this command post. So, you know, we've got constant feedback coming from staff all around the state. You know, just recently we had, issues where we were looking at how we were going to make sure people coming out of MRRC into the regions were going to be safe. So we engaged in teleconference or video conferences with up to about 150 PSA representatives from all around the state to talk it through with them. The command post did that sort of work and generated a response which was really made sure that we were covering off on all the concerns of staff around the state.
Does that oversight apply equally to the private prisons, private facilities, I should say?
Yeah, it certainly does, and obviously, we contract out to those private providers, but nevertheless, they must comply with those Commissioner's instructions.
And have they complied?
Look, in general, they have complied. Yes.
Okay, so specifically, have they complied? And let's turn to Puckley firstly. Sure. So clearly that was the source of the first outbreak in, some youth detention centres that had small cases, but Puckley was the source of this big outbreak. And there are mixed reports about when that information about that situation was made public. Can I ask when you were first told about positive cases at Puckley?
Look, I was told as soon as it was made available, that information was made available to the command post. We get text messages as soon as we hear about positive cases, and I was aware as soon as the command post was aware.
What date?
I couldn't give you a specific date or time.
Well, can you though?
I'd have to take that on notice. Say again.
Can you give me the specific date? It's actually very important. You're welcome to take it on notice if you don't have it in front of you, but if you could provide the specific date that you were notified. And also, I'm interested in what the requirements are. Well, first of all, will you take that on notice?
I shall take it on notice, yes.
And secondly, so what is the requirement for each facility to notify you? So presumably you have incident reporting, but in terms of COVID specifically, when is each facility required to tell you through whatever channels of positive cases?
Yeah, so that information generally would come from health. So in the case of Parklea, that would be St Vincent's Health. That would notify us of some positive case that was found in the facility.
So is the requirement that each facility have to notify health or notify the COVID command or your command?
In the private centres, they have their own health providers, but in the public centres, that will be the responsibility of Justice Health.
So, but in terms of notifying, so is there no requirement for facilities to report centrally to corrective services if they have cases, or are they required to notify?
Yeah, look, everybody's required to notify the command post as soon as possible. That's why we have a command post. It's a central location and a repository for all the information that comes in. Because as soon as we find out about a case, whether it be an inmate or a staff member, we start our contact tracing to make sure that we've got a handle on who should be isolated as a result of that positive case coming forward.
Yeah. So, but in terms of the requirement, so I mean, is there a time frame? Are they supposed to notify immediately? What is the process?
Yeah, the notification should be immediate. And we really need to know as soon as possible so we can start our contact tracing protocols.
Right, and you'll take it on notice that you'll give me the date or the committee the date for when you were notified by Parklea, but do you know if they did notify you immediately? Because there's information and reports that they knew for days and didn't tell anyone.
Well, if that's the case, then I'm not aware of that information. And as I said, we would be required to be notified immediately through the command post of any positive case that has come up.
Do you know how the outbreak started at Parklea?
Look, I'm not 100% certain at this point in time, but what we have done is engage University of New South Wales Kirby Institute to have a look at the situation in Parklea, so an independent body coming in to have a look at that, and we'll await their report on their views on how that outbreak occurred.
When is that report due?
I haven't got a date on that yet.
So that it's just open-ended?
No, it won't be open-ended.
I mean, they must have to tell you at a certain point. We're in the middle of an outbreak inside of your service.
Yeah. Well, their investigations are still continuing, and as soon as they finish those investigations, they'll be reporting to us. So, it's not that they're, going to take a couple of months to do this. This is happening actively, and we want to make sure that we get that information as quickly as possible, because we really need to know, if that, how that occurred, and what we need to do to make sure it doesn't occur again.
And will that be publicly available once it's complete?
I don't see why not.
Is that a yes?
Yeah, that's a yes.
Thank you. I guess moving on from Parklea, but starting from there. So Parklea is the private operator, but correctional services are responsible for the transfer of people to other facilities around the state. What protocols do you have in place to make sure that when people are transferred, they are not at risk of being COVID positive, or do you have protocols in place?
Well, I guess we've really adopted a belts and braces approach to this. And, at this point in time, we have MRRC as the sole repository of all, along with Silverwater Women's, of all the metropolitan quarantine and isolation. So that means that for 14 days, we keep people in quarantine in those two facilities in the metropolitan area. Obviously, we have this sort of scenario occurring out in the regions where we've got receptions as well. But in the metropolitan area, what we have confined it to, the main repository is the NWRC. We get about 1,000 fresh custodies a month through that facility, so it is quite substantial. And we have had to put aside a lot of quarantine and isolation beds to ensure that we can process people and get them moving. We do have to get them moving out of NWRC. We do have to get them moving out of NWRC because that is critical to the flow in the system. Otherwise, we'll get blocked up with police cells and we just can't process people. So what we've done to facilitate that is we've established staging posts out in 4 correctional centres in the regions where we keep them for another up to 7 days and they have to clear another test. So prior to going to those staging areas, they have to clear with a PCR, and off in those staging areas, they have to clear with another PCR test. So we're very confident we've got protocols in place that will make sure that we don't get any further leakage out of those quarantine areas.
How long has that protocol been in place?
It's only been in place in the last week or two. And that's obviously, something that we had to, negotiate and consult with our PSA colleagues around the state and make sure that we came up with the best solution. And, I believe that we've really come up with an excellent solution there, but it's been done in conjunction with health and conjunction with our PSA colleagues.
Yeah, that's great. But before the last week or so, what were the arrangements in place? Because people were transferred. It's been reported that positive cases were transferred.
Yeah.
Was there a failure before the last week to test people and to have systems in place to make sure that positive cases weren't moved to other places to then first cause spread?
Those sort of things. Let me take Parklee, for example. We knew once we had those cases that they'd come out of quarantine, and we found these cases in the general population of Parklee. I immediately closed down the entire system. 198 inmates were transferred from Parklee in, I think, the 2 weeks prior to that. And we then made sure that we cleared every correctional centre. So isolated those people that come from Parklee and put them into 14-day isolation with testing to make sure that nothing had leaked out from Parklee. There were no positives that came out of that 198. So this is when we started thinking about how are we going to make sure this doesn't happen again. And that's why we put in place these staging areas in these 4 centres so that we've got additional quarantine and additional testing before we put anybody out in the general population.
So that's good for now, but the outbreak has already happened. So why wasn't this in place before this outbreak?
Yeah, because we're operating on health advice that 14 days quarantine is what we need, and we were testing on day 1 and day 12. And when you think about it, that's what they do in hotel quarantine.
Well, I mean, with respect, this pandemic's been going for over 18 months. You managed to get through last year without too many cases. We've had a massive outbreak in the last 6 weeks or so, massive. Huge implications, big health issues. I'm told there's a corrective services officer on life support. It's really not good enough that you're only putting some systems in place in the last week or so. Wouldn't you agree?
No, we've had systems in place for the entire. What we've got dealing with is the Delta variant, and I've got to say it is far more contagious than what we were experiencing last year. So we've had to adapt and be a little bit agile about how we're dealing with this Delta variant, and that's why we're putting in additional measures that we weren't aware would be required. The previous COVID variant, wouldn't have required these sorts of measures.
Was it not required because essentially corrective services just didn't do the work to prepare properly in the nicest possible way?
Well, I've got to say we did massive amounts of work and massive amounts of consultation, and we took all the health advice in relation to this. So, 14 days quarantine was regarded as acceptable, and testing PCR testing was also regarded as essential. But we've done a whole range of other things too, such as rolling out rapid antigen testing in a variety of the reception areas around the state.
But that's been since the outbreak. So all of these things that you're talking about have been after the outbreak.
That's right, after the outbreak.
Why weren't they in place before in order to stop the outbreak?
Well, our best advice at the time was 14 days quarantine was acceptable. We don't know what caused that outbreak yet in Parkland.
And so can I ask, are you following the health advice with all of your systems? So it's been reported to me that there are cases where your COVID command centre and command other people in management positions are pressuring or directing staff to return to work before the 14 days. Is that happening? Can you comment on that?
That's definitely happening. And the reason it is happening is because of health advice, because we are getting advice from Justice Health, their population health branch. What we've initiated is a protocol where we've got our own contact tracers. We've got about 100 contact tracers, which are looking at every contact that a staff member or an inmate might have and analysing that through. So we feed that data into population health, and population health will then make a judgment about when staff can return to work.
Right, so I'm out of time, but can I just to wrap that up, are you saying that you are not complying with health advice? Because if you are directing your staff to return to work after being exposed or not having a negative result before the 14-day period, that is against health advice. So are you confirming that that's what you're doing?
I'm confirming that we are following health advice. The health advice comes from population health, which is part of Justice Health.
But you're instructing people to come back before the 14 days.
That's correct, and that is on the basis of health advice.
I'm going to come back to this.
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Moriarty. Ms. Corcoran, your secretary, Mr. Cootes-Trotter, told Budget Estimates that the cause of the outbreak in Parklea was a quarantine breach. Are you saying that evidence now is contested or somehow wrong?
I'm saying that what we're doing is engaging Kirby Institute to have a look at making sure that that was the case and giving us that information from their investigations. So they've got epidemiologists and infection control experts having a look at that. And I think, I would like to wait and see what the outcome of that report is.
Ms. Corcoran, 3 weeks ago, the Secretary of DCJ was able to tell a parliamentary committee that it occurred due to a quarantine breach. Are you saying now that that's in question?
I'm not saying it's in question. I'm saying that I would like to wait and see what the report is before I come out and make a definitive statement. It very well could have been a quarantine breach.
It was a quarantine breach, Assistant Commissioner. Your own secretary said that. Why do we get this? Why are we quibbling with it now? It was a quarantine breach, wasn't it?
Yeah, it could have been a quarantine breach.
It was. You know it was, Assistant Commissioner. So why won't you tell us that?
Well, we've also got a situation where we've had positive staff members as well in that facility.
But Assistant Commissioner, sitting there now, you know that it was a quarantine breach. So I just can't work out why you're not giving us your best evidence to this committee. You know it was a quarantine breach, don't you?
Look, sorry, Mr. Sugars, I said there were also positive staff members in that facility. And what we're doing is getting the best experts we could find to have a look at that and report back to us.
And Ms. Moriarty was asking you questions if there was a delay between Parklea becoming aware of infections and you being told. And I still don't understand what your evidence is in that regard. Was there a delay between Parklea being aware of COVID positive cases and you being told about it?
Well, I'm not aware of any delay because, as I said, as soon as Justice Health or St Vincent's Health know about a positive case, the protocol is they immediately advise the command post.
So can you tell us when the first COVID positive case was in Parklea and when you were first notified about it?
Well, I think I indicated that I would take that on notice.
Ms. Hoy, can you explain how it was that at the commencement of this outbreak in August, only 21% of New South Wales prisoners were fully vaccinated? What went wrong?
Thank you, Mr. Shoebridge. The vaccination programme for the custodial officers, for Justice Health staff and for our patients commenced on the 15th of March. We made a decision at that point in time to go with AstraZeneca. There's a few reasons for that. Probably the main one was the stability of the vaccine. So we started with AstraZeneca going out to all sites. We had a really good schedule. There was 12 weeks in between. We had expected to have it finished in 24 weeks. That was our plan. As we all know, and we've all seen from the media and from the statements and from the Premier and from the Commonwealth, is that there was because of the side effects of AstraZeneca, they changed the timeframes and the ages for that. So it went up to over 50 for AstraZeneca. We then had to, as quickly as we could, change our tact, get some -70 freezers, and get ourselves ready for Pfizer. We hadn't done that. So we kept going with AstraZeneca at that point in time. It was over 50s, and then it went to over 60s. And then we got some Pfizer into the system in June, and we went out with Pfizer, and we had enough to do first and second doses. We kept that at that point to the metropolitan areas. Obviously, at that point, that's where the outbreak was, and that's where our biggest risk was. As we went through, then the AstraZeneca changed to be from 18 and over, and we continued our vaccination programme with the AstraZeneca and second dose Pfizers for the people who had already been done. Uptake was pretty slow. We had some clinics where there wasn't really many arms to put vaccinations in. So we in negotiating with our SHIOC, we got some Pfizer back into the system to make sure that we could vaccinate those who wanted the vaccine and who wanted Pfizer. A lot of hesitancy. We've heard about the community hesitancy. Our Aboriginal population were quite hesitant as well. And we've done a lot of work around that. Really happy with where we're at. And obviously now that Pfizer's in the system, and I think if you look back at the way we have our vaccination rollout has occurred, and the culture around that, I don't think it's that dissimilar from the community. We have really been pushing that. I'd just like to say there's been 21,000 vaccinations given by Justice Health Forensic Mental Health Network since March. We've actually given more Pfizer than we have AstraZeneca. At this point in time, we've hit our first target, which was 70% first doses, which we're there now. We're sitting at 70.4% first doses. It's been a mammoth effort by everybody. I'm so proud of my staff and for the corrective services officers' access to get there. And the other point is that with our Aboriginal population, we've been doing a lot of work around access and around really trying to improve uptake, and the Aboriginal population first doses.
Ms. Hoy, I was asking you about why it was 21% at the commencement of the outbreak in New South Wales, and you've given me a number of systemic reasons, the advice from ATAGI and the change in information about AstraZeneca. That's your primary reason, is it?
Yeah, I think that the rollout of the vaccination, as I've said, I'm in record from this from The Guardian, has been bumpy. And it has been a challenge. We're in a challenging environment. There was hesitancy. We did have the AstraZeneca for a while, but once we've got Pfizer into the system from the 5th of the 8th, it's really interesting because it happened at the same time as Parklea, but it wasn't because of Parklea.
Ms. Hoy, what I find interesting is that those exact same systemic issues were faced by jails in the ACT and faced by jails in WA. You'd agree with that?
I'm not aware of the situation in the ACT or WA. I'm sort of concerned with here right now.
I'm aware of what their vaccination rates, and at the same time, New South Wales prisons' vaccination rates were at 21%. Vaccination rates in the ACT prisons were at 50%, and vaccination rates in WA prisons were at 55%, facing exactly the same external constraints that you were talking about. How did New South Wales get it so wrong? How did you have less than half the double vaccination rates in New South Wales to prisons in the ACT and WA? Will you accept some responsibility for this?
I've got to accept some responsibility, Mr. Shoebridge, but I've told you my reasons for that, and the reasons we've gone out. It wasn't lack of trying. We've been round the state 2 or 3 times with AstraZeneca and Pfizer in the metropolitan areas. And I think we have to acknowledge the work of the staff to get our vaccination rates up. We're extremely proud of what we've done. It's at 70.4 now for first doses. We aim to get over 90. We know what the literature is, and we will continue to progress that.
What's the current double vaccination rates for prisoners?
35.6 for the adult population and 28.7. Luckily, we're using Pfizer, so the second doses for that 70% will come.
Ms. Hoy, prisoners are an extremely vulnerable population because of their health and because of the circumstances in which they're contained. Do you agree with that?
Mr. Shoebridge, you don't need to tell me that. I'm working with it every day, and we're very, very well aware of the vulnerabilities of our patients.
So they are that currently, under your watch, prisoners in New South Wales have about 2/3 the vaccination rates of people in the general population. Notwithstanding they're a known population, you have direct access to them, and they've been prioritised for months. How is it that they are still only at 2/3 the rate of vaccinations for double vaccinations as in the general community? What is going wrong?
As I've said, Mr. Shoebridge, I've explained my view of what happened. Certainly, the different changes to AstraZeneca, I believe, really compromised the rollout.
It was exactly the same in WA and the ACT, and they haven't got the problems. You can't rely upon that excuse. They had exactly the same constraints in WA and the ACT. You can't rely upon that excuse.
I don't know what you want from me, Mr. Shoebridge. You know, that I've told you what I believe happened. I take responsibility for the vaccination programme. I was the lead of the rollout of the vaccination programme. We're now at 70% first dose. In a couple of weeks, we'll be 70% second dose. And the staff are working extremely hard with the patients and corrective services to get this up to where it needs to be.
Were vaccines redirected from prisons to the student HSC vaccination rollout in August?
We did not get any vaccines removed from us. We had our allocations, like nobody took any vaccines back from us. We probably didn't have as much as we would like, but nobody took vaccinations from us. That's not my, no vaccinations went from us to somewhere else.
No, but were your promised allocations reduced to provide vaccines to the HSC rollouts?
That would be a question you'd have to put to our SHIOC. You know, I'm not, I don't oversee the allocation of vaccinations. That's not my role. So you would have to put that. I can take it on notice, but I can't answer that.
Ms. Hoy, the fact is notorious. Are you telling me you can't give evidence about this today, about the redirection of vaccines from prisons to HSC students? This is a notorious fact, been reported in multiple outlets. Are you saying you can't shed any light on that today?
I know that there was a priority to vaccinate the Year 12 students in the Western area. Whether that was a redirection of vaccination from the prison system, I think that's not for me to challenge. I work with SHIOC very closely to ask them, and they supply me with the vaccinations. I couldn't answer what their thought processes were about whether I get vaccinations or somebody else.
Were your allocations, your promised allocations, reduced at or around about that time?
We had Pfizer up until Pfizer's second dose until the 16th of the 7th. We got another batch on the 21st of the 7th, and we were getting a week at that point in time.
I don't think that answers my question. Were your expected dose numbers reduced at or about that time?
That was what we had been supplied, and that's what we'd been guaranteed. It didn't get reduced. That's what we were provided. Like I wasn't said you'll get 2 trays this week, and then, oh, Wendy, you're only getting one. I got what I was allocated.
Mr. Miller.
What they did in the background, I don't know.
I'm sorry, I missed that. What did you say?
That what the decision making in the background about the allocations. I wasn't party to those discussions. That you'd have to take that up with the SHIOC, and I can certainly take it on notice, but it's not something I can answer.
Have doctors or other health staff raised from Parklea raised with Justice Health concerns about the way in which Parklea is managing its COVID outbreak? Have they raised those concerns with Justice Health? Medical
staff?
Doctors or any medical staff?
Have medical staff raised with me the way Parklea has managed the outbreak? Is that what you're asking me?
That is the question.
No, I haven't had concerns about the way Parklea has managed the outbreak. St Vincent's has been managing that, and from all accounts, it's been the actions that they've been taking has been quite assertive. But I'm not across all the actions of Parklea. I obviously knew that there was positive cases because we were taking them into MRRC, but I didn't. I've not got comment on their actions from the outbreak.
So there's no ambiguity. The question I'm asking you is this: have any health staff from within Parklea, and that includes the St Vincent's privately run health facilities in Parklea, raised concerns with Justice Health about the level of care and the management of COVID in Parklea since this most recent outbreak? Have they raised concerns with Justice Health?
Not to me directly.
Well, I'm not asking about you directly, Ms. Hoy. I'm asking about Justice Health.
I don't know of any concerns that have been raised.
Will you take it on notice? Because I've got to tell you, I've had multiple people raise these concerns with me and say it's been reported to Justice Health and nothing has happened. So will you take it on notice?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Mr. Miller, you say that you support the inspector's most recent decision to have an investigation in the COVID response. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know when that? Well, sorry, I suppose I'll go to the inspector. Inspector, when did you commence that review?
In the original COVID-19 plan, I foreshadowed that there would have to be a review. It was after the transmission in custody that I decided that now was the time to commence the review.
Ms. Rafter, your website shows that that was uploaded on the 15th of September.
That's right.
Is that when you commenced the review?
No, that's when I published it, and after I had actually formally written to the relevant agencies, I consulted. It took me time to draft the terms of reference, and I consulted with the relevant agencies to let them know that I was intending to commence the review.
I'm not asking about when you first started thinking about the review. I'm asking about when the review commenced. Was it the 15th of September, which is the date which you uploaded it to your website?
Yes, that's the formal commencement of the review, yes.
Ms. Rafter, how is it that only 2 days before you appear before this inquiry is the time you decide to commence a COVID review, given the level of anxiety and the level of concern amongst families and inmates?
No, I didn't decide to do it 2 days ago. As I said, I foreshadowed it at the commencement of the pandemic. If I had commenced the review or commenced the review at that time and delivered a report 6 months ago, it would be a very different type of report, obviously, to what we now know. I started working on the terms of reference. It's about 3 weeks ago that I started working on the terms of reference. It's just that it was formally announced and published 2 days ago. It had nothing to do with this inquiry.
Mr. Miller, did you hear the evidence from the previous panel?
Yes, I did.
The concerns that were raised about the treatment of prisoners, the lockdowns, the lack of access to vaccines. Have any of those similar concerns been raised with your office?
Many of them, yes. Given the nature of our role, the concerns and complaints that are raised with us tend to be individual concerns, either from the inmate themselves or particularly in recent times from their family and friends. In ordinary times, we would expect to receive contact directly from inmates. In recent weeks, the extent to which we've been contacted by family of inmates has increased, and there are obvious reasons for that were canvassed in the previous hearing. A lot of we haven't heard a lot of complaints in relation to vaccination or access to vaccination as such. Most of the complaints we have been receiving are about the impact of lockdowns, restrictions on movements, inability, particularly from families, inability to contact their loved ones in the system. The same sorts of concerns that you heard earlier.
Well, in terms of lockdowns, which facilities have the lockdowns been instigated in?
Well, at one point, the entire state was effectively locked down, and there are different impacts on different centres. And part of the concerns that are raised with us is that some of those lockdowns are essential. For example, if you take Parkley, some of those lockdowns are essential to contain an outbreak, whereas in other centres, some of the restrictions on amenity, if you like, are in response to broader issues related to COVID, but not necessarily a direct suppression technique, if I can put it that way. So things like if there are challenges around staffing at a particular centre, then that may result in certain amenities being reduced.
Well, unfortunately, my time has expired in this round, so I'll hand over to the opposition, but we'll come back to this, Mr. Mayor.
Chair, Ms. Hoy, can I ask, so I've been advised, or I've heard that a juvenile justice or youth justice officer has in fact died as a result of COVID. Can you confirm that, or can you give me some information, any further comment on that? I think you're on mute.
Sorry, I'd have to take that on notice for youth justice. Obviously, they're not one of my officers. I don't have the staff, so I'd have to take that on notice.
You don't work with youth justice? You're communicating with them every single day in a teleconference, you told us earlier.
Absolutely, but it's not really my information to share about the officer.
Well, it is if we're asking the question. I don't need the details about the name or where they live. Is it true that it's happened?
I believe an officer has died. I don't know the circumstances. I spoke to the executive director the other night and he advised me of that, but I don't know any of the personal circumstances of why he died.
When did this happen?
When did the executive director and I talk?
No, honestly. Ms. Hoy, when did this person pass away?
I don't know the dates and times. I spoke to the executive director of Justice Health on Tuesday night, about 9 o'clock at night. And that's when he advised me that one of his officers had passed. I honestly have no other circumstance. I do not know the details.
So on Tuesday night, you were advised that a juvenile justice officer had died. I understand that it's a result of COVID. I understand that you might not necessarily have that confirmation, but if you could take the details on notice. I don't want the name. I understand the privacy issues, but this is of public interest.
Oh, absolutely take it on notice and I will get the information for you. It's just I don't have the information to give you.
But it has happened.
I know that an officer, a youth justice officer, had died, and I actually consoled my peer, and I've not got the details of that.
So you have teleconferences. Your evidence is that you have teleconferences with these organisations every single day. You don't have information around it?
No, I don't have information around it.
Wow. So my condolences to that person's family. I'm sure there'll be some details around that. I'm also advised that there is a corrections officer who is gravely ill. Can you give me some confirmation on that, or the status of other correctional officers who are currently in hospital? Don't need personal details. I just want to know the status.
Ms. Moriarty, I just want to be clear about my role, and my role as Justice Health Forensic Mental Health Network is the care of patients, of inmates in the New South Wales system.
Yes, and I'm trying to find out if that's actually happened over the course of the
I don't look after officers, and I think if there's a custodial officer, I think that question would be better put to Kevin, who may well be able to answer it, but he would be getting looked after in the community. He would not be within my care nor my jurisdiction.
Commissioner?
Yeah, look, there are a small number of officers in hospital. I think from Bathurst, there's one from, I think, Community Corrections, and there's also one from Metropolitan Remand Reception Centre.
Right. Commissioner, can I ask you just back in relation to the transfer of people from Parkleigh? I'm told that there were some inmates who were transferred, or people who were transferred from Parkleigh to Long Bay without being tested or before results were in, and they were subsequently positive. An entire wing of Long Bay was shut down. Can you tell me if there were any other cases at Long Bay as a result of that?
Look, I might ask Wendy to talk about that one.
Yep, and thank you, Ms. Moriarty. I have no evidence of positive patients at Long Bay.
So there's been no positive cases at Long Bay at all?
In patients, no. We have had some staff, I mentioned in the beginning, but there hasn't been transmission, so there's been no patients identified at Long Bay.
No, my question was cases. I didn't differentiate. So have there been cases at Long Bay?
No.
No cases. There are no positive cases at Long Bay, not even staff.
No positive patients yet. As staff, there's been one staff member who was positive. Of my staff members of Justice Health, there's been 7 corrective services staff members who have deemed positive within Long Bay, but there's been no patient transmission or patient cases identified at Long Bay.
I'm very clear about the question. So I've had a few different answers. So there have been positive cases at Long Bay. So you've said 7 staff, and sorry, what was the other part of that? I'm talking about specifics of patients. I'm asking about cases.
Okay, so this is community transmission. So they got COVID in the community, 1 member of staff from Justice Health and 7 from corrective services. No patient transmissions and no patient cases.
Thanks. Why has the rollout of vaccination of staff in corrective services and across all of these organisations been so appallingly slow?
Yeah, the corrective services, when we started the vaccination programme, we had we were doing staff, patients and our own staff. Corrective services staff and Justice Health staff. Justice Health staff have been 1A, corrective services staff have been 1B, those who are in a correctional centre. So as we rolled it out, we've certainly, wherever we've held patient clinics, we've held staff clinics at the same centres. But correctional officers have also had the opportunity to go and get a vaccination at any health hub, at GPs, at pharmacists. So they didn't just have us.
What is the number at the moment? What's the percentage of staff that have been vaccinated?
So from the Justice Health, so the number that we've vaccinated, which would be below the actual percentage. So I can only tell you what we've vaccinated because a number of officers would have gone to hubs and to GPs and to pharmacies. There's from Justice Health's perspective, we've vaccinated 65.7% of corrective services officers, and 46.7% of those officers are fully vaccinated. But that's the lowest it could be because that's what we've done.
Thanks. Do you keep records, or do you have records, or is there a requirement for people who've been vaccinated outside of your system to notify you, given that it's now compulsory and within 2 weeks everyone has to have had a vaccination?
Ms Moriarty, I'll just remind you, I'm New South Wales Health, so the officers are actually Kevin, so I might put that over to Kevin to answer about his officers and their vaccination rate.
Yeah, thanks very much, Wendy. And look, the reality is, from our perspective, we can't request officers to provide us with that information if they don't want to.
You've just made it compulsory.
Yeah, can I finish though? And we have put out surveys amongst officers, but once we hit the 25th of October, we will be in a position where we can ask for evidence of vaccination. So that will be the trigger for us to get that information.
Sure. So can I ask, what happens to people who haven't been vaccinated by that date? Will they still be able to work? Will they be paid? What are the arrangements that will be in place?
Well, they will have to go on leave until they get vaccinated, unless they have an appointment to get a vaccination by the 8th of November.
So sorry, so if they've got an appointment by, when was that? The 18th of?
8th of November.
Of November. And so what about after that? For people who aren't vaccinated, will they be able to work?
No, not in a correctional centre, no.
So what will that mean for them? Has that been communicated to staff?
Yeah, it has been communicated to staff that it is a mandatory requirement for them to be vaccinated by the 25th of October.
Commissioner, can I just, can I just quickly ask, there is a person who is being released either today or at some point soon, Mohammed Scaff. Is he being released on parole because the community reintegration program is closed?
Look, I'm here to answer questions.
Point of order. I'm going to do it this way. Point of order.
Yeah, I'll take the point of order.
That is well and truly outside the terms of what we're doing here today.
To the point of order, Mr. Chair.
I haven't finished. Sure. Fair go.
Sorry, I thought you paused.
This is about the pandemic response. It's not about the issue that she's now raising.
So to the point of order.
Ms. Moriarty, how do you tie it to the pandemic response? I don't know.
It is directly related to the pandemic response. My understanding is that this program, the community reintegration program, is closed because of the pandemic. So it's not just this person. There are a number of people that this affects in the system who would otherwise be up for parole, but because they can't complete this program, they won't be released. So it is directly relevant to this inquiry.
Well, I'll allow the question about whether or not that program has been shut because of COVID-19. Assistant Commissioner, can you shed any light on that?
Yeah, I think I mentioned, in my introductory statement that external leave programs have been ceased unless there is some, a special or extenuating circumstance.
Thanks. I think I'm out of time. I might just squeeze in a question then in relation to where we were at the end of my last session. So what is the advice? So Commissioner, you've confirmed that your organisation is directing staff to return to work before the 14-day isolation period is finished, which is not in line with the health advice the rest of the community is subjected to. So what advice are you relying on for that and why are you doing it?
Yeah, sure. Look, if what we've got is a situation where we're able to do very nuanced analysis of each individual person's contact with a COVID positive. So that information is fed through to population health, and then they make a determination. So if it's a high risk contact, 14 days, multiple tests. If it's low or moderate risk, then they can return earlier. And that's the advice we get from health.
Sorry, Ms. Moriarty, your time has expired. Assistant Commissioner, perhaps you can tell us the number of COVID cases by facility of inmates.
Sorry, I missed the question, sorry.
Can you tell us the number of current COVID cases amongst inmates by facility?
Sure, just I mean, I think Wendy already identified those, but Wendy, do you want to respond to this?
Yeah.
I think Wendy gave Justice Health and staff numbers.
Mr. Shoebridge, if I may, I have the numbers here of positive cases across the New South Wales system at this point in time. That's what you're asking? So
yes, inmates.
Yeah. So at MRRC, which is our remand centre at Silverwater, there is currently 94 positive cases being cared for. 16 of those are Aboriginal. At Silverwater Women's Correctional Centre, there is 6 positive cases, 2 of whom are Aboriginal. And in the Youth Justice Centres at Cobham, there is 2 positive cases and 1 person there is Aboriginal. And that's because the policy is that we, as soon as a positive case is identified, they are then transported down to either MRRC, Silverwater Women's or Cobham Youth Justice Centre, so that we can make sure that we can provide the appropriate care and they're close to a tertiary hospital should they require transfer.
So are the 2 in youth justice both at Cobham?
Yes, they are.
And can either of you shed any light on the numbers in Parklea?
I would have to pass you back to Kevin.
Assistant Commissioner.
So the current active cases in Parklea are 85.
All right.
Yep.
Sorry, Assistant Commissioner, did you add something about that?
No.
I've had a number of families contact me about very real concerns about the treatment within Parklea. One of the concerns is that hand sanitizer has been withdrawn from inmates because the prison authorities there are saying that there's a risk that inmates will consume it. Has that information been provided to you, Mr. Miller, anyway?
Not that I'm aware of, Mr. Shoebridge, but I can check whether we've received any concerns in that regard.
Assistant Commissioner, when people are being released from prison out into the community, given that the prevalence of COVID in prisons is about 10 times higher than it is within the broader community, what control measures are in place to ensure that those communities and the families that those former inmates go into are protected?
Look, what we're doing now is testing everybody before they go out into the community and waiting for those tests to come back. When we don't have the results back, we make sure that we've got suitable places for them to go. And I think Wendy might be able to tell you about some of the patient transport scenarios that she's just been negotiating to make sure that we can get people out into appropriate places for them to quarantine in the community. Do you want to talk about that, Wendy?
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. I kind of missed the last bit of your question, Mr. Shoebridge, but the release of patients clearly is a challenge. It's been a challenge for us, and it's certainly a challenge for the communities that they're returning to. That really came to light with the Bathurst situation, which we've reviewed and learned from. We've got quite a intricate flowchart of what we're doing with people who are being released now. Just to put it in place, we do sentinel testing for everybody who comes in. So anybody who's coming through the police cells now gets a rapid antigen screening. And that's
so we only have limited time, so I'm really just focused on the release.
Tell me the question, and I'll try and be pointed.
The question is, what protection measures are in place for the community and family members of people who are exiting prison, given that the prevalence of COVID in prisons is 10 times the rate that it is in the general public?
Yeah, I think what we have to remember is that the prisons that we know, the prisons that there's a risk. So that currently is Bathurst, MRRC, Silverwater Women's, and Cobham, because we're bringing everybody down to that area. We've got really strong discharge planning processes, that there'll be a COVID plan, and a COVID health plan or a COVID plan in place before anybody leaves those centres, and testing, rapid antigen screening before they leave. For those people who are in 14-day quarantine because of symptomatology or because of close contacts, or in fact they're positive, we liaise very closely with the local public health units, and we assess their housing conditions and their ability to quarantine or isolate if they need to. We did have some real trouble with transport, so we've now got ourselves a COVID trained person to be able to transport people to appropriate accommodation, and that may well be the SHA, which is the health accommodation. It may well be home, if they're able to do home, or wherever they can safely quarantine. So we're also working very closely with the magistrates and the lawyers around bail and how we can support that, because sometimes it happens, and we've got to get our things organised really quickly. So we're working very, very closely with those fraternities to do what we can to make sure that when people are being released, they're being released into a safe environment for themselves. The other thing is obviously the people who are getting released from classification who have been in prison longer than COVID, and we're taking a lot of time to ensure that they know how to protect themselves out into the COVID world with masks.
Our time is limited. I was really after the policies and the protocols in place, but perhaps you might give some actual detail on notice. Ms. Hoy, are you working with the Aboriginal Medical Service to reach Aboriginal inmates in New South Wales to ensure you get the maximum rollout of vaccinations?
Yeah, we've last week or the week before, I can't remember, they're rolling into one. We actually met with quite a large group, a forum of Aboriginal leaders and representatives, with Kevin and the Secretary, to discuss and hear their concerns. And from that meeting, we've really got some good processes happening. We met yesterday with some elders to come into the Youth Justice Centre, so we're getting some aunties and uncles.
I'm sorry, my time is limited. Are you working with the Aboriginal Medical Service to ensure you get the maximum reach of vaccinations to Aboriginal inmates in New South Wales? And if not, why not?
I don't understand your question.
Are you working together with the Aboriginal Medical Service to get maximum outreach of vaccinations to Aboriginal inmates?
So are you saying them coming into the centres to help us with the vaccinations? That's not occurring?
Yes, them coming into the centres, so that's not happening?
No,
Are they part? Have you sat down and worked out a communication strategy with the Aboriginal Medical Service?
Yeah, we've got a number of MOUs with them, certainly with Wellington. I've been in big discussions with them.
Ms. Hoy, I'm asking about a communication strategy about vaccinations, not a general MOU. Is there one in place with the AMS?
I don't think I've got what you're looking for, Mr. Shoebridge.
Ms. Hoy, all I'm looking for is the best way of protecting inmates and ensuring you get the maximum rollout of vaccinations. And it seems remarkable that you're not working with the peak Aboriginal Medical Service body to get vaccinations into inmates who are in your care. And I can't understand why you haven't been doing that. Can you explain why?
As I said, we met with the Aboriginal groups last week. It was a Wednesday last week or the week before, whenever the day before the Guardian, to listen to their concerns and to work out how we can work closer with them. I haven't written a communication strategy, no. Are we working with Aboriginal groups? Yes, we are, but we've not got a strategy written.
Well, Ms. Hoy, you had 21% double dose vaccination rates at the beginning of this outbreak. A quarter of the inmates in male prisons, a third of the inmates in female prisons are Aboriginal women and men, and you haven't worked with the Aboriginal Medical Service. How on earth do you explain that?
Well, as I said, Mr. Shoebridge, our vaccination rates, we've worked really, really hard to improve them, and we have. And you know, we're working hard. We're closing the gap between Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal vaccination rates very, very quickly. I've told you we've met with the Aboriginal community, we've met with the Aboriginal leaders to understand their concerns.
You told me, Ms. Hoy, you told me you met last week. This has been a crisis that should have been on your radar since March of last year, and you met with Aboriginal groups last week. That strikes me as negligent, Ms. Hoy. Do you have a response to that?
I don't think it is negligent. We work quite closely with a lot of the Aboriginal corporation. We've got our Aboriginal strategy team who work very closely with them. I've got Aboriginal health workers on the ground who I've kept in touch with all the way along, who are working directly with the leaders within the prison environment to try and get the word out there and to improve. So it's not that we haven't done anything.
Well, Mr. Corcoran, do you know now how it is that COVID went from the Bathurst facility when an inmate was released and then seeded into Western and Far Western New South Wales? Do you know what went wrong?
Yeah, what we do know is that we didn't get the test back until 2 days after that individual was released from custody. And as I said, that was a really unfortunate event, and we've learnt a lot of lessons from that. And we've got a whole range of protocols in place to guard against that sort of thing happening again.
Unfortunately, I think the time has expired. I know we all would have enjoyed a little bit more time here, but that unfortunately brings this session to an end. Can I thank all of you for your attendance today? I think a number of questions were taken on notice, and if we could get those answers in a maximum of 21 days, that would be greatly appreciated. So thank you, everybody, for your attendance today.
Thank you.
Thank you.